Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here as we get going on a Tuesday. A ton of headlines to talk about this morning, ton of economic data to come, not only today, but heading into tomorrow and Thursday. We'll get inflation readings or data pointing to PPI coming up tomorrow, and then the big one, CPI on Thursday. Overall, market kind of hanging out here, top end of the range after two pretty solid days. We talked about it yesterday. Moved down on Friday following the jobs number, and then we just go straight higher. Same story yesterday. We get the gap to the downside. End the day basically at session highs. So here we are kind of hanging out at the top end of the two-day range. Anyways, yeah, Pepsi comes through with solid earnings. We'll touch on that coming up ahead of what is to come on Friday as well. Big banks will kick off officially earnings season once again. So we'll look forward to that. There's more news as far as EV names are concerned, with both Tesla and Rivian on watch. Rivian with a rare upgrade. We'll touch on that coming up as well. It's Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, that headline pointed to cautious optimism as far as the market is concerned this morning. That's kind of how things are setting up here. We're coming back into essentially where the market ended yesterday. Still a really nice day, though, off that gap to the downside, as we said. Back to positive territory right now, hanging out at the top end of the range. We'll get a couple of minor data points coming up this morning, 10 o'clock. We'll touch on some inventory manufacturing. Inventory data, the big ones obviously tomorrow and then Thursday with inflation, but a lot to consider as far as global geopolitical concerns continuing this morning, and individual names on watch moving around here as well.
Yeah, and the bond market was closed yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how the bonds react today to the new conflict in the Middle East. Also, Brenda alluded to this, wholesale inventories at 10 o'clock. That'll be interesting to see how much is being bought at the wholesale level. We know that there's been a marked change to direct-to-consumer for a lot of these names. Also, a lot of Fed speakers on watch today, so watch out.
Yeah, we got, I guess, more dovish comments than I think the market expected yesterday from Fed speakers. So really, you know, it's secondary on a typical day, but coming off of what happened yesterday, we'll pay more close attention to some of those coming up today. You mentioned the bonds, both the 10-year and the 2-year right now, downside in a big way to start things off. As you said, holiday yesterday, bank holiday in the U.S. yesterday, so bond markets were closed. So right across the board, even the dollar under pressure here, the 10-year down about 2% to start things off. Same story, 1.5% anyways. For the 2-year, and again, a lot of analysts pointing to these moves that we're seeing in the longer term, you know, the 30-year and out even, as the reason for some of these cautious comments that are coming through now.
Yeah, and the issue that you brought in last week as well, the inversion between the 10-year and the 2-year was getting as close as it has been for a long time, and that's usually been a recession predictor, Brendo. So we'll have to wait and see how that does.
Yeah, it could be at an important point when it comes to some of these interest rates anyways. But Neil off again today. We'll be back with Sean as well. Good morning, guys.
He'll ever work or what? Okay, Rivian short float 13%. Shots fired. Obi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm not doing too bad. It should be another day where we have some more Fed speak coming through. And yeah, interesting, yesterday, of course, the bond market not open, and we're seeing some reactions today to what the market was doing yesterday. So that should be really fun. The NASDAQ just floating around zeros right now. I'm putting out the sticky note, a lot of names at a lot of key levels. Not much on the imbalance locator here today. What about Apple at 179? Apple spent all yesterday afternoon debating whether or not it wanted to take 179. Today, I don't think it has a choice. Market wants to go up. We're going to take this 179. Interesting that Apple's down here against a negative market. We did have something that I was thinking was going to, you know, help lift us all a little bit higher here today, and that was going to be this Chinese stimulus. Last time we had some talk of Chinese stimulus, I'm pretty sure the Chinese government came in and bought up a lot of these equities. So let's wait to see. We do have some key levels looking to break out here as well on the daily. Alibaba, NEO, PDD. So I wrote down here an Alibaba 8650 break. That's kind of this pre-market, a little high there. And if we can get up to this breaker spot right there from Friday's high, 8650 there on Alibaba is what I'm looking at. NIO as well moving around. I mean, these stocks aren't moving around that much right now, 500,000 shares for NIO. But you guys remember that $8 bottom was pretty awesome. So if that can come in again, we'd really like to take that, as well as maybe a gap fill up here to 875 as we start to go here on NIO. So I think there's going to be some Chinese names here to look at. there's going to be a lot of big tech. Oh, yeah, and holler at my Palantir fans out there as well, because this name's starting to go one more time. What a great move it was early yesterday. Just absolutely ripped up, man. 1650 up to 1775. A little bit of a reprieve, then a nice move up. Then we started to respect the 200 period pretty much all afternoon. So right now that's sitting at 1778. So you could dip by. I'm going to write down on the sticky note right here that we want to take whatever the pre-market high is, we want to take it out on Palantir, but not yet. Let's let the market come in a little bit here, or all the time come in. We still got an hour, Obi, before we're opened up here. I guess your evening was well. You had the family.
Yeah.
Lots
Had the
of turkey,
family.
or not really? Or?
Not really, but they had to go back to Chicago today, in the evening. So yeah, we just sent them off.
That's about a 10-hour ride?
Yeah, about just over 9.
Right, yeah.
Just over 9
I've driven that before.
Yeah, it's not too bad if you take some breaks. But I was watching.
You don't take any breaks.
What's that?
You take a break, you get some food, you get some.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it makes it easier, smoother if you stop like every couple hours for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Maybe
It just makes it.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're looking at PepsiCo.
I do have Pepsi on watch today. Definitely, earnings season is among us this week for sure. Starting off with Pepsi, and I know we're going to be reporting some of the big banks. I think Thursday I have marked for some banks, but JPM on Friday for sure. Before the open, I think. Okay, so for Pepsi, I think we had this crazy kind of sell-off. Pepsi and Coke kind of both in the news over the past couple of weeks, going into earnings, and you had this crazy sell-off, kind of a nice V-shaped recovery. So this is the level that I'm watching. If Pepsi can hold above this 161 today, and any sort of structures forming above this 161 level, I think I'll be interested to interact with Pepsi if that's going to be the case there. So that's all I have. That's like one of the top things I have on my watch for today. And of course, the market's hanging around some of its highs that we made yesterday. So still kind of within the higher end of that range. I got 330 on Softy kind of as well. If we can hold above this 330 level, this consolidation from yesterday as well, kind of a multi-time frame level. So, I'm curious to know how we open up. Let's see. Again, similar story as yesterday, Sean. I'm just going to be trying to identify some market structure and structure my own trades around that said structure.
Yeah, I was just right here on the NASDAQ looking at that. So you're up over 3% from Friday's lows. So that's like up over 3% in 2 days is pretty nice, especially on the background of some of the things that we're seeing here in the world right now. But what about this 15,250 right here? You take out this 15,250, that was a little bit of a level there that we sort of held. We bounced up 200 points off of 15,250 last time. Didn't really care too much about it on the way down, but that's a level to look at right here. That's only 50 handles away. We could get to that before we even open, with the high being already 15,220. You just need 30 more handles and you're breaking through some of those levels. So, I like what we're seeing here in the NASDAQ. I feel like today, we got bulls. Okay, so we're bullish today apparently, Obi here. So we'll wait to see where this market goes. But I'm looking for Palantir to break early, and let's go over to the desk.
Here's that note. Nice look for Palantir once again today, picking up another. This is 3 years. 250 million over 3 years for another Army contract, so good look for them. On the upside as well today, XPeng, a little bit better, 1.6%. I mean, it gave back, what was it at the lows, like 20% or something like that yesterday? It was crazy. Their vice president suspended and will most likely exit the company after reports of quote-unquote corruption. And there's not much more detail than that on this, so I mean, maybe that was part of it yesterday. Maybe it wasn't. We'll probably never know.
Take it or leave it, Brendo. Li Feng under suspension at the moment. The company not really disclosing what he did, but just saying that they uphold the highest integrity and that he didn't fit within that mold yesterday. You'll recall XPeng sold off decidedly. At the time, it was being cited that the 700 deliveries that XPeng had sent to Israel had kind of scared away investors because of the new tensions in the Middle East. I don't know if I'm buying that narrative. 700 deliveries, it's not anything that great. And we know that XPeng has been trying to focus now not so much on the Chinese market, but on exports. You saw them make a big foray in Europe when Germany had that conference, or that car conference, whatever, last month. But they face possible export restrictions now as the European Union investigates their illegal subsidies, so they call it.
Yeah, obviously not a good look for the company regardless, but I mean, it's so strange. The supply chain vice president seems kind of buried as far as the overall look is for the company, but we'll see. Another one we were discussing yesterday, ARM, green again here today, back to the upside 2 days in a row. If you remember, it was the first day analysts were able to initiate coverage or announce their intentions, let's put it that way, on this stock. There's one more to add to the list here today. Daiwa Capital initiating coverage on ARM Holdings with a buy rating 63. So yeah, everyone you can think of yesterday outside of Daiwa Capital today. So more positivity possibly here, guys, for ARM.
I was just looking at, I was looking at XPEV as well because, we have, not a horrible level here of 16 bucks. I mean, yesterday, it's too bad. Yesterday we were looking at other things, but that came in right there to 15.90 and bouncing pretty good off that 16. So I think you're either going to look for that to hold again here today, but if the news is negative, it's not reflected that in the stock price. So nice little move up there for XPeng. Let's just continue to watch it. I've already talked about why I like Alibaba, the key levels there that are going to hit. I mean, to me, you're still in the middle here. You either got to take 20 or take 16, and right now it doesn't look like it wants to do anything. Yeah, what a good day for ARM. Okay, so this is the thing. What would you rather own, ARM or NVIDIA, right? Because both of these names have the same PE. If not, ARM's a little bit higher. Then ARM, I think, is now at 110 PE. And going higher at these levels, right? While NVIDIA was at 105 or 106 at current levels. So for me, I still think it's a little bit overvalued here. I don't know enough about the company to say that maybe they're better than NVIDIA or vice versa. I just know all the hype around the chipset, and ARM is in the right space. It's just, does it garnish the same PE as an NVIDIA? And it's the only name I can really compare it to because it's the only name that has a PE with this kind of growth prospects. So I look at it and say, hey, yesterday was a fantastic day, right? It really got going there. We knew that they had all these analyst upgrades come through, but still, look at this move to the downside here, right back into 53 at about noon. So it's not going to be impervious to whatever move the market winds up having. I still think you're going to want to fade a 56, and you do that until it breaks. So any kind of a move up here for ARM, including, shorting 55.80, shorting 55, the 55A is the top, 55.60, something like that until that breaks. I mean, yesterday we had some jokes on the midday show, ARM day, leg day, all this kind of stuff. But, if yesterday was that day for ARM, it still did make these moves down, Obi. And then you still do finish ARM yesterday at $54, right where it opened. Yeah. So yesterday was not a huge day for them. Should have been, was not. So why would today be? Let's just wait to see. Does it take out this 55.80? Also, I don't know about the lockup period, right? But that's going to be coming out soon as well. This name just went to market, I think it was the 14th? Yeah, September the 14th. So normally you'll have either a 60-day, 90-day lockup period, in which time this will be able to fall back in. The best part about ARM is it's holding this $51, $51, $52. So that's going to be a great price. Remember, you also are coming up to its IPO price of $56.10, where we IPO'd at. So that would be another level coming into play right now. So I feel like you want to short Obi until you stay for a couple minutes above 56. And then once you stay above there, then you have a nice base, and you can trade around that. So for me, I like ARM. I just think, down into here, a little bit better of a price. $54, something like that, rather than paying in this middle. I like to short it near 56. Let's see it break that IPO price at 56.10.
Okay, all right. So no, I like that the level on ARM there. Something to note as well, Sean. Take a look at the RVOL we're doing this pre-market.
Right.
That is significantly more than we were doing in the past couple of weeks for sure. Sure, we had the last day we did some significant RVOL in the pre-market was October 4th, and today we are doing almost 5x, 6x ish RVOL, and we're basing on top of this 55. So I think the look of staying short underneath that 56 is solid, but this 55 support in the pre-market along with that RVOL, I'm going to be curious to know what we do with that 55. If we break below, we know that 54 is right there to bring it in, and 54 definitely a great price there as yesterday's support with RVOL as well. So pre-market RVOL definitely increased on ARM today. It'll be interesting to see what we have in store on this name.
All right, a couple other things to note here. AKRO, Acaro Therapeutics. Downside in a big way here. Liver disease treatment they were working on failed in a late stage trial, so that's not good. 57.5% here for AKRO on heavy volume, so just keep that in mind today. I was looking at some of the energy names this morning, kind of flat so far, 0.5% for oil downside. But that's AKRO jumping off the page. Pepsi here. We'll touch on one earnings name this morning. Decent report across the board, beating top and bottom line. They raised their full year forecast as well. It's worth noting. The call started at 8:15. I'm actually still seeing some comments popping up from that. They went out of their way. It was kind of, Sharif and I were just talking about this. They went out of the way to actually mention that they haven't seen any negative impact yet, quote unquote, yet from these weight loss drugs.
Yeah, and you'll recall the hit piece that came on against Coke a couple of weeks ago from the Bear Cave about, the change in consumer lifestyle that's getting away from these sugary soft drinks and snacks. Look, their volume was down. I'm talking about Pepsi. Pepsi's volume was down in sales 6% in North America. So there was an effect there, but their margins made up for it because they passed on the price to the consumer. And also, Gatorade did well. So their sports drinks are actually continuing to outperform. Quaker as well did well. So the oats and the oatmeal as well performing. So, they've got some good variations there to kind of keep them afloat, Brendo.
Yeah, good to see anyways that there's still some strength in the underlying consumer market. Just seeing a downtick here overall for the market as well. NASDAQ now red as well. But overall here, guys, pretty good look for Pepsi today.
It's actually going to look because Coke's been getting hammered as well lately to the downside. I guess it's pick your poison. If it is poison, right? Sugar, remember? Which one do you want, Pepsi or Coke? Well, Pepsi comes out now today. Organic volume declined 2.5%. That's not great. That's not the number that you're looking for there. You never want any kind of volume to decline at all. They average increase in their prices by 11%. Here in Canada, for sure, we have sort of a war waged on pricing of groceries and whatnot around here. Pepsi increasing their prices by 11% during the quarter there. It seems like that did affect a little bit of demand there if they're going to get volume decline by 2.5%. I think a lot of this is baked in. As far as that Manjaro and whatever the other one, Ozempic and all that, there's still shots. You got to take these shots. You got to follow them. They're relatively expensive to continue to take them unless Medicaid or some sort of insurance is going to cover it. I kind of feel like it's great, and it's great for diabetes. They're talking about breaking back habits and things like that. So I feel like that is fantastic. But I think this is a little bit overdone, worrying that people are going to completely cut out snack foods and things like that. It'd be interesting to see where exactly their revenues are coming from, what sectors, like Sharif just mentioned, Gatorade and things like that, helping pump up some of their revenue beat there. I just feel that I don't want to worry about the stock as far as these drugs are concerned because, like I said, they're still a little tedious to take. They're still a shot, and they're still pretty expensive. So coming in for Pepsi here, I still think with a 3% dividend yield, it's not super attractive in this market. But I know Obi's going to talk about holding some key levels here. So, you're above that 161. You're trying to hold that level there. 160 is always pretty interesting. I don't like to trade names on earnings just because of this. Like we were just at 165, you drop down in here to 162. I let this thing fall in a little bit, see if we can. I mean, it's up today, so obviously the market likes it. We'll wait to see what the imbalance locator has to say. But maybe a 161, 160 OB, I could get behind that. I just, on earnings, it's too hard for me to judge which way this market wants to go, because we've had some earnings calls that have been absolutely outstanding. Yeah. And I'm sitting here like, oh, I really like that level. Then the next thing you know, you get railroaded. So I'm going to hold off on that one. And I like all those weight loss drugs and things like that. It's just, I don't know that they're the thing yet to worry about Pepsi. Pepsi is a global company all around the world. You have to be able to afford a lot of these drugs. So I get the pushback on them and what it's going to do to eventually EPS and things like that, but I just don't think we're there yet.
I think you're definitely right on this pullback being a little too overdrawn here. This is the daily chart here. I just wanted to compare some of the times that Pepsi has pulled back. Take a look at this pullback right here. This was the COVID pullback, the sell-off right there, and take a look just from that the starting of that selling to kind of where the lows were, about 30% of a pullback you can see. And if we just measure from here, kind of where this selling kind of started accelerating, that's about almost a 20% pullback right there on like, I guess, rumors or speculations that the decline or the organic sales in Pepsi are going down. But like, I don't think this type of pullback is very. It might be a little extended, is all I'm saying. And looking left here, we can see just horizontal support and resistance. It's held that 155, and then you just break it down to a shorter time frame. Yes, that 161 definitely on watch for me today. That 160, we saw how that selling came in. We talked about this a little earlier, but definitely doing some RVOL as well. Obviously, earnings and some of these prices that were printed, 166 to 162. So I'm just going to be looking for if we hold above this 160, kind of like where this buying came in and stopped, this 161 area. I think if we can hold above this, we can structure some trades potentially around that on Pepsi today. Yep.
There he is, Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets, back with us on a Tuesday to get a look at some other opportunities. We like to highlight all markets right across the globe here and spectrum of different equities that we can trade. How are you, first of all? Good to see you.
Well, good to see you as well, Brendan. I see that Neil isn't around, and he must be sulking in the misery of being a Bills fan, as I am a Cowboys fan. So it's just a bad, miserable week for both of us. But anyway, we can move on from that. I actually have a new symbol to talk about with you guys today. So last week, Novartis, which is a NYSE listed company, completed a spinoff of the Sandoz Group, and they decided to trade over the counter on our QX platform. So the Sandoz Group, symbol SDZNY. So it's a new one to take a look at. There's been a lot of activity in it over the past few days, even some pre-market activity as well today. It's trading down a little bit in the pre-market. But it's a good one to look at. It's trading at around right now. It's trading at around 27.50 with a decent amount of trading activity and volume as well too. So once again, it was Novartis completed this spinoff last week of the Sandoz Group, and its ticker SDZNY. Oh yeah, and it's also there at the top of our most active list as well too.
Right out of my mouth. I was going to start with that one this morning. A good way to, and maybe you can confirm, the primary listing here still in Switzerland for this?
Yes. So good point. So as you can see, it's a 5-letter symbol that ends in Y, which means that it is an ADR. And so yes, the primary listing is in Switzerland, and this is just an ADR that is trading over the counter. Like I said, it's on our QX platform, which is our premier marketplace here at OTC Markets Group. And so anytime that you see a 5-letter symbol that ends in Y, it means that it's an ADR it's an ADR, so it's an international company that's trading here in the U.S. So it's very similar to an ADR that you're seeing that's listed on NYSE or NASDAQ, comes down here and trades as well too.
Yeah, you mentioned it briefly there. I wanted to, every time we touch on a few of these symbols when you're on, Jeff, we always get questions after the fact on the difference between, and you mentioned it there, QX and pink. So on this list, you'll see at the top here, QX with that SDZNY. But tell us the difference here with the pink for Luckin Coffee and TCEHY.
All right, so our marketplace, we have QX, which is our premier marketplace. Then we also have QB, which is like our ventures marketplace, pink, and then down from there. And so on our QX and QB platforms, right, those are our tiers where companies have to meet certain qualifications and certain guidelines in order to qualify for those platforms, and in return they also get some benefits like their blue skied in almost all of the states here in the U.S. And so it really helps an issuer kind of showcase their company, right? And so that's the main purpose for the QX platform. Not to say that a pink company doesn't isn't good, right? It's just we're not in that game. But QX and QB platform, that means that they have gone through guidelines and method criteria to be to get that listing or that tier.
All right, a few other names on here that are commonly found on the most active list, moving around, I'm sure, once again this morning. As I mentioned, Luckin on here. I see GBTC as well. Anything else catching your eye so far today?
Yeah, I mean, GBTC is trading right around where it closed yesterday. A couple bids and offers out there, right around 20.50. ETHE, another one that we always talk about. Both of those are the grayscale products. And then, as you can see on this list, right, basically all of the names, on that list are ADRs of companies that are listed elsewhere internationally, but trade over the counter here in the U.S. So it's a great place to it's a great spot to basically continue trading some of these names that you're trading, whether you're here or over in Europe or wherever you are in the world. It's a great way for you to trade these names during U.S. hours.
Yeah, and it's a good place to start. And I've told people even on our floor this as well. When you come in the morning, anything that is listed over in Europe or even over in Asia, it's a good place to start, as the ADR will give you an idea of what's happening, maybe if there's a news catalyst, if there's a move somewhere else on a different exchange, right from this list. Great stuff. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. Great to see you as always.
Thanks, Brendan.
What's up, Jeffrey over there? Looking good as per usual. The big story for me always in the OTC market is like the resurgence of, and we were just talking about it, Luckin Coffee. Like this name right here, looking to break out. You want to talk about it from a day trading side of things. Luckin Coffee right now, forget about Alibaba and all those other names there on the big NYSE board. Look at Luckin Coffee over here on OTC Markets, man. Looking to break through 37 bucks. Great little hold of 32 back at the 50-period moving average. Now looking higher, they have that alcohol-infused matcha drink or whatever it was there that really took off. And I think that was from down in here. This is a story over the summer. Huge move back up and looking to take it out right now. So yeah, I like Luckin Coffee, and a good little bit of education there by Jeff about the different QX markets and so on and so forth there that you want to look for, ADRs and so on and so forth. These are no longer stocks that people say penny stocks or things like that. These are big names with big market caps right now. Adidas over here, Roche, a lot of the Chinese ADRs like we just mentioned, some marijuana companies as well over listed on the OTC market. So yeah, lots of action over here. Have you ever traded pink sheets or anything?
Yeah, I've dabbled in pinks every now and then, but nothing too crazy. I still don't really, I guess. I think the executions are kind of a little different I think you can get stuck one way or another if you're not getting filled. That's what I've heard.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely something I have to learn. But no, buy and hold.
Yeah, and
That's what
you
I've
were
done
surprised
before.
about Luckin Coffee, how much volume it does.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at just yesterday. That's crazy. It averaged 3 to 4 RVol all day. Definitely unusual volume coming in yesterday. And I think we were talking about again, Luckin Coffee is a Chinese name, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It is.
We were talking about how they had a 1 week holiday last week. And this week we're going to be looking for volume to kind of come back into some of these names, and we've already seen a little bit of a potential front run there yesterday.
All right, let's go back over to the desk and start reviewing our watch list.
Just quickly, Joby Aviation, JOBY, just jumped off a cliff a little bit, down to $6 right now. Kerrisdale Capital short on JOBY, so big move down for that one. Yeah, let's get into everything else you need to know here this morning as we head towards the open. Shreve's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
Yeah, 43.68, Brendo, is where we closed out yesterday. Let's have a look here, guys. This is an area we have been familiar with before. September 29th is where we crested out right at that area, so no surprise we closed there. Keep an eye out for that 43.68, 43.70-ish area as an area of support. 43.81, the overnight high. Look for that as an area of resistance. If we get above it, this could be another day in October. But this is the downward trend line, Brendo, that we've been dealing with since mid-September. It has been broken decidedly now after that October 6th bounce after the non-farm payrolls.
All right, let's get into what you need to know as far as individual names are concerned. If you haven't yet, make sure you grab that. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then that comes right to your inbox every single day for free. Just seeing this AKRO going again as well. Heads up on that. Yeah, let's start things off with some of these Chinese ADRs back to the upside once again this morning. There was some late session strength in individual names here yesterday. That seems to be continuing a little bit. Bloomberg reporting that Chinese officials, same old here, considering new stimulus, something we've heard many times.
Yeah, and going to go into a budget deficit to do it. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, these ADRs are heavily influenced by the stimulus coming out of the Chinese government. Keep your eye on the EV names because they absolutely got shellacked yesterday, headed by XPEV, which was, I think, down at 15% at its lows, but we'll keep an eye on them today.
Yeah, individual catalysts, obviously. JD here, not really doing much as far as movement, but I mean, all of these kind of looking the same. Big gap to the upside and just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, I wrote down here on the sticky note that we look at Alibaba. I mean, it's a Chinese ADR that I'll normally look at trading. It's coming up to this 86.50. Like I said, I just feel like if Chinese stimulus is going to kick in, then maybe there might be some mysterious trading happening in some of these names. So let's just wait to see if it can hold up. The market, I mean, notice there's absolutely nothing happening right now at all in Alibaba, which is kind of strange. Like, it made the move up and just has hung out here with really no volume at all here in the pre-market. So maybe this is not the break that I'm hoping for it to be. But if we do get through this 86.50, I'd rather wait for it to break it and then maybe come back and try to hold it than play off maybe an 86 bottom, because it seems like for right now, like the spread is 30 cents with no volume. So it's very hard to be able to figure out where, I mean, the volume is 800,000, but that's not, you can see by here, by the ticks here, that we're actually not doing anything. If you sort of blow this out there, this is like, in the last 4 or 5 minutes, we've had about, I don't know, 2,000 shares, maybe not even, all divided up in there. So it's very light trading here, but I'm looking at that 86.50, and I just think that if stimulus is going to hit this name, well, then why not hit it right now today and start to buy up all these Chinese ADRs? And I'm talking about, you know, Chinese buy programs or whatnot that have come in here. If you really wanted to think that there was going to be a AMD said on Tuesday plans to buy artificial intelligence startup called Node.ai. Okay, I was reading something about them stepping into this space as well, so we can have a look to see if anything's happening with AMD. But FXI is China big cap ETF. So if you really thought that China was about to ramp up their stimulus and that you think that the Chinese weakness is maybe overdone a little bit, down here to 25 bottom, 25.50, well, the FXI is what you want to buy. Yo!
Yo, what's going on, Randy?
How's it going, Randy, man? There it is. I'm okay for today. I got to get some blood work going on here today. I have a physical. No. It's because I'm getting old there, my guy. Yeah, so I got to do that. So I'm pounding back the water. So right after this, I go and get a vial out of me, and then we'll see.
Afternoon coffee.
Yeah, big time afternoon coffee. But thank you so much for asking. But I am drinking this lovely Trader TV Live water bottle right here. Anyways, okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Nice cup. Yeah, when you get 40 years old, you got to have these physicals, you know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think to stay healthy, you got to get one at least every year.
I've got
kids.
I've got 3 kids here, you know, so trying to do that. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm disclosing, like, I'm not having, like, major surgery or anything like that. And I just scheduled it, when we're off the air, so I'll come back and be all good and start pounding back the coffees later on. But FXI, I think if you're going to look at something, we've had a $30 top. You know, if the swell is sort of done here, you could trade this against everything else. So watch out for FXI, maybe as a swing trade here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm watching some of these the EV names as well. When it comes to Chinese ADRs, we got LI and NIO as well. Kind of this 34 seems pretty interesting to me. This 34 level, a bit of an over/under. You can see how the defense was there over the past week. That 34 holds extremely well, and then when you do finally break, kwadunk. So, and the fact that we're kind of back above that 34 is very interesting to me on LI Auto. NEO as well. NEO kind of holding in a similar fashion right there, just at that 850. We got below that 850 and it's kind of selling off. But a little distinct difference between LI and NIO today is that LI actually got back up above that 34, and NEO is still kind of down here, struggling to kind of get back up there. So I think that might be a little interesting.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here. Nothing significant as far as news is concerned. We were just reading a pretty cool note suggesting that anyone with an iPhone 15 has that new action button on it. People have started to program that action button to unlock their Tesla. It's kind of useful. UBS and what was the other one? UBS and somebody else with a positive note this morning on Tesla too.
Yeah, maintaining neutral there for UBS. I guess they're not very excited about the CapEx expenditures in the face of declining margins, something we've talked often about here on the desk. But to build on what Brendo was saying, this new action button that comes on the iPhone 15, yes, they've now deleted the mute button, that little flick switch that you could make it vibrate and then it goes back to whatever noise. Now you can actually open your Tesla with it, so not a bad luck.
Yeah, you can assign to that button whatever you want it to do, and I guess a lot of people are using it for that, which is cool. Just seeing Tesla to build housing for supercomputer at its Austin property. That's from the information as well.
Supercomputer.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I mean,
that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I didn't know. It's the first time hearing about that. On Tesla, but I think we were talking about that 260 on Tesla, right, Sean? We've been kind of struggling to get past it over the past couple of weeks. There, we did finally get back above. Can't really. There's no real follow through there as the 262 kind of acting as that resistance. We saw a little wick lick grab right there as well. Can't really get back above that 262. I think that's going to be very interesting, and I see that 252 little bit of a over under support resistance level right there at that 252 as well. So maybe we're locked in this bit of a range, and that the break of this structure right here could be very telling there, Sean. So that's all I got on Tesla, but definitely on watch, as it is a name that's in play almost every day.
Yep, I remember you and I were talking about that the other day there. So UBS reduces its price from 266 to 266 from 290. Jefferies also lowers its target to 250 from 265. So a couple of downgrades today on the price targets for Tesla, hence why it's down that 0.62. I think that's a cool story about the button, but honestly, for Tesla, is what it is, right? I mean, I don't think it's a big needle changer.
It's not going to move the stonk.
Well, the thing is that if you can program it for Tesla, you can program it for any car that has the same modules, right? Like, it's not like, that's a good idea. It's not like you can program it for your beat up Toyota Camry or anything like that, but you could probably, did someone just say watch it? No, someone in the chat said that example, so I sort of stole that from them. Right there, like, can it unlock my Camry? No, I think it's cool, man. I would love that. You know, just flick a button, your car's open. I mean, I wonder if that opens up a lot of other opportunities for ill-advised people opening up your vehicle. But either way, this 257 possibly holding one more time. If you're looking at a little bit of a bigger time frame here, so will I. Yeah, that 262, I mean, today that's the short. So that's the short through there, up until there, because you haven't broken it. If you really want to look at some of these wicks, I'll have to study them because I don't think that we really got up to 264, but you can look at that. 262 coming into play there. And you're kind of in the middle. There's really no support here until you get back into 254, 252. So again, you're kind of in the middle. Tesla, not super exciting to me. The only thing is, when I've marked it down, when I'm asking myself, I need to find stocks to short. I need to find stocks to short. At least I know right now that Tesla is starting the day off in the red. So, you know, maybe we do have some reasons to short Tesla today, including those downgrades. Let's just wait to see where we go from here. But I'm not too interested until that 262 mark that OB brought our attention to.
Let's talk about Meta. Again, same story. Some analysts with some opinions here after, what is it, 1, 2, 3 days in a row to the upside here, coming off that Quest event last week with the, I still think the coolest thing to come out of that was the Ray-Ban, the sunglasses. A little creepy. We'll see.
I'm buying them, so whatever. No, but in all seriousness, Meta waited to a week after its Connect conference to release the new advertising, the Meta's generative AI tools for ads. So this is going to be interesting because this is how they make the majority of their money. You'll be able to adjust images and text within ads, test different variations, find the right fit for every advertisement, they say, Brendo. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out in reality.
Yeah, Wells Fargo still says overweight on Meta, guys.
Yeah, of course. I think Meta's a very, very super strong company, man. I mean, I really like the way this company's looking right now, including, you know, the cash they have on hand. These guys print every single day, and if they have a generative AI that's going to help them with. I just wanted to see what the 52-week or the past high was there, 312. Like, we're really, really close. We did this work yesterday on how close we were. Meta, before their huge drop, I mean, here is a weekly chart for Meta right now. You know, its high was 380, but this is before it got chopped into half. Its recent high that we're comparing a lot of names to is right up here at 326. You know, so like Sharif just mentioned there, after the Meta Connect, Meta Quest, all the way to the upside right now, it's been super strong. I mean, these are weekly charts. Like, we have what, one red week here in the last few there. Go over to a daily chart right now on Meta and just look at the strength that this name has had, holding off of this 300, now trying to break above. I always look at key levels, and 320 is a pretty good one, and I'm not too worried about it running into 325, because if we get a 320 long, I'll take 325 all day off of that. So that would be a nice move to the upside. You broke above right here, this 312, 313. Huge moves over the last couple days. Definitely extending out this candle right there back in. So if we get anything here, I don't think we're going to get anything down to 315 or anything like that, but I like this break of 320. Even if you look at it from yesterday, we have a couple bad wicks here yesterday, but we bounced its head a couple times off there. I'm looking to say that yesterday we had this explosion in the market from that bottom kind of out of nowhere. A lot of stocks at the top got exhausted. We actually shorted Meta. My best trade was AMD short early on. My best trade of the afternoon was obvious. It was this Meta short at 320. And sure, it did pull back down to 317.50. And we're happy for that because we're able to take a lot of advantage right there yesterday. But today's a new day. Market's positive, Meta's positive, and it's ready to take this 320. So for me, it's Meta, it's 320, it's on the sticky note, and it's a level that I love. I just don't know if we want to punch it first thing. Like, when this rallies, we only have 15 minutes now, and it takes out 320 first thing, it can drop back in $1 or $2. So I think you got to watch out for that level. I'll feel bad missing it, but it's up on my screen, and I want to make sure that we hit Meta 320. It's just a matter of share size, and that's going to be based on time of day. I'd rather hit it like at 940, 935. Not right away, Obi. I just feel like it could dance around that level because yesterday it was such great resistance.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that 320 kind of being key. We saw sellers kind of step in, but the buying pressure has been building up into that 320 level. So that 320, a little bit of a pivot. And something else of note, we talked about how well that 300 was defended over the past couple of weeks, and we've only been trending up. So you make a consolidation base with a solid, crazy type of defense there every single day. That 300 prints. I remember this day as well. Zucky opens his mouth at that conference, and Meta quadruples to the downside, almost 10 points, and then rips right back up. A nice lick grab underneath that 300 point mark, and we're only trending up from there. So I think this consolidation base and that continuation that we're seeing is a pretty solid price action to structure potential trades off of, and that 320 definitely going to be interesting. Looking left, what is the next level? 324, 326, and we got some highs all the way up here at 330. So that's definitely going to be an interesting look. Definitely poised to push to the upside here on Meta today.
All right, we were just talking about Rivian here, up 3%, coming off a huge move down, obviously, last week. So perspective is key here. We're just back to this low, once again, 1950. But not one, but two. UBS, one of them. Needham coming out as well, reiterating their buy on Rivian. But nice note here from UBS on an upgrade.
Yeah, Analyst Joseph Spack from UBS upgrading this one to buy from hold, but reducing the price target from 26 to 24. This comes after the $1.5 billion capital raise that came in October 5th. Spack saying he wasn't surprised that Rivian was burning a lot of cash. Brendo and I talking off camera that they were losing about $33,000 per car that they make. This is for a number of reasons. They don't outsource the parts that they include in the cars. They make everything internally, or most things internally. In addition to that, their uncompromising nature about how they build these cars. They want them to be sports-like and SUV-like with no compromise. So that costs a lot of money to make.
Yeah, so the note essentially saying it shouldn't be at the bottom of the range. It should be at the top of the range, and everything will be fine for Rivian. But regardless, 3% here, guys, today.
I like this. Yeah. I like this catalyst. I mean, I think upgrades are a good catalyst. I think especially because of what Brendan and Sharif are talking about there. You've already made quite a dramatic move to the downside here for Rivian. And it came into levels that I was like, yeah, maybe we'll buy down here. We haven't pulled the trigger on Rivian. I don't like that number of losing $33,000 every single car they produce. It's a lot better than the $338,000 that Lucid loses every single car that they produce. It's amazing. Who would have thought that you could garner equity from people to bolster your stock price when you're running a business that is losing so dramatically every single thing that you produce? That is unbelievable upside down economics, but that's the stock market, and you pay for future growth. Yeah. So does Rivian have it in its pipeline? Yes, they do. They can produce cars. They are producing cars. They are selling cars. This is potentially, and again, they only have the R1T, so I don't think it's like a Tesla killer or anything like that. But for right now, they're out there. I've heard good things about Rivian cars. Now that you're getting, or trucks, now that you're getting upgrades here, I wrote it down as a stock to watch. And why not? You're up to that magical level one more time. $20, right? Yesterday, kind of back and forth a little bit. Didn't do too much into the close. Actually, 19 would be fantastic if you get a little bit of a dump down in the stock market, especially off the open. We've seen that happen a little bit, especially with names that are in play. Back down into $19. That would be a great long, and then you give it to some of those like 1860 areas, maybe where we closed yesterday. But here's $20 coming into play. Didn't mean anything on the way down, so I'm not super in love with it on the way back up. But if this name can get going, interesting thing about Rivian, of course, is its short float out at 13.13%. Yep, 13.13 right there. So lucky number both ways. There, Obi. So let's wait to see what happens with Rivian. Possible short float squeeze to the upside. But again, the shorts have won over the last couple days, as you can see. Yep. So maybe some exhaustion candles now. You could get a rally as some of the shorts look to cover.
Yeah, definitely. That 20 level, just looking left right here, a bit of a base where sellers really got aggressive over here in and around this 23, 24 off of this lower high. This 25 rejection is probably much nicer because that kind of looked like it was going to continue past this mark, kind of fails to follow through past that 25, and then you get that strong quadunk. But take a look at this, some nice R-vol off of that selling, and it stops right here, 1735s and a base on top of 18, higher lows, so potential for higher lows, as Sean pointed out right here, 1850s could be a potential area where you can look for liquidity to come in, and if it's there, maybe structure something around there. But definitely with the limited information that's been printed on the chart, we are making higher lows holding this 18 level after a nice strong sell-off over the past couple of weeks there on Rivian. So maybe that 20 level, if that does come in, I think it does have space to move up all the way up into this 21, 22 area if we can get past this 20 there.
All right, here's Palantir, 3 days in a row here now to the upside. I mean, there's a couple of little ones down there as well that were green as well, but another 250, as we mentioned, if you're with us early on, 250 million over 3 years for another Army contract coming through for PLTR, still on a nice bounce here off that low.
Yeah, it was up big yesterday off, sadly, the new conflict in the Middle East, a lot of connections between Palantir and Israel, so they're probably going to generate some more money off there. But yeah, this $250 million Army contract is supposed to help with AI, machine learning, and capabilities for combatant commands, armed services, and the intelligence community and special forces as well. They're saying, they're very honored to get another government contract. But this is the thing with Palantir. We've been looking for them to diversify into the commercial space and not rely so much on government contracts. But this is just another one of, their old tricks.
Going back to, just double checking, kathysark.com. Going back to last week, you remember, was the last time she was picking up some PLTR. I can't see the date right now, but it was 1.4 million. Yeah, maybe she can let us know. It was 1.4 million, I think, was the amount that she was buying up there for Palantir guys last week, but nothing since.
I actually have a negative feeling about Palantir whenever they announce contracts. I mean, me and Neil have sat here a couple times, and it's been, all right, we're up 3 or 4%, new contract, let's go. But Sharif hit the nail on the head. They have many government contracts. Yeah. And the thing about that is they're not super lucrative. They're just consistent, steady, which is why Alex Karp and friends have come out and said that they are now going to be positive moving forward, as and adding on, because their fixed costs are what they are. They've already built Foundry. They would just love to get some more commercial businesses, so on and so forth, rather than some of these government contracts. But another one with the Army, it's going to be a nice deal there. We've talked about it a couple times here, what's been happening in this world. We've talked about immigration, defense, spending, all this kind of stuff. Do you think defense spending is going up or down? Yeah, forever going up, I would think, right? Palantir in the right space. You just mentioned there, we took out yesterday's high. That didn't even come into play here this morning. 1780, nice move up, 2.5%. I'm looking to take out this pre-market high because of what we saw yesterday. So the close from Thursday, yesterday was Monday. The close from Friday, right there, 1664. That was also a little bit of pre-market wick. When they took that out, we just continued to rip pretty much all morning, and then finally topped out at 1030, then headed to the downside, and then we hit the 200 period, in which it was respected and bought up right into the close, closing at 1760. So I don't want to get too excited about it. It's obviously well up, greater than the market. It doesn't have, unless I check again, its short float was, I thought it was single digits, but let me just double check that, because that would, so still only 8.5% on the short side of things here. So right there, not enough reason for me to get this name excited for that. But I still think we break the top, and I'd like to take that. We just wicked higher at 818. I kind of like this level right here of 815. Let's see an 815 break real early. It's not on the imbalance locator as anything say, well, now it is, okay. When we had it up before, it was about 180,000. So you've doubled that up, 450,000 on the imbalance locator. More buys than sells today in decent companies. Palantir, Coke right there, AT&T's always there as well. Ooh, space, where's Neil? We need to talk to him about that one on the downside. Also some oil names catching a little bit of a bid. XOM, you had your day to get this at what, 107? The bottom there for XOM, yeah, now wow. XOM already taking the 50-period moving average. But yeah, I like Palantir, and I think we could take Palantir on a break of that 1815, and we'll probably take it small to begin with, and then we'll see if we get any love. VWAP is at 18, the 200 periods down here at 1790. I feel like you want to go long in front of all these numbers.
Yeah, I remember watching. I think it was an interview with the Palantir CEO.
Alex Karp.
They said, or he said he wasn't necessarily focused on currently making money. He's more focused on the longer term picture of this company, of his business. He wants to create a strong base, and I think you're absolutely right. They have that consistency. They have that. They're not making too much money, but they're building that base of those deals, and I think that's a great business model in the long term. And yeah, definitely that hold of yesterday's high is very peculiar to me as well, where you have that strength with that volume as like a second day continuation of this bounce off of this 15 area, and coming in today, we break past this high from yesterday, and the pre-market consolidation is above this level. So now this price, 1780, has shown that it's resistance and support in the pre-market. So that 1780 definitely going to be key watch for me today. If we're going to continue above, I want to see some defense on that 1780 to prove itself going forward on Palantir. But yeah, overall picture on this business is definitely solid.
All right, a few analyst moves, didn't get to it early on this morning, but there you go, upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. We mentioned ARM early on, more today after what happened yesterday. DLTR on there as well to the upside. Juniper, Nextera, Coinbase downside today, and Corning.
Yeah, I talked to Crypto Burb yesterday, actually, Adrian Zadunchuk, on our show, the recap show. What a great talk that was yesterday. This guy he was talking about Fulcrum. If anybody knows anything about the Fulcrum token, he was talking about that as well. Make sure you join me every single day after hours. And I asked him about Coinbase. He didn't really have too much opinion on it. So downside move there for Coinbase, but not really. It was negative on our board there. Now you're positive on it, not really moving around. I still wait for this to get into this area here, 82, 83. We've talked about ARM already on the upgrade. I think a lot of those names we've talked about. Not doing much at all right here for ARM. We've talked about where we like this. I like it back down here to 52, 53, and possible dip buying into 54 close yesterday. But again, we're well up on this name. More upgrades coming for ARM. We like that. And then the name that we just talked about on that list as well, Rivian. Let's see if this can pull back into 19, maybe yesterday's close of 1880, something like that, for a nice little dip buy opportunity in Rivian.
Yeah, I just pulled up a coin. I haven't really looked at it in the past few days, but that 80 mark, Sean, Take a look at this. Over, what is this, just in September, right? Right here, sellers come in pretty aggressively off the 80. We hold 70, we bid back up into 80. Sellers come in pretty hard off the 80. And then we bid back, we hold 70, we bid back up, and take a look at where we are. We're right there by the 80. So maybe potential for those sellers to kind of come back in, or we break above that level, that 80 looking like a little bit of an over-under. Take a look at that support, turn to resistance. Just saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I just chugged the water there, and then I heard that and didn't want to. Pretty proud of myself not to spit that up there. So, yeah, let's wait to see if we get anything there on Coinbase. I really like that level. Good morning to everybody that's in the chat. We're here with Obi today. Neil will be back tomorrow as vacation time hitting around right now. It was just I was going to say, it's just U.S. Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving. What is, first of all, we only have 2 minutes. U.S. Thanksgiving, what date is that this year?
Next
2023,
23rd,
November 23rd, okay. I got to book some time off for that. I love watching, wow. Yay sports, right, Obi? But I like the that day for all the football that's there. So, okay, what do I have bidding so far? I have Palantir bids. I have Rivian bids. That's it. What else do I have looking at? What else do I have? What else am I looking at? I'm also looking at Google taking out its 52-week high. Look at that nice move up there for Google. There must have been some imbalances coming through on Google right there. I looked at them with the NASDAQ. I don't see anything. NutX is on here. I don't really see anything else. There was some decent runners today, actually, that I noticed here today. I know Nimit and a few of you in the chat want to look at, what was it? SMCX? Hold on a second. I'm going to find it. SMX. So SMX today. Security matters. Well, I don't know exactly what these guys do. They've entered into an agreement to acquire an additional 7.75 equity stake in True Gold Consortium, increasing common share to 51.9%. Traceability, verification, and certification technology. True Gold. Right now. So SMX getting involved over there. Huge move up for SMX today. If you're going to have a quick look at this, there's only 30 seconds to go right now. We'll hit that countdown. But $4 seems to be a nice spot. 480 to the top side of SMX. I'm looking, though, at Google right now coming through. That looks like that's going to take that out. So I do have that order ready to go as well. It'll be a Dara on the bell here with only 8 seconds to go right now. Make sure you scan that for surge trading. Let's go over to the bell quickly. Fabian, hello. Fabian. Oh, Fabian distracted by Ramin there. That's pretty sweet. All right, Palantir now starting to go back up to the upside. Here we go, man. We're long at 1797 right now. So Palantir going whoosh down to the downside right now. We said we would watch out for this level coming into play. Wow. See, this is the problem when you put out bids. Remember we talked about that? Sometimes you can get hit. 1760 yesterday's close on Palantir.
Yep.
I'm just in it. I may get out a little bit here. I took some out there at 88s just because we've seen disaster strike when I'm in something way too early here again. But we'll take some Palantir. We're going to watch out for yesterday's close 1760. Probably average in one more time, but if it breaks that, then we're out of PLTR, guys. Here it comes in right now, actually.
Yeah, I'm not like we said yesterday. I want to play a similar kind of mindset as yesterday. I want to wait for some structure to form and then react to whatever price action wants to do with that structure. So we got a bit of a sell-off off that 129 right there on Amazon, that 433 as well on the SPY, kind of a bit of a resistance area above that 433. Let's see whether that comes in. We have a little bit of a pre-market trend here on the SPY, pulling into the open. That 432 holds. We kind of grind back up. I'm watching ES and NQ as well. A nice consolidation base here on the ES right here, 4368-ish or 4366, kind of a double bottom right there. And we have these tops at 4380. So that's the structure I'm seeing on the ES. We are pulling back quite significantly off of that 129. Some of the levels I have today kind of interesting. 127 on Amazon there, 130 as well on the SPY. Let's see if those levels kind of hold as some support. I'm watching NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA blasting to the upside. NVIDIA about to break its pre-market consolidation highs as well. Softy to the downside. We talked about that 330 area. That's something else that I'm waiting for. 330 kind of an important area for me on Softy. If the chart will just load, take a look at that. But yeah, strong strength for the past couple of days pushing into that 330. But as you guys can see, I got that line on the chart. 327 is definitely an area of interest as well. We got that kind of consolidation yesterday and the day before. End-of-day consolidation holds that as support. So let's see if the 330 is still acting as a resistance or it comes down to 326 and that's going to act as support. So let's see whether or not either of those cases kind of come into fruition. That 129 staying a little bit heavy. I did kind of queue up for the short 128.60s, but definitely missed that. This bit of an uptrend on the SPYs has me leaning a little bit to the long there. As take a look at the NQ as well, bouncing strongly off of that 1517, kind of an area we were watching yesterday as well, holding as a low on the NQs, that 1517 area, pushing back through that 15.2. So I'm getting a bit of a chop and a churn right here popping back up into 128.60s. This is what I mean. If you're getting short right there, you better be quick because that 128 comes in real hot and we bid right back up to those same prices. So this is why I like to wait a little bit depending on what kind of pre-market action I've been seeing. Take a look at Apple right there. Apple blasting to the upside right there. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple is pushing up towards pre-market highs as well. That 180, we talked about that 180 kind of being an interesting level. Of course, that base support resistance on 174 holding on Apple there, Sean.
We are long everything. We're long Palantir, Apple, and Google. Nice little trade on Palantir, long 81s right now. Let's see if it can continue to go. Apple's falling down. What's up, B?
Mo extending gains from yesterday as well. Not seeing anything new on Mo, but a nice pop.
The only thing that's not popping right now is Apple. Apple took out that 79 there. We got a little bit bamboozled there. Shout out to my guy over there, the professor. That is one of his words. So, you know, unlike my other colleague Neil there, we'll have to give credit to the bamboozlement of Sharif over there. Okay, 178. Shout out to Neil. He'll be here tomorrow coming through. I'm not going to hold this too much through. When I saw on Apple, yeah, too much through this 50 level there on Apple. So how many shares do I have? Whoa, okay, maybe a little bit too many. All right, let's just go offer that out. We'll get out of 2/3 of it. If it does break down through 178.55, it does not look like it wants to work right now. The long was in charge a little bit. Let's see if we can still hold it out. Palantir, okay, so a position that we have on board right now. Palantir went up into the 90s, and we were able to clear some of that out right there. We did get that bottom pick of 1760. We got 1770s, waiting for that 1760 to break. On the way back up, we were able to get some out, but still not super exciting right there for me on Palantir. There goes Apple. Apple breaks a little bit lower there, but it was just temporary. Let's try it one more time there on Apple just to see if that break was something that we have to be worried about or not. But that's right there, the 200 period. Just bounced off that at 45, so we can give that a little bit more love. Google, good take there, long 72, out 139, out 138.90. So 30 cents there, 20 cents there, and now this is pulling back in. So I feel like Obi, we're gonna have to sort of get our inner Obi here and wait and see if there's any sort of patient game here in the long run here. We're gonna put some offers there. There we go, we'll take some 86s here on Palantir, wait for Google, and see if Apple wants to go as well.
Yeah, I got a little short there on that pop back through those levels. We talked about that 120, 128.60s. Again, kind of price action showing that this may be a decision price, but I gotta stay a little patient for that price to really show me that if whether it wants to be heavy or not. That pull back through that 15.2 on the NQs definitely looking a little bit heavy. ES also pushes back up to that range high, that 43.80, and kind of does a little bit of a pullback as well. 433 gets a little clocked there. We said that 433 just above that, a little bit of resistance, pre-market resistance as well. And yeah, kind of looking a little bit heavy there. And yeah, so we did get short. Not the best prices there. I did kind of hesitate a bit in the 70s and 80s right there. Much better prices in my opinion, but we are kind of chopping and churning in and around this 128.5. So let's see where we go from here. Take a look at the NQ, Sean.
Yep.
Kwadunk all the way back down to that 15.17. That's pretty interesting. Definitely a little bit of tailwind there, but Amazon seems to be catching more of a bid right now. So.
Yeah, we're doing the only stock that's doing quite well. By the way, we got stopped out. I mean, Apple will just slap a fail on it. We tried to withstand this move down, and it just didn't work out for us. Apple, we talked about that earlier on in the day, right? Where Apple was weaker against the market. It did fall into the 200 period. We did like that 179 break. I probably would take that again, to be honest with you, breaking through there. When you saw the market starting to take out VWAP, starting to take out 15.2, to me that was like it's go time here on Apple, but apparently it was not. Okay, so here comes Palantir, man. Nice little move back up. We didn't take anything out yet at O's, so let's do it right there. So here's the move up in Palantir. And again, today, what a difference a day makes, right? We were very, very patient today, waited to get some bottoms, which is why we can call now Palantir a well-traded up stock for us here. So there it goes. Let's go, Palantir. We're getting some out at 3s, or are we? Did we not get filled at 3s yet? No, we did not. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Okay. Wow. 11s, 12s. Okay, Palantir. Someone just wiped that up. So shout out to, finally, man. We talked about this at Thanksgiving. Nice to see you again, Kathy. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside here as she just wipes that bid, I'm pretty sure, or that ask there. It just went to 18.12. Someone got excited. They're buying it through 18. So let's just do this, man. It's 40 cents in the money. It's a big one. We've made back more on Palantir here. Well, we got to hopefully made back if this keeps up here than that Apple mistake. And then after that, man, we've already gotten some out on Google up here at 139. Let's just slow down, see if this can go. Oh, end phase is all the way up to 122. Wow, that's a good call there, Reliable Rudy. Yeah, wow. Because wasn't that bottomed out there at like 113, something like that? Yeah, 110, 113 there for end phase. Nice move back up there for ENPH. Another name that I've really liked but not gotten into. End phase, Alibaba, Meta, Apple. Are you in anything yet there? You got short Amazon.
Yeah,
so.
I got a little shorter as well. Yeah, the SPY's pulling back a little bit here. So if Amazon wants to bid up a few pennies, I'm going to stay a little bit wary on that. But yeah, if we kind of blast through this level, I definitely will be wrong on this. Got to stay as nimble as possible, right, Sean? But that 129, I do like kind of interacting at this level. Sure, I was a little early there on the name, but if we do start to hold and take up, I will definitely be piecing out of this position. But that 129, definitely an interesting area for me. I am being a little bit aggressive here, but I think I got a little room to work with. As I think we talked about this. I'm more of like, I like to kind of piece into certain types of trades, and you know, we're not perfect. We're not going to get the perfect entry on the first try. So we kind of I like to build that average in to the price action if it's going to be there. But that's something I guess I'm working on. It's a work in progress. Still got to get good at it. But that 129 acting as a little bit of a struggle here. That 15.2 is holding, which is pretty interesting as well to me. So yeah, that's all I got on board right now. I know Pepsi is moving around as well. We had that name on watch. Let's take a look at what Pepsi is up to right now.
Quickly, let's go to Brendan. We'll come back.
Sure.
Just looking at Billy, guys. Not seeing anything specific on that, but barely a red candle. Billy better than the rest right now.
Up Stream Deck again, so this thing will start to work. All right, thanks, Brendo. I was actually looking at Alibaba, and Alibaba, I mean, I'm already into a few things here, including obviously Palantir, which is now at 1810. Wow. Good, or sorry, yeah, 1810. Billy, okay, so Alibaba was this 8650 right now as well. So you got a good one there? Let's go over and see what you're talking about.
No, I said I got to have more on those pops through that 129.
Oh, I got long on Palantir.
But yeah, those pullbacks are pretty decent there. Take a look at the SPY, really coming in real hot there, back into some of these pre-market levels, and then that 129, a bit of a failure to follow through for that 129. As of right now, we could still kind of bid back up. You know what I mean? It's all about kind of staying on your feet here. This price action, again, first 15-minute candle about to print in about 4 minutes, 5 minutes right there. Actually, 4 minutes. So yeah, the opening range candle is about to print. That'll be definitely an interesting look. We're holding that 15.2. I'm watching that being wary as well. That 433 on SPY as well. So if we blast through that 129, I will definitely be getting out of this. But yeah, we'll give it a little bit of room until it kind of consolidates here. Softy looking super heavy, Sean. That 330 resistance we were talking about coming into play as we speak as well.
Yeah, that's really, I was looking at my price of Palantir. I was like, what? Why do I have this crazy price? It's because we got out and then all of a sudden we got back in on that pre-market high break that we talked about. So let's get a little bit more out here. Wow, now we're at 20. Okay, we'll take something out. Obviously, we want to see this name run, right? And so if Palantir can continue to go to the upside, we should be able to hold it. But at the same time, we want to be able to, you know, get out when we do start to rip up there. So that was 18.20. This has come into play before. more upside there. Some of these wicks, that's 1821 back here on the daily, all the way back into July. So hopefully that will continue its march a little bit higher there. Apple's kind of held out okay down here at 178 as we continue to watch Google. I just bought some more at 60s. Darn it. There it comes back in. We didn't take anything out as it started to rip up there for us on that buy up to 78. So we're going to have to watch out for Google. Some of these names right now, the market's up for sure, up 0.18. That's good. I don't really know why we're not rallying even more than this on some of these names that we have on board. What about Meta? Meta's at 320 right now. This was a key level for me to look at there, 320.35. Maybe that kind of a break. But again, if we're not getting any push through here on Google, we're not getting any push through, well, we are getting it on Palantir, but still just at pre-market levels again. We're lucky enough to get this tick on Palantir, or else it would have been a little bit of a problem for us. But it wasn't, so we were able to get it back in, make some money on PLTR, obviously. The only name that we're going to be down on is Apple, as here goes nice trade again on Google, buying the dips. Right? We didn't get that ultimate dip down there, but let's just take some out as we continue to go up. We still are looking for a 139 break on this as well. We're actually waiting for 139.17, which is the 52-week high, which we basically got to. We got to 139.07. So a little more aggressive on that, and we'll see about a long here, extended long on Google. Rivian was another name, Obi, that we were looking at earlier. Okay, now Google's starting to go, which is really nice. Rivian what? What was I bidding on Rivian? I was bidding 19 something. That's too bad. We should have got long there on Rivian. I think we were like 1905 or something like that. So we just missed a 19 bid here off the 200. Let's put something else back in on Rivian in case it comes back. I actually really like that trade. So.
Yeah, this volatility is pretty crazy here. So as Amazon decides to bid up and blow past this 129, we're still holding some of these levels on the futures right there. ES and NQ not really getting too far, and the SPY still holding that 433 as well. Kind of that consolidation happening. So yeah, we'll give this a little bit of room there. Again, gonna stick with the idea until it really proves to me that yeah, this is not going to really work. But that 15.2 hold does have me a little wary there. I think that if we do come back into the level there, we could push back into that 15.2, a bit of a recycle there. ES not looking too strong relative to, I guess, there goes a SPY, a little bit of a sell-off as well. Let's see where we can kind of consolidate. So again, not the best entries on my part, a little chasey on those initial entries. Got to get much better at executions on those. But yeah, that 129 area kind of serving as a bit of a chop here on Amazon. Still waiting for Pepsi to kind of come in. We were talking about Pepsi right before we left you. That 162 kind of holding as well. 162, we were waiting for that 161. But if it's going to hold 162, that's fine as well. That could be a decent look there. A bit of a sell-off right here coming in. Let's see if we're gonna. Here's the thing, Sean. Over the past couple of days, the shorts have been pretty enticing, but the bids keep on holding.
Yep.
Right. Yep. So it's like the price action almost gets you into the short, but then the bids step up and get and firm up and really hold the action there. So maybe if we are getting some of that continuation there, I do have to keep that in mind. We have bid up strongly for the past couple of days. How many days is this going to continue for? Who knows? But it seems like these pullbacks keep getting bought up.
Well, that was the one thing that we kept on looking at, the 30-minute chart here. Remember we talked about 15.520, 15.250. I mean, we got to 15.230 right there. These are the levels right into there that I was looking for a little bit of a break on there. So I think you're right. Let's just keep on trying to buy some of these dips, which is what we're doing right now. We did buy some Rivian down there, so that looks like it's going to hold out for now on a nice little dip buy opportunity. Let's get, if we can get some 48, sorry, we'll take that. Go. Oh, we just got rejected there at 48, but for right now, we're long at 39s. We'll see if we can get some Rivians out right around here, and then back up 56, I think looks pretty good. Let's put an offer around 55, see if we can get that one. What we're doing on Palantir is just having to wait for it, man. It just dropped down into 80s. I was trying to get the same bid again. If we can get something down in the 70s, let's look out for Palantir down there. So Google also, by the way, started to drop in a little bit, and there goes Rivian, by the way. Yes, sir. That one, honestly, guys, that's a banger right there, because Rivian, we've looked at it, and we actually missed Rivian early because I was bidding a couple pennies less than this, man, and it's still there even right now. 1905 is where we were at. So it only goes to 10. We were at 05s, but there's a nice little take back at VWAP for Rivian. Again, another name that we liked. We bought it on the dip. We bought it on the weakness. We do have the number at 10 o'clock, which let me just check out our economic events here. Yeah, I got it. You can get it watchlist.tradertv.live right there coming through. 9:30 Bostic, 10 o'clock wholesale inventories. So that's, again, probably a nothing burger as far as what we're looking at, but could move the market and definitely something that you want to be aware of. Google hanging out near the bottom. I'm still going to get out if we break through here, 138. So 138 break on Google, and we're gone on that one. And then we have to regroup. The market is making that move down right here, breaking through VWAP OB, and now trying to test these lower lows. And the 15,200 right now is the low since we've not since we've been open, but we're making new lows here. There it is. Nice little move down, starting to push in again. So some of these longs definitely, they're still not even really getting tested, but they're getting put to the test here, especially Google, as we've just taken some more here at 138. Again, a drop down below 138, and we're gone on Google.
Yeah, take a look at Softy, man. Softy is absolutely wild, quadrunked to the downside. No real relief there. I'm shorting the wrong name here, Sean.
Yep, I know.
Clearly, Softy is the one that is bleeding really, really hard there. So that 327 potentially coming right back into play. So we'll be waiting for that level to come in and see where that takes us here. Amazon still holding this 129. Let's see if we can kind of get back below this as the consolidation in and around some of these key levels kind of slows down there. That 15.2 coming back into play as well, kind of a sideways consolidation. Couldn't get back all the way to the high of that range that the NQ kind of made in the pre-market session over there at the 15.230s area. If we consolidate and pull back a little bit, I think we'll be nice and set on these shorts. But yeah, Softy looking hella weak there, breaking through that, breaking back below that 330. We said that was a bit of a resistance level, and it's showing itself pretty strong today there.
Dude, this Rivian, we are literally just getting saved right now by Rivian. Look what Rivian just did off VWAP. Like, it came back in there, made a nice move. We got long at 1939, not a good year. And then a nice move to the upside there, 1976, 1975, better years, making moves back up to the upside right now. So starting to cash out of some Rivian. We still have 40% of it though, but that was a good take for us. When it went up to the upside, we are gonna watch out for 20 bucks here on RIVN to come through as well. People asking me about Tesla, so shout out to you in the chat right here. What's up, Chill Vibes? Tesla 270. What do I think? I like, as the professor says there at the corner of my ear. Right there, nice move up for Tesla. Yeah, we talked, actually, we've already missed it. I don't even know what that level I liked there on Tesla was that we talked about it. Oh yeah, I got it. 261 right there. Amazing move there for Tesla. How did we miss that? We talked about it. I was like, well, we're down here at 258. If you're in this range, we don't necessarily want it, but we would love it if it breaks out from yesterday. Why is nothing else breaking out from yesterday? Good move back up for Palantir. What's up, Rendo?
This one breaking out in a big way. WW, guys, making it 2 days in a row here. Oprah Winfrey with some clarification to some comments she made yesterday in regards to the weight loss drugs. Remember, she's a shareholder in WW. So big move up here again today for WW.
Yeah, we saw that unusual volume, I believe you brought to us yesterday there during the midday, and now you're starting to see that in weight. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's right, because Sharif was like, what are we supposed to call it? But yeah, okay, so there it is right now, 138.50 back in for Google. Some nice dip buys. We just got some out there for flat now on Google as we watch out for that. What a good move. It's continued to be on Palantir. We're trying to have said diamond hands, but we did not have the reload down there. So I feel like a little bit of a bump up now in the market. I mean, this is what we just talked about, how choppy this market is right now. Coming back into 15.2. Buying it right back up, coming back up into the highs again of the open market, and it doesn't seem like we want to take those out either. So definitely, man, ring the registers on some of these plays if you're able to buy the dips, because it seems like that's exactly what the market wants to do. I like that. Follow us on TikTok, didn't know we had that. Scan me right now on Insta. Well, I knew we had TikTok. Instagram, it's my TikTok. That's been taken over. Nice moves up there. Make sure you follow all of us right now to get the best information. Right now, I got to drink some more water here. Google, nice upside move. We were able to capture some of it, but let's go, man. Market needs to go, Obi.
Yeah, I'm definitely fighting the long here, or fighting the long with my short position here, fighting the bids. Definitely strong bidding there on Amazon, holding that 129.5. We are short from 129, a little, what was it, 40 pennies out of the money right there. But yeah, I think I want to stay a little stubborn with this for now until it kind of comes into fruition. I do like this level to interact with. We were, like I said, we were a little aggressive getting in very early on that consolidation break. I even told myself I'm going to wait for structure to form, and didn't really have the patience to wait for that. But that crazy drop on Softy definitely was a little tempting there, and I did see that and use that as a reason to kind of get short here. Both Softy and Google, right? Kind of heavy on the day, pulling back through that 330, and then also Google that 139 acting pretty heavy as well. So both of those things kind of keeping me a little in check for the short bias there. As the NQs and the ES kind of push back towards the top of the range, right? We've had a bit of a rangy day for the past couple of mornings, right? Sure, the day has trended up, but in the morning we've been pretty rangy. Take a look at that. The selling coming in quite heavily off that 129.5. Maybe we will get a little bit lucky here. Let's see how far this pullback comes in. If it does come in, Sean, these bids keep getting bought up.
I know.
But when will they stop? Who knows? I'm watching for that 15.2 interaction, that 15.235, kind of that high of the range on the NQs there. The ES pushing, it's about right there as well. Also, printing the second 15-minute candle, we've held VWAP as well on the day, VWAP being right at that 129 area. Let's see if we can kind of revert back to VWAP and have some interactions with that VWAP price right at that 129 on Amazon. I guess that's what I'm looking for going forward right now. Apple holding its base, pre-market lows at that 178, kind of holding decently right now. But let's see if that sentiment on Google and Microsoft, pretty heavy. Take a look at Softy, guys, right here. We can, I already have it pulled up. We talked about kind of this level being a level of interest, and we are magneting back down into that level, that 327-ish area. We saw how that came in and interacted on that consolidation out the open yesterday, and then the day before as well, the really strong day on Friday. At the end of the day, you pull back and look at where you find liquidity, and kind of that pullback stops right there on top of that 327 as well. So definitely an interesting area to work with. Let's see what we do if we can even get back down there. Futures looking strong, but Google and Softy definitely a little bit disconnected from that sentiment.
All right, just quickly, guys. PWFL up 60% here. Business combination announced this morning with Mix Telematics. So PWFL, also be aware, Fed's Bostic speaking right now.
Yeah, damn you, Fed Bostic. We actually had it, so we went long on AMC, breaking through $10 there. We didn't see it till late, and that 10.10, I just took out that top and didn't take it out really, just joined it right there as we start to go. Okay, so my newest position was Google there. We were actually able to, and it's too bad because you were talking, and we just weren't able to talk about this 138 defense. We actually got some out there at 138.30, but now Fed Bostic wants to run his mouth a little bit. So there goes to the downside, which he's allowed to do. Downside pressure there on Google. So Google finally does break, and if you're wondering why I keep saying Google, it's because we're using the L there. So that shout out to Obi for using that. All right, so
it's all about the Class A shares.
Yeah, it's all about it's all about the right classification of shares there. But I was going to give. I thought, where did I put this stop? Oops, wrong stop. I was going to give AMC back to the 200. Yeah, right. Sort of want to buy some back in there. So 85-ish, maybe 80 break, something like that. Downside. Now let's just see if this one wants to go. Google might have just broken low and then got it right back. I'm going to sort of wait on this one. We did get stopped out, but we got stopped out immediately on the break, so it wasn't like a big hit for us. We got out 94s right there, but look at this, right back in, and it just kind of bounced off the two. Let's see if we can get a better bid there on Google. Let's go down to like 137.80 or so, kind of where it didn't get down that far, but we'll see if it gets down there and tries to hold, because we just got stopped out on what looks like it wants to work back up to the upside. That Alibaba was an interesting name. Trying to break through. I think we kind of like that level now, 86.60. So I'm going to put an order to take that as well. Again, Chinese, it doesn't look like it's moving up that much, but if this market wants to break, I still was looking at that level. It could be a short as well, but you know, we've seen it, we've hit it. If we do get into the long, we got to, yeah, that's not good. 87, yeah, it's too it's pretty choppy. Maybe this is not the greatest trade there. It's too bad that Google came back a little bit. Rivian, wow, Rivian, alert to Rivian. There's some big size there on Rivian right now at 79. So we just took a piece out again at 75, but you do have 200,000 shares there at 79 now on Rivian. So yeah, you guys are right, man. Everybody, shout out to JB, shout out to Chill Vibes. What's up with Tesla, man? It is a monster today, looking to get upside right now. Damn you, Google, that's upsetting to me because we got out of that as it does break there. Meta is another one that we had on our radar, trying to think about some longs here. It's danced around 320, but it's definitely bounced off 319. So here we go, nice little long possibility here in Meta as well.
Yeah, that number coming out in about 45 seconds there, Sean.
Yep.
So yeah, I think you know what, I do want to manage this position a little bit smarter. So I am just going to queue this up right here. Okay, so yeah, no, that number going to be coming out very, very soon. Let's see what we do in and around these prices on the Amazon.
All right, let's go over to Brendan because we have the read and then the number.
Yeah, a few seconds here, guys. We'll get this wholesale inventories number on a month-over-month basis. Again, this is for August. Negative 0.1 expected here. We'll see when this pops in again on a month-over-month basis. Prior was negative 0.2 for that. Bostic still coming through with some comments here, so watch the overall market. So in line with expectations there, negative 0.1 on August wholesale inventories on the month-over-month basis. That's about it as far as economic data this morning. We'll get comments from Waller later on. Kashkari is set to speak, and Daily all coming through later in the day today. So be prepared for some market action. If you're with us early on this morning, we touched on a whole bunch of things. Meta, Rivian, Palantir included. If you missed it, $250 million Army contract, another one coming through for PLTR. This one as well, PWFL, 51% here on a business combination announced this morning. Was keeping my eye on some of these energy names as well. Downside right now after a big move the past couple of days. XOM negative along with crude oil. First 30 minutes is always brought to you by our friends at Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Okay, well, since we've been gone, we made a new position here in Meta, which was actually pretty good. We got some out. We got some long at 20s. Well, we're long right now at 13s, which is our price. And we got some out at 50. Went up to the high of the day. We actually got 48s right there. So if that can come in a little bit better, that would be well appreciated. If that can go, that'd be nice. Rivian, by the way, I mean, this is 50 cents now almost. Well, it is 50 cents, more than that. We just got out at 92s, so right where it is right now. That's going to be looking like a decent trade there on Rivian coming out there. Meta, we do have some higher takes. Oh, and then we did get also triggered in right now. We're cooking up some Alibaba right now. It's not like it's moving too high here, but we are long on this. Again, another sticky no name. I'm 5 longs right now, which seems a little bit carried away, but I'm really the most upset about Google because we had a lot of shares down there and we'd be taking them out right now if possible. Apple as well. I'm not too upset about this one. It's been weak today, but now trying to go finally. I feel like we're in good names now. I mean, Meta at this level could be okay. We're going to see if we can dip down in, not drop this one out until 318 or so break. Worst case scenario, something like that if the market absolutely falls down. But so far so good here, as some of these longs have been pretty well respected right now. Oh, and the name that I want to talk about, if you hit the ape thing, you get it going a little bit more. I missed AMC going. I didn't even have any offers upside right there. So now I did. I had one at 19. It didn't get there. I just saw us top out there at 15s. So I did put an offer there. So we're long AMC. Some at 15, some at 19, and if we can climb after that, that would be fantastic because remember, $10, we've reverse split 10 to 1, so that's like a $1 spot right there on AMC. Come on, Meta, do the work. Let's go. We're in the 60s on Meta right now. It needs to get going, though, only in the money a little bit here. META, trying to do work back up to the upside. Meta going, BABA going right now. Palantir, finally getting back up to the upside right now where it belongs. Get in your home, Palantir, and get back upside right now. Let's take some more out at 21. There we go, if we can do that. And now, OB, we're starting to rock a little bit. There goes Meta. There goes Alibaba. Yes, sir. The longs right now are kicking as it's a little bit of a bullish move here once again. Day 3 action off that bottom number from the labor report.
Yeah, definitely some strong bids there, kind of pushing past that 129.5 that I was watching there. The NQs super strong as well, pushing for that 15.3, that 15.3 coming in. Yeah, no, that the short on Amazon definitely was not the right thing to be aggressive on. The prices we had not the best either, and yeah, so I think right here just an assessment of this early aggression, definitely not worth it there for that. So I'm just gonna get out of this position right now and reassess there. We were a little too aggressive and we did hold this idea a little too stubbornly, and with the futures being that strong off of that consolidation break, I don't want to be necessarily involved in the short, but yeah, let's see where we pull back from 15.3. We talked about how every 100 points is roughly kind of an area of interest on the NQ that we can potentially look for, and it seems like we are pushing right for that 15.3 and that 129 holding above that VWAP. VWAP definitely came in. VWAP defense definitely came in. I was looking at this price right here, kind of holding the moving averages as well. We were talking about kind of a trend days as well. So here's the 5-minute. Take a look at that 8 EMA, kind of holding very well as well. So we're going to just respect that. If the move wants to accelerate to the upside, we definitely want to get out of the way of that. And Sean, it seems like we're having more of the same as these dips that keep getting bid up continue to keep pushing us to the upside. This strength is absolutely wild, but I'm seeing a lot of disconnect as well. So maybe I should be definitely staying a little wary of that. If the tickers are going to start to disconnect, for example, Google is the weakest out of all of these right here, but Softy hasn't really pulled back either. Let me take this out of the way. Okay, so yeah, take a look at that. Google looking weaker. Softy weak. Hasn't really retested its highs, but take a look at that 330 kind of coming back in, that 330 resistance working well as well. So yeah, if we're going to pull back off of this underneath this 130 as well, I kind of still want to stay a little short there, Sean. But you know what? If the pressure is going to be not on my side, I don't really want to push it that much.
I mean, that's exactly what we're doing as well, man. We're waiting for key levels to come in again, right? And so there we go. So we got out of some Meta there at the high. We talked about sitting there at 70s. We're actually at 68 or something like that. So there's a good out for it. But now look, the market's starting to fall back in. So let's take advantage of that. And I mean, the thing is, awesome. Just trade the names, honestly, that you've done a little bit of work on. We talked about Alibaba, why we liked it. Obviously, I have too many outs here as we stair step all the way back up to the upside. But this was a break of that level, and we were only going to, I mean, we're trying to use 50-period moving averages and things like that. So realistically, it was about a 30-cent hit if we were wrong. So now that it's 30 cents in the money, we have two. We don't we still have half of our position, but you know, we should have had a little bit more because you're getting up to $87. But remember when we looked at Alibaba, and Alibaba was a good trade, man. I have to be really happy with it. So, all right, we're back. Sorry, we'll go into this quickly. We're into Google right now. So Google just loaded us up there. Again, in the mid 70s. We need to take advantage of this because this move, you know, hasn't happened too often for us, where we pick these bottoms and then all of a sudden it works. But right now we're just taking some money back here, getting some out. Look, I'll take these 10-cent fills. We're actually getting some 85s right now. We just got some 88s when we just blasted upside a little bit there, because my drop is right here, 69s. You know, we've come in, there's the pullback. We're into Google right here, right now. So you're just pulling back into some of these levels. I just didn't want to trust this little barrier right there. So it looks like we're probably going to get stopped out very, very soon. So I'm glad that we're able to reload and get out of some of that and not have too much danger there for Google. But you just mentioned it, man. It was in trouble down there at the downside of this trade. So very, very careful trading now on Google. AMC, we got the 15s, but no more. And now we wait for this name to do a little bit of a dance right now with AMC. Rivian, great out there. We only have 10% left of this trade, almost out. Rivian or Palantir, some decent outs, but there goes Google. So once again, man, just flush it down. It's going to be my worst stock. We tried it. We got out a little bit. Google flushing back in. Wow. Not a great name there. Meta pulling back almost $1 now as well into some 319 areas that we should probably try to buy up. But here comes the market back in just a little bit here as well.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. As soon as I get exhausted out of my position on the short, we get a little bit of a significant pullback. So I did get back in. I do want to be, I guess, a little hard-headed on the idea, but definitely going to be keeping it much tighter now as the trend has kind of established itself. If we want to chop and churn above the range now, right here, that 15,240-ish. Those highs, if we're going to hold above those highs there on the NQ, I do want to stay a little reserved on the short idea. But yeah, the bids are definitely nice and firm. We are pushing to the upside, holding a lot of these trends to the upside as well. But yeah, no, Google and Softy very distinctly different from the rest of the market here. And something else to note, Sean, we were watching the DXY yesterday, and the DXY is actually a little lower than it was yesterday, kind of bleeding off. I have 105.80s here. Let's take a look at the dollar real quick. So yeah, so if we're going to have more of the same, and if the dollar is going to continue to bleed, I think a lot of these assets may kind of just melt to the upside as well, and that may be part of what we're seeing here. But yeah, so definitely not reason to fight the short on my part if the Dixie is going to be dropping like that. I got Tesla on watch as well. Tesla super strong. Meta not really doing too much, Sean. We talked about that 320. Yeah. That 320 we're still holding underneath that 320 on Meta. So that's definitely an interesting look there as well. I got nothing else on board. I still have that that Pepsi not really getting anywhere. Pepsi is just churning just the opening range there. So unless and until we can make a distinct move off of this range, I'm not really going to get involved with Pepsi. I already kind of fought the short idea on Amazon there. So we're gonna see if that short continues to come in here as we're kind of pulling back off of these levels. Google and Softy, hella weak, but where is that sentiment on these tickers? I thought Google is supposed to be the third largest weighting, and then Microsoft being the second largest weighting as well. So you know what that kind of points me towards? That points me towards taking a look at the map here. So let's take a quick refresher on this on the map. Make this full screen. So let's see. So yeah, Apple, Google, and Softy kind of down on the day, but everything else pretty green here. Chips kind of green, financial sector kind of green as well. Healthcare catching a bit of a sell there as well, a little bit more red. But consumers catching a bit of a bid. So I'm wondering what is Walmart up to? Walmart. What is Walmart up to? Walmart super strong, or not super strong, but continuing to be strong off of the past couple of days, breaking out of this 156-ish area as well. What was the other one? I want to check out Costco as well. You know, Costco was having some significant price action the past couple of days. And yeah, you can see that we had that crazy sell-off off of this, what is this, 570-ish area, and we kind of consolidated and pulled right back up. We're pushing that 560, so that could be definitely interesting as well. And take a look at this NQ chart right here, pulling back into this pre-market range here. Now, the question becomes, are we going to be using these levels as a bit of support, or are we going to push right back into the range and sellers that have been here in the pre-market kind of come back in, and this was just a quick, hard and heavy lick grab of the pre-market consolidation highs there, but the SPY continuing to push towards its highs, so that kind of leads me to believe we still have more room. ES blasting to the upside there, Sean.
Maybe you long AMC or something there? I mean, the guy hitting the AMC there. I looked over. I was like, tell me AMC is doing something, but it is not. Sad to say. So we tried Meta against 319 there, guys. It broke and we got out. So honestly, not much to see there. We tried it. We got out of a little bit. Then we bought it back here at 27s and then 10s. It broke. We got out at 89s on the downside. So definitely slap it. Fail onto that name right now temporarily, but ye have little faith, because we actually learned a little bit of this. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet for some of the longs that we had there in Google, but then I was just like, let's just play the short side of this name. If it's going to be weak there today, let's just do that. It already hit its 52-week high, and again, man, maybe that's a playbook play, right? Hitting the 52-week high and then just retracing all the way down. Like, it hit 139.16, well, 139.16 is the 52-week high. So we got to 139.06. So for me, that's pretty close right there. But you know what? Now we're having a little bit of a problem. Let's bid some 43s, see if we can get something out. So there it is. Nice move up and then a complete retracement back down there for Google. So, okay, caught me off guard a little bit, but we did take some money back in. Short 60s, out there 33s, 35s, 37s. Now we're starting to retrace back up a little bit for Google. Let's just stay short. I mean, this is what we want to do. Until we break through maybe 75s, like into here where that first kind of dump situation started. We want to be short into that, is what I'm thinking. So a little bit of a move up. We will try to get a few more short. Unfortunately, in this move up, I guess I'm not looking at the right. I guess I'm not looking at the right names, because we had Rivian, which was a monster. That's fine, but coming back in, right? Despite the market holding upside here, AMC is not moving. Alibaba, I'm guessing. You know, that looks like Obi. That looks like that's going to be the right name here. We played that level. My mic's falling off. We played that level on the pre-market there, that break of 86.60. That seems like that's working out pretty good. One trade on this, nice upside move. Let's hold on to it now. We still have 30% left. We'll see if it can break higher, and then that will start sort of a little bit of a rally upside there in Alibaba. So let's see if we can get that. Rivian, Palantir's now come back in. We just took another fill at 23s there. We're pretty light on Palantir now, and Google's trying to make a dance. Let's get some more short.
Yeah, I do like this this bit of a pullback here, a bit of a struggle. So I am watching this Amazon holding like this trend on the day. Bit of a support here, right on top of that 129.20s ish. And if the market kind of slaps to the upside and starts to slow down and stall, I'm curious to know whether this 129.20 area is going to get tested, and if that support. If we kind of violate some of this support, I think we're going to be a little decent on the shorts there. Going to stay looking for lower highs to get a little shorter. We were too aggressive on the front side of the move there, but if we make a couple of lower highs, we will try to capture a piece of the backside if it is going to be there. But if the market's going to stay hella strong like it has been, then I definitely want to be wary and step out of the way for that one.
Well, Google is now reversing course. I can't seem to So this is the one thing that it's like, you know, when you're hitting a stock, you definitely want to make sure that you're reading it properly. Google's been my worst stock today. So why I'm still focused on it. We want to play the short here. If the market pulls back, we know we're going to have something, but right now we're out of the money 7 cents on Google. So, you know, we're still waiting to see if we can, I might get something out in the low 70s here. It seems like we're not necessarily reading this exactly right. I was going to get pretty much them all out if we break through 138 again, but I do have there, we just take some out there at 73. We do have a profit taker, not a profit taker, to get out, to risk manage a little bit at 90 if we break above there, but let's hold, shoot, man, this market. Like, all right, we went back up to the highs now. Well, we're right back where we needed to be, right? Remember we talked about that 15,250? So that's that move right now. We've taken it out. Here's the move on the NASDAQ. So that's why I'm a little bit nervous about being short right now, especially on Google, which has been weak today. Maybe there's some get up back in it, but we're taking that level out already. So that's the level there, and we're above it now. So yeah, maybe we start to climb upside. There it is. So now there goes Google right now, back up through 90, or trying to get back through 90 right now is Google. So yeah, good thing we took a little bit out there, but it looks like the long right now is what's in control, not these shorts. So AMC, still fading though. AMC doesn't care too much about the market, but this is another buy spot for me here on AMC.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm seeing that Apple is doing a bit of a curl as well. Just watching some of these names, we're talking about Meta still holding that 320 kind of resistance. Tesla pulled back off of that 265 there, Sean. Sean, we missed that trade, the 262 on Tesla. Damn. Okay, so we were talking about how that trade, how that level would have been real nice, because we kind of came in and tested it a few times there. It seems like the strength is a little relentless. So you know what? I should probably piece out of this and not really fight it too much here on this Amazon. So let me just get out of this first before I continue to speak there. So oh, did it not? Interesting. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now that we're out of that one, we can talk about that Tesla. Okay, so that Tesla level. So exactly. So right here, got out because you see that the 8 moving average, or that area confluence with that 129.20, 129 hold, is holding as support right now. So we definitely do not want to fight that. We got in on a bit of selling, added on a lower high, and there was no follow through into the break of the trend. So yeah, definitely want to get out of that one as we're pushing back towards these highs. Next area to kind of interact with, maybe above this 130. We're a little too aggressive underneath that 129. 129 was the level to work with, in my opinion. But let's take a look at Tesla, that 262. We called it out in the pre-market right there. We were like, oh, if that 262 breaks, we even saw that how it was kind of being defended as a resistance level. And take a look at that 262. I'm curious to know the 1-minute chart on this to see if there was any consolidation in and around that 262. Yeah, so we got about 3 minutes of consolidation, pulls back to 261.85, so about a 15 penny, I guess, a violation back down through the level, about 15 pennies back down through that 262, holds, and then we slap it back up through that 265. So I think that 262 breakout would have been real nice. Again, not even giving you, giving you a decent risk. Only about 15 pennies back down through that level before that level holds and pushes back to the upside right there. That 262 on Tesla, definitely interesting. Let's take a quick look at Pepsi. Is Pepsi doing more of the same? Oh, a little bit of a flat top building right there, Sean, and 164-ish area, building into that, prices building into those tops and kind of these pre-market tops as well. We said that Pepsi did have some RVOL. They did have earnings this morning, and these highs being at 165, about a point away from that that price right there. So yeah, let's see. Amazon kind of popped right back into that 129.80s, 129.70s, and kind of getting a little bit of a pullback here. So you know what? If this is going to stay a little bit of a chop, I know I sold here earlier. I'm going to see if this stays a good price to sell. If we make those lower highs, then I think it's a little bit better to get in on the short on that side. But it seems like we are breaking out on well, take a look at the ES, man. The ES is hella strong today, broke out of that consolidation. We were talking about playing around structure. That 43.80-ish break was definitely a nice place to get long off of that double top resistance in the morning, which did show not even a double top, maybe even a triple top there, not exactly at the same level, but that 43.78 and 43.80s, kind of those sellers coming back in off of those levels over and over again. I feel like Amazon, I still want to short this name, but this kind of churn and chop. Okay, this looks a little different on the 1 minute here. A bit of a consolidation chop in an uptrend, but that 5 minute is what I was watching earlier, kind of holding these moving averages as support, holding some of these horizontal levels as support while the market rages to the upside. So yeah, definitely going to be a little wary on the short side. Now, the reason for potentially being aggressive was that Microsoft was to the downside pretty strong out the open, and definitely Amazon was not the name to exercise that kind of pressure, to look for that sentiment off of that pressure on. But yeah, if I see that Softy's kind of heavy, maybe I should be shorting Softy instead of trying to get in on an Amazon key level short as well, while the market kind of rages to the upside. So I think that is definitely a key observation for today, and Google as well. So here's the thing: if we kind of hold this 328 and start to make a consolidation while the market's already been blasting and Microsoft starts to push to the highs, maybe we still do have more to go. I do still see, I guess, the Dixie catching a bit of a bid here, a bit of a curl as well above this 105.80 area. So that's something interesting to watch as well. I got stopped out twice in the same area after getting short. So this consolidation, I'm going to let it kind of pan out as well. Google was the other one that was raging to the downside out the open, and if it wants to consolidate and hold this 137.5 area where we've kind of wicked above, let's take a look at some of these moving averages as well.
Right now, we're just a little bit behind on one of our segments, so let's go quickly.
Yep.
No, that's okay. You're talking good stuff, so we're not going to interrupt you at all. But for the first time today, we're going to hear from Adara.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale now by clicking the link in the description using the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. So this first one that we have here was actually one that was on the watch list, SMX, or Security Matters. So it's trading higher. You can see this giant daily wick here, trading higher after the company announced it's securing of a majority take in True Gold Consortium. We also have Mobilicom, this MOB, M-O-B. This one's trading higher after the Bank of New York Mellon reported that it has actually increased its stake in the company. And then last but not least, we have BioXcel, BTAI. This one announced positive data from the phase 2 trial of its small cell neuroendocrine prostate cancer treatment. So keep an eye on all of those names heading into the rest of the day.
Starts to base and this curls, like we can just continue, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Adara. We're just looking at some stock here about, will this move continue to the upside? Because right now, my biggest position is this Google short, but we have cashed a little bit out of it. So it's just, there goes the NASDAQ. It's actually doing the work that we thought it would do today, taking out that 15,250 level and starting to continue its nice upside trajectory. Nice move back in right there. And I just tweeted this out, man. We are almost, let's just do this. I don't know if it's going to get to it, but I mean, this Alibaba trade off the sticky note, I hope that you guys are trying to watch it. It is the #1 name here on the sticky note today. Alibaba, 86.50 long. We said the Chinese government would come in and start buying these names up, and that's looking like exactly what they're doing. Brendan brought us Billy earlier, but it's Alibaba up almost 3% now and still ripping. So there it is right there. We also did talk about 39.16 on Google. It looks like it didn't even, so I shouldn't even be in the trade because it didn't get to that level. So me buying that on Google has really been a downside of me, but here we go. Google finally starting to print down a little bit. I think I'm hearing somebody else in my ear. I don't know if it's someone else's hot mic over there. Maybe, looks like it's back. Okay, it's better. Thank you so much. AMC, nice move upside. We did not get any bids there. Alibaba, there it goes. Let's go. We're almost that dollar in the money. Hey, for symbolic purposes, let's put out It doesn't matter at all what prices I get out at, but here we go. We'll see if we can make that $1. I just don't have any reasons to get out other than that, so let's do it. We still got some shares on board, so let's try to do that. Like I said, AMC, I'm not even waiting at 15 anymore, but I feel like we've gone up and down, so maybe that is the play. It looks like we did not take enough advantage there of Google because that went back in and we did not get anything. No, we did not get anything out at all. Damn it. We only got one piece out because this flew down into the 80s there and we did not get any bids. So let's put something a little more aggressive in the mid 80s now, see if we can get something on Google. I was actually waiting at 71 and 81 there. So we'll put something in the in the low 90s and then something in the mid 80s and see if we can get it. My out on this is right here, a break of 10. So it's only going to be a 10-cent worth of a trade. So anything we take greater than 10 cents on this trade is better than 1-to-1. But here we go, man. This market just keeps on ripping. It's crazy because my best trade, I guess, is BABA or Palantir. But it was Meta. Like, we bought that 319 and it just broke and we got out. We had hundreds of shares down there, which sucks because now it's up $1.15 in the money, so that one could have been a nice banger. It looks like we're almost out of Google, and there we are now out of Google as it does take that 10 level. So we'll say fail on the last part of that, but this trade on Google was actually okay, but just not really any significant money or anything on that one because of this move back up. There goes Meta, man. Wow, this market is really going here, Obi.
Yeah, so we talked about that, a little bit of a continuation potential there if Softy wants to base and pull back up. But something I'm seeing right now is Apple is pushing towards its pre-market highs, 129.35 being that high, and we're about 10 pennies away from that. And this market rages to the upside. 15.3 incoming right there, about 5 points away. I did pull up Softy here as well, just to see what these levels kind of look like right here. If we do start to base and hold above this 128, maybe potential for the long could be there. But that 15.3 coming in real hot. Let's see if that resistance is what we're waiting for on Softy to kind of really quadrupling to the downside there, as it is significantly weak or weaker than the rest of these names here. We talked about that 330 as well. 330 being a little bit of a multi-time frame level, a bit of a support and resistance level from the past, and it's coming into play for sure today as the pre-market consolidation held above that, and out the open we broke through it and now holding that 330 as a potential resistance as well. 130 as well. I have on Amazon that 130 could potentially come in as well. But yeah, maybe that pullback off of that 15.3 is what we're waiting for to get that sell in. But here's the thing, Sean, if we break above that 15.3 and continue to go, and Apple continues to go, and we push that 180, we definitely have a lot of room to move to the upside there. Google coming right back in. Things are very, very strong. So maybe we got to just find a moving average and get long on top of that. It would seem as these names that were selling off out the open have started to curl and push back towards their highs. SPY is super strong right there. We were looking at we were looking at it at the 433, and SPY is pushing all the way up to 435 right now, about 2 points off of that level there. I guess I do. Here's the thing, Sean. I'm debating whether or not I should be switching the bias to long. Clearly, the pressure is showing us that we should be long some of these names, right? So if that's the case, then I got to be looking for a potential place to get long. Get long on the dips, get long on the moving average hold, or even get long off of some of these level breaks. That 129 break was nice as well. Kind of that pre-market consolidation break as well underneath that 128.8. But we shorted through all of that, so definitely not on the right side there. Softy kind of doing a bit of a curl here. Let's see if we can break through that 330. It might be looking to potentially execute a position in and around that price there.
You're 100% right. We don't want it's time you start trading with the trend at some point, right? I mean, this market is just, and it's too bad because I feel like we did have that with Meta. And the one name that we are long that is not doing anything is AMC. So maybe Fabian's right. Let's hit this one more time. and see if we can get it to go. But it's definitely not going as we continue to counter trend here on AMC. Alibaba, nice move though, as that made the move up there. We just took a piece out at 50, as that did not give us that exact dollar club look that we were going for there at all. Palantir, another out. Rivian's pulled back, so I feel like if there is anything, we talked about buying something potentially off of a VWAP or something like that, that could be what we're looking at right now with Rivian as well, with a potential nice pullback right now into 1950. So that, you know, that could be a name that we have a quick little look at there. But all right, we are ready for a crypto update. It's with Adara again at the desk, so let's go.
So in terms of crypto news, we do have some news that the Ethereum Foundation has traded 1,700 ETH for 2.76 million in USD. That is of note. Bitcoin itself is down a little bit on the day, but it's definitely been hovering around throughout the day on around that 27,500 mark. In terms of, the currencies you can see here, we're not doing much. Everything's just a little bit up or a little bit down for the most part, with the exception of Ripple, which is down about 1% XRP, and then Ethereum is down, almost 1%, 0.8, and it is below that 1,600 level. But yeah, Bitcoin has just been bouncing around that 0% mark, still hovering around that 27,500. Sorry. Yeah, keep an eye on these crypto names. It seems like they're pretty flat right now.
All right, did you want to talk about what you were just saying there?
Yeah, no, I was just like, my trading out the morning was absolutely ridiculous. I shouldn't be fighting this, almost a full point against me on the short idea there. Clearly, when the structure breaks, switch to the long, forget about the short. Take a look at that softy. We were talking about softy coming back in, and it holds that base and starting to get aggressive to the upside there. Here, let me pull up the tape here so you guys can see as well on the NQs. All right, so yeah, take a look at that aggressiveness. A lot of green prints happening above the ask as well. That 330 coming in real hot as the market continues to push past that 15.3, right? 15.3 coming in, that 330 coming in on softy, that 128. We did take a quick scalp short on that on Amazon just to quickly test that pressure there. And yeah, I turned to Sean. I was like, yeah, no, I gotta switch to scalp mode real quick and kind of manage this risk as well. If we're gonna continue back to the upside there, I gotta find places to get long, right? And that softy, take a look at that. That 330 coming in real hot, breaking through that 330. Let's see how far we can get past this level. A bit of a multi-time frame resistance level, bit of an over-under in the past as well. If the market wants to rage to the upside, that 330, I'll be looking for that to turn into a resistance turn support, as it has been support in the pre-market session. Let's see if we can break back above that. We talked about that 327 being kind of key. We can't even get all the way down to that 327, holds about a point above that at that 328, and now we're consolidating in this sideways action as the market kind of blasts to the upside. Sean, that 15.3 blew right past. Apple as well, kind of coming into that 180. Apple looking super strong as well. Take a look at that trend hold, accelerating to the upside right there. Pre-market highs coming into play, 179.40s, almost right there. So if the Apple can push
October
up. Exactly, Uptober, definitely right there, Sharif.
Great call.
Yeah, we are a bit of a squeeze, bit of buying pressure, definitely dominating the markets over the past 3 days.
Yeah, great call in the Uptober right now, as it just seems, like I said, you're up 3% from Friday's bottom, which was in the pre-market, of course, on that number. So yeah, great moves here. Google's made a move up. We're not trying to do anything too fancy here. We have a position in that. AMC, oh, that's why we hit that AMC guy again. It's making a move, finally. So here we go, AMC, here we go. Maybe we get this move back up to the upside. Now let's hold on and see how far it goes. I do have an offer in the 30s. Hopefully that will get picked up at some point there for AMC, and then we'll see what happens from there. So nice little win. It's too bad that we didn't get anything long down there. We were waiting in the 80s, but then I didn't even notice because we were waiting back down here, but then all of a sudden, always, the 50 period, the 200 period started to mature upside, and unfortunately, we missed out on that take. So nice little movement here happening right in front of us on AMC. So there it is. We got it. We get that 30. So I'll say a little bit of diamond hands. We still have more than half of this position. So for me, let's see if we go over 4,400 right now. The ES just taking out 4,400. So anybody buying some of those dips over the last little while has definitely been rewarded. The only names that I was able to get into in my long-term account, well, I'm in everything, but we dip bought Oracle around 10. I don't even remember the price. Was it 106, 107? Oracle's not actually even moving that much, to be honest with you, from some of those bottoms. So, and then we bought Amazon as well last week, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. So down there at like 124-ish, which was a good price back in there. We kept on baselining a little bit. I think it was probably 124 high, but I'm not getting out. These are for longer term plays anyways. So yeah, Amazon making the move up, AMC trying to go. And by the way, Alibaba's still knocking on that dollar. I've canceled that offer because we got a piece out there at 50. So here it is. Now we are officially at that dollar club. And by the way, there goes Google again, making a move to the upside. So this name has really confused me today because we've tried the short back where I thought there could be some resistance, and that's not happening. Microsoft might be the one that it's kind of not going back up to the upside, but there you go. I only said that because you were mentioning it, Obi, and now Microsoft is off to the races, bouncing off a 200 period. That's not a bad short against that 200 period, but then you're fighting the trend once again.
Yeah, no,
what is that price? 50s?
330.50.
Oh,
it seems just underneath that. It would seem, but yeah, no, this market is super strong. Okay, so a couple days ago we talked about this. Where were the sellers aggressive on the NQs? Around 15.2, yes, but if you look left, they really started getting aggressive around that 15.4. We blow past that 15.3, and we're pushing about 20 points past that. But I'm curious to know whether this move is about to melt up into where those sellers kind of started in here. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about right here. Let's pull up the time frame to the hourly and take the spaghetti off. And okay, right there, right here. So this consolidation breakdown right here, 15.4, 15.4 and a half. This is where sellers really started to get aggressive off of this 15.7 level, right? We pushed up into 15.7. This was a lower high with respect to that previous high during the COVID run, right? So we make a lower high, and sellers get really aggressive right in and around this 15.4, and we're blasting right back up into those areas right here. So if we're going to continue to melt up, that 130 coming in as well, that 330 push on Softy, and that 180 on Apple as well. Everything looking super strong. SPY's pushing up into 436 as well. So yeah, let's see if those sellers kind of come back in. This chart's 15 minutes delayed, but you can see the updated one right here. We've already pushed past 15.3, about 20 points to the upside. I'm curious to know whether we're going to cover another 80 points into that 15,400, and then let's see if those sellers kind of come back in or not. And if we push past those prices, oh boy, I think we're going to have a little bit of continuation of that buying pressure there. That price.
Boy, we could get we could definitely get some buying pressure through there right now. But it's a nice wave to the upside here as we continue to march. So we have a new position. It went 50 cents in the money, but again, like I'm holding for bigger moves. It's just like the market is now up 4% in 3 days, which seems to be a lot for me. We're going to bid 329.50 right now, so we did short Microsoft against that 200 period. You know, being a little more patient with it. Looks like it's paying off here. So we are short now at 03s. We actually tried to get more short at 10s and didn't fill us up there. So hopefully a nice little pushback. Here's 40, 50 cents now on this name. And it's too bad because Google's now making the move down, but so is the market. So the market's finally retracing just a little bit. But I don't really know why too much that we're coming back in again. No economic numbers to speak of right now. And you're kind of just in a lot of this. I thought maybe we could have a run to 15.4, but that's, I mean, possible. It's 100 points right now. on the NASDAQ. But we'll sit there. We did not get our Microsoft fill at all, so hopefully that will come in at some point back in there at the 50s. That's just pennies away right now. Can you believe we got as low as 54 and I was at 51? So 10 more cents down and we'll take this fill on Softy, and then we'll watch out for Google as it's finally pulling back and we don't have anything. Like, how do you know it's going to stop? You don't, which is why I kept getting into the short, piecing it out, and taking 10-cent hit pretty much every single time there on that. So not super pleased that we're finally starting to pull back right now. Some attention's been given to me on Meta. I mean, the same kind of thing. If you like the short, we took it on Microsoft. We're now 50 cents in the money on that one. But if you took the Meta short at 21s, 21.28, you'd be that same 50 cents. So both these stocks trying to battle back just a little bit right now. As we're waiting for some news, let's check out that SMX. We're going to go to Brendan in just 1 second here. Security matters. You know, again, new position today, hasn't really done anything since the open. We said watch out for $4. That was the high of 385 right there. Ooh, so close to getting that Softy. Are you kidding me? I might just move this from 50 into 60 because if I don't get it, I'd be a little bit upset right there. So we'll see if we can get a fill on Microsoft and go over to Brendan and see what he's up to.
Yeah, the board is actually mostly green for sector watch right now, especially this entire right side here. Consumer non-durables, retail trade, finance, consumer durables, Tesla is up almost 2%, process industries, producer manufacturing, like all of these names are, these sectors are super high. I'm going to point out in consumer non-durables, we have Pepsi and Coke both trading higher after Pepsi's pretty strong Q3 earnings. I want to direct our attention now to the technology side because we're a little bit weaker here. Health tech is pretty mixed, but generally mostly positive, but we are seeing some weakness in these mega cap names. So Microsoft, Google, Apple all down right now. Apple just turned slightly positive, 0.02%. But yeah, lots of strength in the chip names especially. We have NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, and Micron all positive, and this could be, I've been seeing some analyst notes that this could be because that Mobileye is trading lower given the conflict we have going on in the Middle East right now. So that could be why it is worth looking at these chip names. But yeah, generally a very strong board overall.
All right. Yeah, ARM looking at that 55, 50 or so level there for ARM. We did get that print, so we'll go at least a good trade there on Microsoft. As we get the 62 fill or whatever, I crossed it up just a little bit right there to see if we could get any action. ARM, again, pretty good, $55. We said, but wasn't that the same price yesterday or so? Yeah, 55.80 was yesterday's high. We're pulling back to 55.40 right there today. So, you know, maybe some dip buys available in ARM. What you were saying something was crazy there?
Yeah, no, just the
267 for
the
Tesla.
pressure.
Wow.
Just the buying pressure is so crazy. Like, you look a little weak, and then you drop like 20 pennies, and then all of a sudden the bid firms up, and then you rip right back up as if like nothing happens right there. So I'm like I said, I turned to you and I was like, okay, well, we didn't really manage our risk well on that initial position. So now I'm going to switch over to scalp mode and just try to take take like in the moment. I believe that there are certain moments where in terms of amidst the bigger picture move, there's small moments where certain price action becomes very high probability in terms of like, okay, well, we might bid down another 10, 15 cents, or we might bid up another 10, 15 cents, and I'm just trying to take those pieces off of here. We do know that we are a little bit of a counter trend, so I am looking for the longs there if we do kind of have a significant pullback and start to support. But something I'm watching out for is that 330 kind of this softy kind of building. We have that base at 328. We're holding, so we made a higher low at 328.5, and now we're making a consolidation at 329.5. So that 329.5, let's see if we can kind of pull back in and hold that 329. It seems like we keep stepping up about half a point, pushing into this 330 mark. And if the market's going to stay strong, as a lot of these names are starting to look here, we will. I think that 330 break is definitely within the stars here. I got that Amazon on watch as well. Take a look at this beautiful hold of trend, and definitely the longs were not wrong here. And you're laughing straight to the bank if you just took that pre-market high break, but it gave you that chop of about a full point if you got in off of off of those levels right there. So I guess that dip back into that pre-market support area was a decent place. That 128 seemed like a decent place to buy, as it was a kind of a double bottom in the pre-market as well. Out the open, you get a hard sell, and it holds there on the bid, and then kind of catches a trend on the 8 and just starts to melt up into that 130. 130 also kind of a key area from before. Let's see what we do here, as a lot of these names kind of teetering at key levels. So again, I'm gonna scalp mode activated, and yeah, gonna be a little wary. Got to stay as nimble as possible. We definitely were wrong and not in sync with the longs, but if this market wants to slow down and pull back, take a look at the ES as well. 4,400 testing and maybe a bit of a pullback. Straight greens out the open there, Sean, on this 15-minute chart right here. We saw that consolidation, that 15-2, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute green candles, very long and bullish bars right there on the NQs, and we're getting a bit of a red here. Let's see if we can kind of start to get a little bit of a pullback as well.
Yeah, some of the shorts finally starting to print out a little bit. Look at this SPCB. Super Calm Limited right now is going haywire. Tons of volume, 100 million. Looks like it's going to take a buck and then just rip. I mean, it's come from 80 cents right now. We've got a lot of action right now in SPCB, looking like it wants to continue its upside move right now. So I guess we're going to wait to see if there's any news on this, but nice move to the upside right now for SPCB, really trying to go. So we'll see if it can hold out hope right now on that one. As we continue to watch out for Google here, just trying to short it again, as the carnival just continues on Google, man, just back and forth, as we go. New short position on that one. Alibaba is still $1. AMC went again, so we were able to get some more out. So it did pull back into the 50 period. We got some more 20s out there. Would really like to get higher, right? If we can get something in the 27, 28s, again, that would be pretty good. But a nice move upside for AMC today as we await, more Taylor Swift, more this, more that news coming through on that one. So here we go. Nice pullback a little bit here. I don't know what's up with this, but it's a nice pullback in the market. So this is why. It's not why you go back to the well over and over and over again. It's just, we're not taking huge positions. So the fact that we're now, this is a better one, but now that we're 30 cents in the money kind of makes up for a couple of those hits that we had in there right now. But again, you only make up for it if you're able to get out of it right now back down to the downside. So we'll put some more bids. We do have some good bids there, man. We got 32s twice as well as a 36 right there on that move down. But that SPCB continues their watch out for this dollar. We've come up to it. It's tried to break it again. Seems like it doesn't want to do that. So SPCB, we've seen what happens when you get to $1. It could just continue its upside move. Obviously, if you get to $1, you want to look for some outs. This bottom of this recent move is 91 cents right there, but up 161% and still looking for a little bit higher there on SPCB. Google, good move down. I don't know what that was all about, but we'll have to take advantage of it next time it drops into the 30s again. We got some bids now, 36 and then 30. So hopefully Google will take another step back down to the downside. There it is. We got 36.
Nice. Yeah, a bit of a consolidation there. We got another significant pullback on Amazon there. I even said if we're going to pull back significantly into the moving averages and into kind of the previous supports, I do want to kind of look to get with the trend. But yeah, no, that sell definitely looking a little bit strong here as we're pushing back towards the downside. So yeah, definitely not in sync, not as much as in sync as I'd like to be today with some of this price action. But you know what? The day is not done. The bell has not rung, and we're still a little alive today. So we will continue to try to see if some of these prices hold very well, or they continue to quadrupling to the downside, and maybe the selling is really in as of right now. But let's see. It's yet to be seen there.
All right, I'm I'm still waiting for a lower print here on Google to give me something at 30, to give us 30 cents, which would be pretty nice, man. We need this trade because of how many times we've been wrong on it. I'll put another bid at 34, take something out there, but still waiting for a 30 print to come in on that. We're really super light on Palantir now and debating a rebuy on this name. The market 15.3, see if it can hold it right now. I mean, that's why we're a little bit worried right now about that Google position. I don't necessarily want to reload into 15, into 18 here. You could give it to 8. Like, I'm honestly thinking if this market comes in, I'd much rather look at Palantir down here, man, 1780, because then we have a very definitive out and we could take a decent amount of shares. Like right now, I could lose 7 cents just like that. Market just turns, Palantir hits 18 and I wind up getting out. At least if we're down here, then we could get some dip buyers stepping in. Obviously Google, Palantir coming into VWAP and the 200 could be something. So 1804, maybe a little bit of a better buy than where we are right now. So let's see if we can get some love down there. And let's go to Money Talks at the big desk.
The XY continues its losing streak. As you can see here, this is the daily chart. This is our 5th day down. At least we're down so far. We had a lot of dovish Fed sentiment yesterday, and now we have Bostic earlier today saying that there does not seem to be a need for interest rate hikes. So this definitely has been impacting the USD. We do have Kashkari and Waller speaking later today, so stay tuned for that. And I just have some charts here showing how we also see the USD losing, the pound sterling is beating the USD, sorry, and then the euro, this is the euro versus the USD, euro is gaining on the USD as well. So we are seeing the USD losing out to some of the other currencies, gaining some strength there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Yeah, we need to, we'll work on that as we go. All right.
Oh, there goes Softy, 330.
Oh, 330. Okay. Yeah. So Softy. So we just got shorted. So that was another name there. We're short right now at 330.10s. So it just made a move back up there for Microsoft into the 200 period again on the daily. So we'll try this one out. Obviously, things are starting to retrace back up as the market. Like obviously we should have bought Rivian down there. Like Rivian right here. Uh-oh, I'm hearing something about Teva. That's okay. Rivian right here at VWAP could be bought up, 1960. That's a level. The name that I meant, sorry, was Palantir down there. We'll wait to see if there's some more strength coming. But I'm going to hold this, honestly, until 50s. So I'm getting stopped out too quickly on some of these big cap names. So let's just be careful with it. Look at Google, man. Google all the way back up. Can you believe that? So it goes down 30 cents and then comes right back in again. So yeah, I feel like you are 100% right there, Obi, that we are a lot stronger than we may be giving the market credit here, because these pullbacks are getting bought pretty easily.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing. People, somebody in the chat was like, oh, I got spoofed out of my trailing stop on the trend on Amazon. That's exactly what I was going for. No, I'm joking. So yeah, Amazon breaks that trend, and then yeah, definitely people who are playing this trend, you're gonna have a stop in maybe like 10, 15 pennies below that trend hold, right? So let me just piece out of the last piece right there. So yeah, below that trend hold, and basically, I don't know if you guys have heard the saying where it goes like, oh, maybe you should be putting your entries where you would ideally put your stops, right? So this is one of those classic cases of like, we have a very strong trend. We've observed the bidders kind of stepping in, and the first time that trend breaks and takes out a bunch of those trend following stops, you may or may not get a quick retest and a quick rebid off of just buying pressure, or just even algos kind of taking out stops and washing the price. But you saw that 15-3 defense, and yeah, you can definitely concoct that kind of price action in and around that kind of level there. We did say we're in scalp mode, so we got in long in the 70s and the 60s, and we gave it all into the push towards the 80s. So not bad there. Let's see if that 130 comes in. We are trying to stay as nimble as possible and on our feet. That 330 on Softy, definitely interesting there, Sean. And that Apple pushing to the upside, can't stop, won't stop. Bit of a slow, nice and grindy action there through consolidation highs of pre-market and weekly highs pushing on Apple as well. Let's see if that 180 can definitely come into play. I'm waiting for that 15.4 to potentially come in. Take a look at this selling. The trend is definitely starting to bend a little bit here on Amazon. So now I'm going to be looking for certain candle closes below said trends to really give some of that direction. Take a look at that. First sign of weakness happens. You fail to follow through on the move. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that quick little scalp out of that kind of price action, right? I was listening to, I forget where I was listening to this saying, but it was like there's a couple ways to do it, right? There's either you have a decent probability, like a 50 to 60% probability, or 50 to 60% win rate, and on something. Sorry, what was that? No, if you have a 50 to 60% win rate, you want to be looking for positive RRs, right? You want to be looking for something that's a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 reward.
Right. Because 1-to-1 will get you 50%.
Yeah, exactly. But if you have a high win rate, which usually kind of comes in on scalps, right? You can actually push a negative RR and still end up profitable on that. That's just how kind of like the math works. So yeah, I like both the strategies. I like the positive RR and the negative RR strategies based off of what type of trading we're doing, right? So most people, most of the time, they're looking for that a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1. But relative to what your win rate is on specific types of trading, you can actually push a negative RR type of strat. And if your win rate is high enough, you will be more likely to kind of come out on top in the long run off of that. But I think that mainly goes for quick scalping strategies. Definitely not an easy thing to do. But yeah, no, we are a little bit in scalp mode right now. So let's see how far this will take us. The market move kind of pulling back a little bit, kind of consolidating on top of that 15.3. And yeah, nothing too much here. I am watching the VIX as well. We know the VIX was pushing that 20 mark a couple days ago, and I was looking for that reversion. And lo and behold, we are getting that reversion back through past that 20. We pushed into that 20. We were getting really excited. We were like, okay, we made it. We're past that 20. Let's see if we get that continuation. We don't really get that continuation. We talk about that high probability reversion being high probability on volatility, not necessarily always price, and you can almost always bet on a volatility reversion there. And I think a lot of option sellers using that knowledge to their advantage as well, selling in high volatility times, or selling the premiums in high volatility.
Yes, exactly. That's for those of you that do trade options. We had Daniel Shea on yesterday. Go check that out. Look, this was a good trade for me on Softy. Like, it pulled all the way back. We wound up taking, remember you just like, oh, Microsoft's at 330?
Yep.
And I was like, I was short. Well, we just got out at 50s on the other side of it. So we'll see if it can continue to pull down. And then, of course, Google, we just keep getting it out. Like, it just went for a dip as well. Oops, move that. Back down into the 200, into the 50 again. So we'll take some more out there, VWAP trade, as it comes back in on that one. AMC's doing nothing, Palantir's doing nothing, and Rivian is now an amazing 10 cents in the money, and Alibaba's still hanging out upside as well. So I'll just stay at Alibaba. We only have 10% left. We did get a decent chunk out there when it broke. Well, we had 30%, so we got 20% out. When it broke back below 50, that's a good one. Anybody wondering what's for lunch today? I like how they're going to make this fancy by putting in the word English. So here we go. English breaded cod with steamed basmati rice, mixed vegetables, and radish and dill remoulade. So
interesting.
Not bad. A little bit of a sauce. It's like a dip there. Okay. So you get the radish and dill in there. So that should be okay. We'll see. We're gonna have the salad like we do per usual. Favorite? You're not vegetarian, are you? So favorite meat? Beef, okay. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to say. I actually don't mind.
I like burgers. So I like burgers.
Yes,
I like to go.
Yes,
so I'm a big fan of burgers, and usually the burger is beef. So
you would do great in my family. That is the #1 requested meal by my kids.
This past weekend, I think I had burgers. Like 4 burgers.
Attaboy.
Yeah. So it was like, what's that? From all different sorts of places. So.
That's good, man. Ramin's always hungry. She's interested in what's going on over there. All right. So, all right. Yeah, good show so far, man. We have the professor and Adara coming through here for you on the midday, and then promise you'll be back. Obi's coming back here at 2 o'clock. Should be a lot of fun. Microsoft upside. Google continues to go as well. AMC's trying to go. Baba's trying to go. Let's throw it over to the midday show right now. Without any further ado, thank you so much to everybody. It's been a good one. We'll catch you back at 2 p.m. Over to the professor.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader, and I always am very enthralled by this bull. Have you seen the big brass bull? Is it brass? I don't even know what it is. It's outside the New York Stock Exchange in New York.
I have like heard of the big whatever
big
material
bull.
that is bull. But yeah, no, I mean, it certainly, it has a presence. It has a presence.
Okay.
I can say it has a presence.
Yeah, it does. It's big, it's huge, and it's made of brass. I think, anyway, maybe something else.
It's some kind
Adara,
of
how you
material.
been?
I'm alive. I'm here. I'm great. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Nice.
We're working today with the market. Very happy that October is continuing to go.
Yeah.
Just did sector watch, and everything I saw there on the board was green.
Yeah.
What are you looking at today?
I mean, so I'm looking at Nvidia. I'm actually trying to get a fill in Nvidia because I'm noticing this beautiful little swoop up. I honestly think I've missed any fill opportunities though, because we were trying to get in when it was dropping below that 458, just below that 457 there. We didn't get in. I'm gonna play around with my fill here because I do still want to fill. I'm just trying to be smart and realistic about it, but I want to get in on this beautiful upward action as we continue to get closer to that 459 because this looks like gorgeous territory for our friend Nvidia. I also want to look at, there's another one. Oh yeah, I want to look at Pepsi, I mean, too, right? With the earnings, I think it's a smart move. I mean, Coke also is reacting on those Pepsi earnings. See, I'm going to switch to a 5-minute here just to kind of get a better sense. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what it does around the VWAP. I could see it kind of having another swoop up here, but I want to wait and see before I hop in my friend Pepsi. And I'm just going to look at the ones I have listed here to get a sense of what we're looking at. I mean, we also, Hyatt, I don't know what the volume is going to be on Hyatt, but Hyatt actually is now going to replace NATI in the S&P mid-cap 400. But our volume is just $1 million. We have like a 20-cent spread, sorry. I don't think Hyatt is actually going to be worth looking at, but I thought I'd pull it up just in case. And then we also have Tesla, which was at one point, it's like still near 3%. I mean, this one is a beast. Yeah, we're going to try to get in this on a baby dip for sure. I love this movement. I just love everything about it. Chart-wise, I think it's smart. Like with what we're seeing in the market, I think it's smart. October season, Tesla. What are you looking at? What have you been taking a look at?
Same thing here, well, except for the exception of Hyatt in Tesla. At the moment already with a $1 winner on this one through the break of 268. Now pulling back right into my price at 32. The board will update next time I get a fill. I have a dip trade here to possibly defend that 268.75, which is the lower end of the consolidation range here. This is all predicated upon the NQ maintaining its position above 15.3. I think if we give up the ghost on 15.3, the position here on Tesla may be suspect, but this is the look. These are the outs. This blue circle over here is the basically the indication of where I'm looking to get a dip trade. Again, the bottom end of the consolidation. We just did a little bit of a dip below 267, but not quite low enough to get my beak wet there on the refill. We'll have to, we'll either have to forego the dip trade and we'll have to continue up above 268, or we'll have to wait and see. My out is going to be the making of a new low below 266. Already not really holding much of a position here because of these outs, but definitely looking at getting some more. The end of the trade will be the making of the breaking, of this crest here below 266. That's going to be my out today. And I was told, by the way, that it's made of brass, the bull, by the way.
Nice, okay.
Bronze, so I guess, yeah, whatever that is. All right, let's bring in the trusty side charts. Shout out to Nimit, who loves the side charts. Lots going on today. First and foremost, we are running big boy this morning on SMX. It's basically done diddly since that morning breakout of 715. Been very consolidated with a couple of false breakouts, fake out breakouts, whatever you want to call them. The main one being that 380 break. Now it is on my S list as it is below VWAP, below that 330-ish area where my VWAP is on SMX. The other one, Rivian, good upgrade today and gapping up off yesterday's close. We closed at around 18 3/4. We gap up decidedly. We get almost to 20, 19.98 is the HOD, but retracing now sub VWAP and breaking that 19.5. Billy, wow, no idea why this is running. Maybe China stimulus.
I think it might be the China stimulus as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got green all across the board in Chinese ADR world. I have a whole watch list dedicated to them. But Billy, by far the biggest standout, up 11% on the day with unusual amounts of volume. 6 million shares done today, Darrow. Yesterday we closed out at 13 1/4. We are knocking on the door of 14 3/4. Been very bullish on the 5-minute chart here, not really giving you many opportunities to get a retracement except maybe that 14.5. That was an interesting area. Square getting some love from our friends at Goldman Sachs. They basically said, you know, the sell-off in Square has been unjustified and the company is in a far better fundamental position than what's being led on, at least by the price action as of late. 43 3/4 where we closed out yesterday. Look at the gap up on SQ. What's it up today? Square. Up 5.58%. Good move up off that 44 open at 4 a.m., knocking on the door of 46.5 on Square. So nice move up there, keeping that my eye on that one. We'll get to a couple of more here. Weed. Yes, the marijuana stocks very strong today. There is a new catalyst for these bad boys. That being the European Union. Yes, apparently they're possibly gonna get some regulatory certification. Here's a headline here: Canopy Growth shares advanced 5.2% at the time of writing. Obviously a lot higher right now. Canopy Growth is up 13% after securing regulatory certifications in the EU. Haven't really read the deets on this. Just saw the headline real quick. It is an Ontario company, which is where I live. So shout out to Canopy Growth. Big boy move on the day, and the wheat stocks in general are all running. You got Tilray 7 1/3, and Roar Cannabis up 6.62, almost 6 2/3. Last but certainly not least, the small cap gapper du jour, SPCB. No idea about anything about this company. I'll look quickly. Super calm. Okay, cool. What's the float? 8.3 million shares, sub $1. Closed out yesterday at 36 pennies and change, and we just knocked on the door of that $1 level. Adara, 99 pennies, the high on this bad boy.
Nice. Yeah. So we are now in, to take completely off small caps, we're now in Tesla and NVIDIA.
Oh.
And I'm so happy our Tesla trade just blew up. We got in 267.95, or 266.95, sorry. And I got in there because I was noticing a lot of nice support around that level. Turns out that seemed like a good level to enter. Now we're just kind of flying above that 267 and we're slightly below. I mean, we're going to be patient. We're seeing some volatility here. Now we're kind of dropping, but I'm going to keep my foot in Tesla for now. Although it seems like we're also having some, on my side charts here, it seems like we're just kind of having a market move down. Although, you know, like NVIDIA, we're still positive in terms of where we got in. So we got in, yeah, that 459.15 just because I wanted to be up on that uptrend. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we're kind of cycling potentially to the downside. I just want to switch to a 3-minute on these trades. But I mean, you know, I'm still happy with where I got in on them. And I'm going to wait and see how we're doing for now because, it just seems like something funky's going on with these big caps at the moment. So we shall see. I'm also noticing some Rivian and Palantir mentions in the chat, and those are both on my list. So let's take a look at our IVN, Mr. Rivian, first and foremost. Okay. So a little bit of a VWAP play, potentially, perhaps, my chance. Because I'm already in 2 longs right now, I don't think I'm going to hop in just yet, but I am going to keep an eye on how this one swoops around because I do like the idea of it as a VWAP play. We did have some news with the UBS upgrade. So it weirdly, an upgrade from neutral to buy, but it dropped the target price from 26 to 24. So, I mean, kind of a strange move, but it's like an upgrade's an upgrade, right? And like the market's reacting. We're up 4% right now. Then we also had Palantir, which had that $250 million Army contract for AI and machine learning development. And this one, yeah, up 3%. Ooh, okay. Seeing some swoops. This could be another potential VWAP move, so I am going to keep my eye on those ones. But like I said, I don't think I'm ready to hop into a third long, especially as I am seeing some downward wicks on the trades I'm currently in, because who knows what the market's doing right now? Not me. But yeah, I mean, we're generally green on the day, right? So it does still seem like a good day for some potential longs, especially with, you know, when you have ones that are moving on those positive catalysts. We didn't really have a catalyst on like NVIDIA, but we're generally seeing chip strength, as I kind of mentioned in Sector Watch, because Mobileye, which was, you know, like that's an Israeli company, with all of the conflict going on right now, the tensions in the Middle East, we're seeing lower trading on that. So that's why some of these other chip names are able to flourish. So yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on Palantir and Rivian, but we are going to stick in Tesla, NVIDIA, see how those chop around and pray for the best. Yeah.
All right. Someone, I think Chris at RML was saying your tag wasn't working, so maybe just put like a message again. Remember how you had to do that last time? Yeah. So not sure. He said he found a Beatles song with your name. Is that accurate?
I grew up on the Beatles. I think I would know if it existed.
I'm not sure what he's talking
about.
But
I mean, I would love if that was real.
Found her a Beatles song. Okay, there you go. Okay. So he wants to serenade you with some Beatles music there. So yeah, go for that. All right, guys. I like it. There's like, sure. I don't mean to bug you, Chris. We're just joking around, obviously. Chris, a good friend and avid participant in the chat and a good friend of the shows. All right, guys, we are doing a bit of a pullback. We got a couple of, you've got a weird looking candle on the NQ there. But, you know, you can't really look at the micro too much. Sure, we'll keep a look at the macro. We had a big boy move up into 15,345, and then, you know, what kind of looked like a topping tail reversal candle possibly, bringing us down into that 15,312, and Tesla coming down back as a result, but got my fill at the 75 penny area. I'm talking about 268.75. So now like 5 pennies out of the money as we dance with 267, trying to hold that level. This is the bottom end of the consolidation, and hence why I want to get in here. We'll see if we're able to reclaim that 268. I think, you know, Tesla has a way of running on its own at times, but I think it'll definitely be aided by a continued move up in the market, and specifically the NQ, 0.9% in the green today on the NQ. We'll keep an eye out on this one, but already some good profits on this bad boy already, over $1 winner to the break of 268. Diamond Realty of Miami, where have you been, my friend? It has been a minute. You've probably been closing deals, let me guess, in Miami for properties. I mean, Diamond Realty in Miami, come on. How are you, my boy Sharif with the clean cut? Yeah, since you've been here last, it has been gone 10 years to the day, and then I decided to cut it all off, and it's not going to come back for a while. Despite, you know, what may be circulating around here, Sean trying to get me to grow back, but it won't happen, baby. In any event, all right, so we're dealing with this Tesla trade. We went through the daily movers. Which of them is the strongest? Because we may need to supplement this Tesla trade. Let's bring in the side chart again. SMX absolutely giving up the ghost here. It looks like this one is poised possibly to come into that $2 area where it dealt with the majority of the pre and the aftermarket yesterday. It hung out at that $2 area, now coming back into 288 with a 272 low. SMX, yeah, not really tickling my fantasy there. Perhaps we have to, you know, bamboozle or weasel ourselves a trade in CGC, as it does have a good positive catalyst, and this one can definitely squeeze with a higher short float, no doubt about it. So we'll probably pop up CGC or corresponding marijuana stock on the other chart here, as Tesla, yeah, now we're nicely 20 pennies in the money or so on this one. What are the other individuals in the chat saying? Big Chungas, I love that name, bro. You kill it with that name. Trying to get them cats. No sirree, Bob. Trying to make my morning routine a whole lot quicker, because with a beard, let me tell you, morning routine was not short. All right, we wet our beak there through the break of the $half area. You must be happy you're printing.
I am thrilled. We are crying tears of joy. We are in a good mood. I really, like I said, I think a big thing I've been learning too is what level to get in at. I'm so happy I got in at that 266.95 area because that was really a situation where I was seeing some support. Looks like it paid off because we didn't really, like the lowest we were kind of getting was 266.88. You know what I mean? So I was like 266.95, happy we got in. We're still running up. We're testing that 267.60. I would love to see this baby hit $1. I would be, you know, crying tears of joy, as we mentioned. NVIDIA looks like it's spreading its little baby wings over here, too. We're getting a little bit of action on my friend NVIDIA. This one, I will admit, I think I got in a little too high. But you know what? C'est la vie. It is what it is. All you can do is let it run up, and it's still running up, although it was like down for a little bit. But you know what? We're happy. Cannot complain. Going to let these guys do their thing, 21. In the meantime, I also want to take a look at AMC. I think I've seen some whispers of AMC in the chat, I believe. And also, you know, I have my eye on AMC because those Swifties they will move the market.
Holy cow, man. What is Stresla doing? Adira, are you looking at your profits right now, man?
Let me see my Tesla.
There,
okay.
You're $1.30 in the money, my friend.
Okay, this is beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna plan an out on oh my God, Tesla is flying. Okay. Well, we're just looking at Tesla. We're in the money. I'm gonna see, maybe we'll take out half our shares at 268.50 here. I'm okay with that. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna try for that. Oh, I think I just tried to take out everything. But we'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. I'm honestly okay with taking out everything at 268.50 because you know it's a win. A win is a win, right? You can always get back in.
Ma'am.
But yeah, so I mean, Tesla's running. I'm really happy. NVIDIA is. I'm also close to $1 in an NVIDIA. Yes, we just got out all of Tesla, but I might get back in. It also looks like 268.50 is kind of where we're pushing it for now. So we might hop back in. Yeah, we were going to see what happened. Oh, now it's continuing to run up to 269.
Oh,
yeah,
baby.
I should have not accidentally taken out my whole trade here. But, I mean, go Sharif, killing it with Tesla.
Almost $2 on the money now, baby.
Woo! What's your plan for how long do you want to stay in for Tesla?
I'm just going momentum today.
Nice.
I mean, we'll probably really encounter resistance at 270. I always feel like, you know, these $10 levels, 60, 70, 80, you'll likely encounter resistance, but that's not a hard and fast rule. But the market is an absolute rocket. 1.13 now on the NQ. 15,358 Adara, it's going.
Yeah, I mean, we're also over $1 in NVIDIA now. So I'm gonna see. We're gonna actually try to take out half our share, not the whole position. So we're here around that 460. Well, like 460.50, 460.60. We're gonna see. I like where this is going though, and NVIDIA can be like a rocket ship. So I do not want to miss the plane. You know, I want to have a nice front row seat. Terrible metaphor, I apologize. But yeah, I'm liking what's happening in NVIDIA, and I like the momentum that we have had. I do see this one continuing to fly, and I would like to be there when it continues to do so. But yeah, right now we're kind of cycling around that 460.50. And yeah, now once I kind of have some stuff, now that we're kind of out of Tesla, albeit sort of accidentally, and NVIDIA, we're planning an exit now, or like at least a partial exit. Now we might be seeing to hop into those Rivian and Palantir trades that I had mentioned earlier. How goes Tesla? Still running?
Yeah, we're $1.50 in the money.
Nice.
Pulled back off that to almost 69 break. I saw somebody in the chat said Tesla will hit 269.69. Absolutely. I would have to agree with that. I would love for that to happen because then we could run some more here. But first, we'll have to get through 269 first. And at the moment, we are having trouble breaking through that. Normal stuff. 268.73 HOD at the moment. Kevy, 82. Do you see any news on SMCI up over 80%? Super microcomputer is otherwise known as the rocket ship of microchips. No, Kevy, I actually don't see anything today. I'm looking at yesterday to see if anything came in possibly later in the day. I'm not seeing anything from yesterday, but you know how SMCI is. It typically moves aggressively with microchips. So if microchips are as a group moving higher, more likely than not, you're going to see SMCI a big 5% plus. That's just the way it's been trading, at least from my observations of it this year. You must know already if you're trading it. It is a microchip supplier, so it doesn't have direct exposure to the consumer segment. It is more, you know, wholesale sales to places like TSMC, Intel. You get the drift. They supply parts for microchips. So it's a very great play to have an indirect exposure into that 283% up year to date for SMCI. Today it's up 8.47%, having done 3 million shares of volume, just a smidge below that, 2.95 for SMCI. We don't typically trade it here on the floor because it is quite spready, but just for you know what and giggles, we'll load it up over here.
That.
Yeah, because I'm not Katina Man. Katina Man, he's got seniority around here. He can drop an S-bomb here and there. I'm just a lowly, employee, so I can't drop S-bombs, or at least I don't feel at liberty. Look at this, 21 penny spread on this bad boy at the moment. Typically, why we don't trade that? That must make you vomit. Who loves tight spreads?
Yeah, we do not like a large spread. If we see a large spread, we run, screaming for the hills, crying.
Absolutely. But SMCI, who can dog this name?
No,
if you've got this in your long-term portfolio, you woke up this morning and you saw a 290 print, and now you go for your nap or you go for your run, you come back and you see a 316 print. Who wouldn't love that? But you also have to be willing to deal with the downside because this one can have big boy negative days too, Adara.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do an update in NVIDIA, and we're gonna laugh at ourselves here. So we meant to sell at 460.80, and we did sell half our position at 460.80, but before that we accidentally bought some shares at 460.80, which was a bit of an L. So of course now that we accidentally have these shares, we are we're running down a little bit. We're gonna be patient though. I have faith in NVIDIA, and I also have faith to make up for the mistake. But we own up to our mistakes. We don't run from them. Although it looks like the NVIDIA might be running from my 460.80 mistake, but let's hope it runs back up because that would make me very happy indeed. But in general, like beyond that, I am happy with where we got out in NVIDIA because we did get out most of our position at that 460.80, and it looks like we might be potentially running back up here. So you know what? Can't complain. Smile, smile, smiles. Good times. I want to take a look here at, let's look at Palantir again, just because like I said, that was one that I have been kind of eyeing, spying, keeping it. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think this one still has momentum. I'm going to switch to a couple different, let's try the 3-minute. Yeah, I like in general what's happening here. We're seeing like these little baby dips and kind of swooshes up. I want to get a better sense of movement from this point on. I want to check the 10-minute as well. Yeah, I mean, I want to see how much further we can kind of dip from this point, at least on the 10-minute. And then see if this is going to be, because we are seeing kind of higher lows. So I want to find a good position to hop in our friend Palantir.
Love it.
And then also Rivian, that was another one on our little watch list here. Both the Trader TV watch list and my own watch list. This could also be a dip buy, perchance, perhaps. I like what we're doing around VWAP. I want to see what it does at VWAP because, my whole thing has been I really pay attention to those VWAP plays. It looks like you might have some stuff from Tesla.
Oh, I'm just excited. When I yell pump it like that, I don't mean to interrupt you. That's just
it's okay. It's okay. I was like, I want to hear about the Tesla because it's exciting.
It's still running. It's still running.
It's still running.
Nothing news about that. I can take over for a sec because Reliable wants to know about GOTU. I don't know how to say this. Gautu? Yeah, I think that might be how it is a China-based holding company principally involved in the provision of technology-driven education services. Okay, I remember these bad boys, the China education names that were squeezing up. I think 2022 was their year. Let's put in the ticker GOTU. Nice move up on the day. Look, Reliable Rudy, I don't see a headline for this today, but I'm not surprised that I don't see one because we know the China ADRs are all pumping to the high side, 283 the high on the day. Let's go to the 1-minute chart and get a better look here of GOTU. I got to tell you, though, sparsely traded 1.2 million shares, not a lot for a $2, $3 name. And, the chart, you can just see the candles here. It reflects that kind of lightly traded volume, but a good dip trade here off 77, which was a smidge above VWAP. And, yeah, you got to size in heavily to get some good money on this name, especially because there's not much of a notional move. 267 low, 283 high. That's not even 20 pennies worth of range. But my concern is even if you size in big boy on this, the liquidity may not be there, so you may be stuck a little bit. More of a swing trade, he says. I agree. Not much of a day trade. Yeah, look, I don't know. Look, I'm in Li Auto, so I'm not really one here to kind of poop on China and these Chinese ADRs. I like Li Auto for specific reason because it delivers. The cars are there, the year-over-year growth is there, but these Chinese names, they are subject to the whims of politicians to whom I have very little respect. okay? And they feel this way one day, and they feel this way the other day. You have a new band here and a removing of a band there, so you've got to be ready for the volatility on these names on a day in, day out basis, like I am with Lee, quite frankly. So that's just my little spiel about the China ADRs, but some of them are absolutely sound companies. Baba, one of them. I think Lee being another. I love PDD, especially with the way they've been able to kind of penetrate that North American e-commerce market with Temu app. Shein has done a lot of that, but that's not publicly traded. So some of them are fundamentally sound names. It's just you have to be willing to deal with the day in and day out volatility because you're subject to the whims of politicians. And that's kind of how I feel about that, Adair.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you're a big Li Auto person.
Just because they deliver.
Yeah, I mean,
not because I have any other.
No, I understand, yeah. So yeah, I'm looking at my friend AMC here. I'll get to my NVIDIA trade in a minute because we did exit, and we're proud of ourselves, but we're going to get to that in a moment. So AMC, like I said, I wanted to kind of wait and see what the dip is here. What concerns me about AMC is we're looking like we might be getting slightly lower-ish lows. You know what I mean? At least I want to look at the 10-minute, just because, yeah. So when I see this red candle down, we get a skosh concerned. I'm not saying no to AMC because I don't say no to the Swifties because they have power.
I love how you all of a sudden you're so pro Swifties.
I'm not pro. I'm pro. I like what the Swifties do to the market. I would like to make this clarification. But yeah. However, I did enjoy the Kendrick Lamar collab with Taylor Swift, if only because Kendrick Lamar was in it. I'm gonna be really honest. But yeah, I mean, so we're seeing this red candle down here, which makes me a bit nervous. I think around the VWAP, that'll be a bit more worthy of interest for me to see where we jump in. Let's look. Okay, Rivian around VWAP. 3 minute. Okay, yeah, I want to see what kind of dip we get here, and then we'll see if we hop. Like I said, I'm a chart person. I like to look at the charts. One, though, this is kind of a random name for me to hop on, but I'll explain in a minute. Let's look at Coke, because we did have those Pepsi earnings, and they also impacted Coke. Like, Coke's up almost 2% right now. Okay, these candles are doing things. We're going to zoom out. We're going to check some. Let's check the 10-minute. Yeah, I mean, okay, so we've got like a 1 cent spread here, so I'm happy with that. We have, volume is like just over 6 mil. I'm okay with that. But like I want to see what it does around the VWAP before we kind of make any decisions here, especially because the candle wicks are a little wonky. They're a skosh out of whack for me. I like to see a bit more of like a clear, concise pattern before I hop in. Like that's kind of more of my move. But yeah, so we will, because especially, as I'm kind of seeing these lower dips here, I would kind of like to wait and see on Coke. But I'm also going to look at our friend Pepsi, which I accidentally typed EPE instead of PEP. Whoops. Yeah, so Pepsi, I mean, like, we'll see what it does around VWAP, right? But like with Coke, we're getting these kind of wild wicks here on the 5-minute. Let's check. I'm going to check my 10-minute. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit clearer on the 10-minute. I mean, let's see. Like, it could be a dip play. I would like to see, if we see a little bit more of a movement upward where I feel more confident jumping in, we could jump in because it does look like the VWAP has been a spot of action for our friend Pep Rally, Pep Squad. And before I pass it over, I would like to take, we're going to talk through NVIDIA. We got out of NVIDIA, and the reason I got out of NVIDIA, admittedly kind of early, I got out right after we broke HOD and we got to 61, because like I said, I accidentally got in more at NVIDIA at 460.80. But we still got 20 cents in the money. We didn't lose anything on this trade. So, I cannot be upset. We're all smiles here with NVIDIA and Tesla, so that was slightly deranged. But yeah, how goes Tesla?
$2 on the money, waiting for that 69.69 to come in. It's a good number. Thanks. I'll let you know when she opens, says Juan. Juan Padilla letting me know there is a new IPO today. Thank you for that, Juan. GMM not yet active, but be on the lookout. First day IPOs are always great, but they're also very dangerous. Make sure you are using the right risk management tools for yourself and for your account and for your risk appetite. GMM, new IPO today. Long this, I like that, that's great. $10 super chat, thank you very much, says, China has no accounting standards, making every company a potential Enron, and no valuation has any basis in fact. Thank you for your opinion. We've heard a lot made about the lack of North American style standards for accounting in China, and we've also heard accounts about them showing you what they want and hiding what they don't want you to see. There's been lots made about that, but you have to admit They have a huge market, and with a huge market comes potential for huge profits. But your statement is very well taken, and it's nothing that I'm sure the majority of us haven't heard. But if this is new to you and you are just getting in the investing game, yes, Chinese accounting practices don't necessarily mirror the North American and the more North American side of how we do things here. Not to say that we're perfect here. I mean, we hear all sorts about adjusted EBITDA. You know what adjusted EBITDA is? Anything they want it to be, right? Like they put in, like they'll include this and exclude that just on a whim. So, not trying to make the comparisons between the two jurisdictions, but we're not perfect on this side either. Anyway, Tesla continuing to battle here with that 268.5. It's been doing that a while, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Definitely don't want to take any more out. Want to let this run through 269 and possibly into that 270 level. All the while having a look here at the NQ to see what we are up to, and we are very much at the highs or near the highs. 15,359 exactly is the HOD. 15,350 is right now where we are, about 9 points off the high, very much closer to the high. The low, by the way, in case you're wondering, 15,171. So we're almost 200 points clear of the low, and this is day number how many? Now in October, it has been a good little bit here in October so far. Will it continue? Will it run? We've got CPI. Keep your eye on that Thursday. For whatever reason, this time around, we're getting PPI on Wednesday. Usually we get it the other way around. And but yeah, that's going to be a big print. If it comes in a little hotter than expected, all of a sudden we're talking about more rate hikes. Fed speakers have been coming out and speaking in droves as of late, and they have sounded decidedly more dovish in recent times. And that is probably because the 10-year and the 2-year have been doing their work for them. Essentially, real yields, real rates have been going much higher here as a result of the bond market. And, that may forego some of the work that they'd have to do. We just get another beak wetter there through the 70, 268.70 on Tesla. Yeah, but to move back to what I was saying about real rates, I mean, if they don't have to put their foot on the brake because the bond market's already doing it for them, I think that they'll take that. And that's what I believe Mary Daly, the president of the San Francisco Fed, was saying in an interview that she gave yesterday. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Taking care of business. Is China on the verge of collapse from a debt that is 1.5 times GDP? Very good question. Country Garden, the Chinese developer, the less risky Chinese developer, coming out today and saying that they likely won't be able to make the debt payment to bondholders on the coupon there. You'll recall that Evergrande hasn't been doing that for a while, but Evergrande has always been looked at as the problem child of the Chinese developer world. Country Garden was the one that cozied up more to the Chinese government, took on less risk, was less heavily levered, and even they're having problems. So these problems have a way of filtering into your competitors, even though that they may have sound balance sheets. In any event, I do see your point. The Chinese economy, it's been tough going for them, especially after that zero COVID policy. They really haven't recovered. But we saw this morning the Chinese government saying that they are willing to run fiscal deficits to prop up their economy. So we'll have to see what kind of effect that has on the market there.
Yeah. So I saw Nanya Biz, shout out to Nanya Biz, baby dip swoop on PLTR. It does look like that is what is happening. I'm trying to get in at PLTR right now, 1807 kind of area, but it looks like we're bouncing around that we might not hit that again. We'll see. But yeah, I like the idea of this, although we are seeing slightly lower highs. I don't know how long I would stay in it, but you know what? Like, it's a long kind of day. It's an October kind of day, so we're maybe going to do that here. Okay. In the meantime, we have joined the Pep squad since we have last checked in. We are in Pepsi as he inches towards that VWAP, and in this case, just like had a nice little swoop here. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy I'm in Pepsi. I like where we got in Pepsi as well, that 163.40. No complaints here, no complaints from me. Can't be sad about it. We're gonna stay in Pep for a little while. Oh, he had a nice little swoop here. Sorry, exciting. But yeah, so I mean, I'm happy with Pepsi. I'm Team Pep right now. We're staying in the Pep squad for the time being. Let's see if this baby can go to 164. I would be thrilled. I would be overjoyed. We would be having a good time. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens here. I have Pepsi on my side chart, literally just keeping an eye on that one because you know I'm happy with how it's going. And yeah, shout out to my Pep squad.
Are you Pepsi or Coke?
Like as a
real life.
drinker, I am
Yeah.
a Coke person.
You're Coke, okay.
And I say that because I think there are more interesting flavors. There is a Starbank convenience store by my house that has vanilla and cherry Coke and sometimes orange vanilla if you go at a good time. And also, I'm a Sprite person. Like I think I'm more Sprite versus 7-Up than I am Coke versus Pepsi, if that makes sense.
Okay, I can respect
I don't know.
that.
What about you? What are you?
Somebody hit the fill. It probably is Ramin. Yeah, so she was displeased with what you had to say there. I'm assuming she's a Pepsi person.
Oh my God.
All right, I can go either way. To be
Yeah,
honest
I'm
with
not
you.
that picky. I just think I like the flavor option.
I like Coke Zero because I don't want the sugar.
I get that,
But there's
yeah.
very little Pepsi Max around. When you go and you're trying to get the Coke Zero substitute, usually people either have Coke Zero or they'll have nothing like Pepsi wise. Like
Yeah, Pepsi is weirder diet options.
yeah, it is, and I don't
didn't
like the
think about
diet. I don't know what Coke Zero tastes different to me than Diet Coke, and I think a lot of people can.
It does.
That. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. So yeah, I gotta tell you, if because of that reason and that reason alone, I'm gonna have to side with Coke on that one. So I got you back on that one, Nadera.
Thank you.
All right, Tesla, we wet our beak there through the 269 touch. So that was another $2 winner, but now coming back into 268. But the entire position that we had at 267.30s has been exhausted, and whatever we've got left is the dip trade that we got filled at there at the 267.75. So that's why we were able to say $2 winner, but that was not the original cost basis. The way that P-Pro 8 does is it removes the shares with the higher price first, and then the lower priced shares are removed subsequent to that. So anybody wondering why the average cost of my long on Tesla was going down. First in, first out, the Kenobi one says, as he, I'm assuming you're doing a dance with Amazon? He says he's doing a tango. He's tangoing up a storm over there. Eddie R, I love Diet Coke. Really, Eddie? I gotta tell you, man, I'm not a big fan of the diet taste, but yeah, all you, brother, all you. Reliable Rudy, SPCB. Let's go over here and have a look at. Did GMM open? Let me just double quick. Before I look at that, Eddie, I'm just gonna check here GMM real quick because I think my side chart might be lying to me. Yes, GMM is open and it is up 16% and it is already halted. GMM, new IPO on the day. No idea what this company does or anything about them. Global Moffy Metaverse. Ooh, okay. Halted. The exact halt time I'll tell you in one moment. 11:36:32. So we are about like whatever, 1 minute deep, sorry. The tap currently 598. It is halted at 583, so slated to open up. Yeah, so keep your eye on that possible move here. GMM, I believe the opening print was exactly $5. So the IPO opening print $5 here, and the tap higher at the moment than the halt price, which is 583 now, showing me 588 on the tap. Jada Jazz wants to start a Pepsi or Coke poll. Ramin, you want to get on that? Can we do that? She's going to get on that. All right, we're going to do a Pepsi or Coke poll. That's coming in real quick. Make sure to vote on that and to like and subscribe as well, man. I mean, if you're not liking and subscribing, then what's this all about? But we're going to look for here. We're going to look at Reliable's chart. He wants to look at SPCB. We'll have a look at that one real quick. SPCB. This is Supercom. Supercom is an Israeli-based global provider of traditional and digital identity solutions, advanced Internet of Things and connectivity, and cybersecurity. Okay, so this play will obviously be important during this current time. 8.3 million share float, sub $1 name. We looked at this one earlier. I actually had it on my side chart already. Just too excited with my Tesla trade here, to be honest. I know.
Yeah,
Right?
it happens all of it.
Yeah. Knocked on the door, Adara, of that $1 area. Wasn't able to break it. SPCB, let's put that ticker in. 99 cents a high. I still like this Reliable just because it is still above VWAP, so it makes it, more more likely for me that this one maintains its long bias, but look at this downward trend, lower high, lower high, lower high, and you've also got lower lows. So you do have a downward channel. You could play the ranges, but for how long? What I'd be looking for here is a dip trade off VWAP, which also happens to correspond with the lower end of this consolidation area that we had from around 10 o'clock to about 10:45. So it's about 45 minutes worth of a consolidation low at that 77.5, 78 penny area, give or take. So I'd be looking for something like that. I wouldn't necessarily be interested in a breakout trade, but you know, it could absolutely I could absolutely miss this. So that's my look there. Back to Stresla.
Ooh.
Still,
he's not Vesla today. He's Stresla.
Yeah, I know, right? We're still $1 in the money, but it is retracing Adara off the highs of 269, not able to take that 269 level just yet.
Yeah. So I am in Pepsi. We're still in the Pep squad for now. I took out half my shares at that 163.70 because I was noticing a bit of a dip below that. You know, as you see this wick here, we kind of touched below VWAP. I got a skosh nervous. Like I said, my new strategy when I'm getting a little stressed is just get out half the shares. And like literally, we haven't lost anything, right? We got in at 163.40. We got out halfway at 163.70. So not even a bad trade. I was getting a little bit nervous and decided I wanted to, you know, do what I could to minimize any stress for myself and my part. We seem to be struggling, at least right now, with Pepsi in the Pep squad here. Getting over this 163.80 kind of level, we'll kind of dance around it and then swoop down a little bit. So I would like to see some consistency. Yeah, I saw that. Then shout out to the poll. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with Pepsi. I don't know how much longer I'll be in the Pep squad for now, but who says I won't rejoin? Yeah, I don't know. We're going to leave him be for now. We're going to let him run, but I don't love the struggle that we seem to be having at the 163.80 area. You know, we're just going to set some stuff here for now, and then we're going to move on to the next trade. Let's take a look at Palantir, which
GMM
I
is
am
open,
in.
by the way,
Pardon?
for anybody who wants
GMM?
to trade that open. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, it's okay, no
GMM
worries,
is
no
open.
worries.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I got in at Palantir on a little bit of a dip here because, you know, someone was saying in the chat, you know, baby dip and swoop up on Palantir. It looks like we are doing that. We're not going to stay here crazy long, I don't think, especially with those slightly higher highs, or slightly lower highs, sorry, as I mentioned. But for now, we are in Palantir. We're a couple cents in the money on Palantir. We're going to let him do his thing. And I also want to check out Rivian because Alex Davis was saying it looks like there's a Rivian dip, and I had mentioned I was looking for that Rivian dip. So thank you, Alex Davis, in the chat here. Oh, go Palantir. We're going to let him run. Okay, yeah, Rivian's having a bit of a dip. I want to see a bit more of, like, you know, solid movement up before I hop in here. But I do, like, just because, you know, I want to see if this is how we kind of go from here, just because I'm slightly worried about, like, lower lows. That being said, I am not, you know, I'm not against the action in Rivian. I just want to be a skosh more cautious and more cognizant for myself before we take that little leap into our friend Rivian here. But yeah, so I think I kept saying Palantir and Rivian interchangeably right now. I am talking about Rivian. I am also currently in Palantir. But yeah, yeah, okay, now it looks like Rivian's running. So we're going to wait and see on this one. Another one I want to check out, someone was saying something about, we saw some AMC mentions in the chat. Yeah, AMP, shout out to Sharif for AMP. And then I'm also seeing some AMD mentioned. So AMD's going to happen after AMP.
That too, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, like, that's why I said I was, you know, because I was talking around here about AMC. I was nervous about, you know, what we were going to see with lower lows. Happy I didn't get in one about that. Thank the AMC. Thank AMC. We're going to see below this VWAP what we do around here because we could hop for a swoop up. But I mean, like, we were up at one point like 3-4% in the day. Now we're just barely, you know, 0.5%. So we're going to have to wait and see on AMC. But I'm not anti-AMC at all. And we also have, what else is running? We have AMD, AMD. Lots of mentions in the chat for AMD. Ooh, AMD has this gorgeous green candle up to the upside.
It's moving.
Yeah, AMD could be another potential dip buy for me. Like I said, I'm generally more comfortable with the dip buys. But also, like I said, we actually have positive catalysts on these chip names. And not like positive is a strong word, but we do have movement potentially because, like I said, with the mobile eye situation, because there is less mobile eye buying, we're seeing some mobile eye selling. So these other chip names are kind of able to step into the forefront. And obviously, like, you know, conflict is never good. The tensions are never good. But I mean, it ends up being like, at this point, I think the chip names are being helped by that, to clarify. But yeah, so AMT and AMC are potentially ones to watch. And in the meantime, Palantir is kind of struicing me out a little bit, so we might hop out of Palantir. You're still in Tesla?
Still in Tesla.
Wow,
Still holding.
go Besla, Stresla, Tesla.
It is not doing much. I got to tell you the truth, though. It's hanging around that $268 area, despite the fact that we just printed higher highs on the NQ, 15,377 and 3/4 now. HOD, we're at 72, so we're 5 points off the high. Very much near the high end of the range. 1.23% to the good on the NQ. Outperforming the ES today, which has claimed successfully, I failed to mention this earlier, 4,400 now, the ES above that 4,400 level. Say that again. New lows on the Dixie, says the Kenobi one, Obi once, twice, and thrice. He does not like the DXY today, lows, and that's typically how we go, guys. Equities go up, Dixie goes down, in case you're wondering what the Dixie is. No, not the Dixie chicks. The DXY is the US dollar index. I kind of dated myself with that Dixie chicks comment.
Yeah, because they're the chicks now, yeah.
Yeah, but what? They're called the Dixie chicks.
Well, they were, now they're the chicks.
Oh, they're called the
changed
chicks?
their names, but they were the Dixie chicks.
But you're a music person, so you know what's up.
I'm a huge music head,
yeah. There you go. They're called the chicks. That's amazing. All right, well, we're going to go with that, Adara. 4,400 here on the ES, like I was saying, 15,372. Could we see 15,4? I wouldn't put it past this market on the day. No question about it. But let's talk about GMM for the moment. Maybe I should focus on my Tesla trade because this one's coming in here at 260. I'm only $1 in the money now on this. Anyway, we'll look at that one in a sec. GMM 22%, taking $6 now, looking to move up. The spread though, it's suspect at times. Right now it's not bad, 4 pennies. Usually sometimes it's 1 penny. But GMM, good move on this name. Come to the screen if you're able to. Ramin, thank you. Keeping my eye on this. It's just hard to trade. Like, what are the levels? Are you going to dip off 5? I mean, you're going to just have to take a shot in the dark here. I saw someone by the name of Yannick in the chat was saying that, you know, thanks to whoever mentioned this, which was Juan Padilla, by the way. So you can send him a cup of coffee or whatever. He says he's up huge on this name now. So good for you for punching in. You know, you're braver than I got to tell you that. So shout out to you. I hope you print on it. And you do well. Dan McIsaac, just the chicks now. So dumb. All right, you know, they want to be called the chicks. It's up to them, Dan. HPDS, Daryl LePage, what do you see? What do you use to show volume?
Yes, so
your volume chart at the bottom.
Yeah, my volume chart at the bottom. I will admit I'm probably less, like, I'm just going to pull it up here so you can kind of see. I have, like, my little pink and blue and purple little candles here, because why not? But yeah, I mean, I think generally I need to be more cognizant of volume, I will say. Like, I'll look at kind of the daily volume here, but I think I need to be more cognizant of, like, volume at the moves. You know, something I can recognize. But yeah, I mean, like, that is what I have, though. I do have this is what the kind of volume chart is here at the bottom for me, yeah. Yeah, I guess you have the same thing, the volume chart.
Yeah, I do, right at the bottom. Now, there's other stuff that you can use. There's something called a volume profile, which is usually charted from the side. So so essentially what it'll do, it'll show you the different prices, right? So there'll be like this price over here. It'll show you how much volume took place at, say, $264. And there'll be side bar charts. You can get that on TradingView. It's quite, you know, it's not sophisticated, but most charting applications don't have them. I don't have it on IBKR. We don't have it on PPRO 8, but there are other apps that you can use to get it. I believe Webull may have it because I use TradingView. I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah, volume profile used a lot by used often by a lot of the traders on the trading floor. Shout out to Aaron. He loves that. Aaron the machine gun. The sneezer. If anybody wonders who's sneezing back there, 5, 6, 7 in a row, that is Aaron the machine gun, baby. And yeah, he always sneezes up a storm in the morning. In any event, let's see what we have here going on. Not much for me here except just to watch my Tesla come back down nearer that 267 area. But I'm going to try to exercise patience as 267 looks like it is a good support level. So we'll be looking for support off there. In addition, I have a buffer of about 23 pennies from 267 to my entry, so I can give it the opportunity to come back down into that area. All right, so we'll leave that one be for now. GMM now A scotch below 6. Somebody was asking in the chat, is that a Canadian term?
Is it?
I have no idea.
It's just a term I use.
Yeah.
I don't know its origin. I am not the inventor of it. I've heard it. I don't know where I've heard it. Maybe it's something used in my family. I don't know. But Scotia it is a term. I do not know its origins. It might be Canadian, but yeah, we're Scotian.
Okay.
We're Scotian.
Have
Sorry,
you?
back
Interesting.
To you.
Have you looked at your NVIDIA friend over there?
Yeah, I am looking at him. I'm trying to buy him in the next dip. I literally have him on my
What a
side chart because
move.
NVIDIA. I mean, we got out. Obviously, we got out a little early, right? But I mean, the thing is, with trades, you can always get back in. You can take what you need to get, and then if you have a dip, you get some more. You get what you get. You don't get upset. To use like an adage that is often used with children. But maybe it applies with trading too. But yeah, no, NVIDIA is like ripping. This is because it ripped yesterday too. We went to the upside. I was very happy to be in NVIDIA yesterday. Happy to be in it today as well. Yeah, I find with NVIDIA, you just really have to keep an eye on it, and then when it runs, it runs.
And AMD. AMD is making a real big boy move and really threatening to take that 110 area, 109.80 HOD at the moment, and we are very much near highs on AMD. Let me put in the ticker real quick here. Eek. I hate having to do this. It's like this should be done already. All right, 109.80. We are very much at highs. Wow, what a strong day AMD is. I'm just looking quickly here to see if there's anything on AMD. Analyst Ming-Chi Kuo says AMD AI chip shipments are expected to grow rapidly in 24 and 25. When did that come out? Is that new? That came in 11:43. Okay, and then we also had a BofA Securities maintaining coverage with neutral and $120 price target. Not really a glowing endorsement, but price target's not bad there. What else do we have? BofA Global Research, that was already spoken about. AMD to acquire open source AI software, Nod.ai. We talked about that in the morning. Multiple headlines for AMD today. You got a reiteration of neutral price target by BofA. And this latest one here, analyst Ming-Chi Kuo says AMD chip shipments are expected to grow rapidly, AI chip shipments in 24 and 25. I haven't read the body of this article here to kind of give you more deets. But here, AMD's primary target market for its AI chips is CSPs, and CSPs have superior software capabilities that can address AMD software weakness. Okay, so in case you're wondering what they're talking about, when you buy these H100 chips from NVIDIA, you're not just buying a GPU, you're buying into an entire ecosystem, and that's why it's hard to get out of that. So they kind of ensconce you within like their own ecosystem. So it's not just you plug in, play. No, there's like software that goes with it. Again, I'm not a tech guy, but that's basically the move here, and I'm assuming that's basically what they're talking about, that AMD software are not as up to speed or up to par with NVIDIA's when it comes to whatever AI processors they're shipping out there. So I think that that's what's meant by that. Went green on NVIDIA, says CDP. Good for you. Hope you print on that one. People yell on all sorts of tickers, really, because everything's doing well. Google might break 140 today. Apple, oh, my beloved Apple. Could we see 180? I'll be $10 in the money if we get that Apple 180 print. Amazon, the Amazonian himself, was doing a little bit of a dance over there on the big desk with Amazon. It is at high of day 130.61. Meta, 324.25. I can't believe this Meta move. We were just trading Meta at 300. Do you not remember this a few days ago?
I remember literally 2 weeks ago we were getting
it last week.
Yeah, last week too. That's true. I'm just thinking about the whole Meta Connect thing when that was trading.
I can't believe it.
Literally got down to 290.
Meta is an absolute rocket. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Beast mode.
Fantastic stock. This stock, by the way, this time last year, Adara, $86.
Meta? Pardonnez-moi? What? Actually?
Yeah, I'll show you the chart on this. It absolutely huadunked. This was the very, very, this is the actual definition of huadunk. Here we go. Let's show, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this, Adair. Now, this is not the full chart. I have to go to the weekly because they split adjusted here.
This is insanity.
When they changed their name from Facebook to Meta, the chart went wonky on me. So here it is. This is how high we were. During the height of the pandemic, got to 380 bucks, and then they missed earnings. And look at that. Look at that huge move from 331 in one day, Dara. It dropped to 230, $100 in one day. And then it really kept pooping the bed until it made a low of 88 bucks. And this is the recovery.
Madness.
So, yeah, this is the weekly chart, by the way, guys, on META. And so, yeah, this time last year, this was an $80, $90 stock, whatever. And now we are 300 some odd dollar stock, looking to make new highs possibly through 380. Should
Wildness.
get up there. Yeah.
Thank you for showing me that. That's crazy. I saw someone saying, I think this is a response to Meta, even mold grows, which is pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, I'm just pulling up NVIDIA again because I'm trying to look for a dip buy in our friend NVDA. You know, as we're kind of cycling around, I want to see if we can get back up above to 462. Sorry, yeah, we're going to see where, you know, if I were to get in, I'd probably want to get in around that 461, 40-50 area. Right now, we're cycling around 461.85. But yeah, that would be my dream entrance point. You know, like we're trying to plan the trades out better. That was a bit of a weak point, you know, when I first started. So we're going to see how we do here. But yeah, like I don't dislike the idea of getting back in NVIDIA. But I would like, you know, to see a bit more like solid movement here, a bit more sense of how low the dip will dip before we buy into the dip. Yeah, another one I want to look at here. I mean, I've seen some message of mentions of Google in the chat. And on my side chart, Google's having some nice little dip action here. So let's pull up Google. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, like we have some nice, like, you know, we flew above VWAP here, like we had that dip, you know, and then we were just having like the baby dips up until that point. Definitely headed to the upside. It was struggling a bit more this morning too. So let's see what news we have on Google. Okay. Google's going to start prompting users to use passkeys by default. Probably not that. Okay, I mean, Wells Fargo maintains equal weight and raises price target to 126. Maybe, I mean, the funny thing, it raises price target to 126. We're like above 126, right? But yeah, I mean, we'll see. That could be it. Either way, though, we have some nice momentum on our friend Google. We also have Alex Davis, Rivian left without us. Yeah, let's see. I know Rivian, like I said, I wasn't sure about Rivian. I should have gotten in when I was, oh my God, okay, Rivian in this freaking gorgeous 3-minute candle here. Yeah, like because I said I wasn't, I think it was like around here, this kind of area. I wasn't sure I wanted to get in because I wanted to have a better sense of the market. I should have been checking Rivian more. I will take the L on that, will admit it. Yeah, like because we had this gorgeous swoop up from like that 1945 area all the way to like 1972. So yeah, this is Rivian is like, again, this might be another dip play. I just have to remember to keep checking on this one. But yeah, this is gorgeous. One more I want to talk about, PLTR. I got out of PLTR potentially early, but just because I was noticing that we were, I mean, now we're at the level we got in at. So I mean, I don't really mind. We didn't lose much on this, honestly. We got out half our shares at 1805. Then I noticed we still weren't really getting above that. We got the rest out at 1805. We got it at 1810. So you know what? Like, it is what it is. We're not going to cry over it. It happened. In the meantime, NVIDIA looks like it is maybe having another dip play, but I want to make sure that we have a more definite swoop upwards before we hop in. A couple people mentioning Lucid here. So let's look at LCIE. Oh, okay. This is beautiful. Oh. Lucid has.
These are all up today.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Let's see the news on Lucid. I know yesterday we had, I guess it was like came out that they lose, I think it's like over 300,000 per car or something like that.
Is that accurate, or is Sean just making that up?
No, I heard, I did.
Was that actually real?
I saw that. Yeah, I don't know. I need to find
I heard him say that this morning. I didn't.
Yeah, no, because I saw the news before I heard him say that. So it's like I knew that was, but I need to find this.
Gotta be
Lucid car.
Oh, I gotta read this.
Yeah, sorry, we're just
300,000.
Did you find it?
No.
Oh yes, okay. Bloomberg Intelligent Estimate. It said that it's set to burn 338,000 for every vehicle it makes this year. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know what news is trending on now. We're like 5.5% to the upside, and this is like a very nice, like honestly from open we've been flying little baby dips, swooping back up. Like Lucid has some gorgeous movement today, although the amount that it is set to lose per car, according to Bloomberg, is decidedly less gorgeous. Are we still flying in Tesla?
We're doing okay.
Nice.
We're a buck plus in the money now, $1.10. I really need to read this article because that's madness.
Yeah, no, I saw that and I was like...
They have a lot of financial support because the Saudis are basically bankrolling this company, and the Saudis have a lot of money. But I don't know if that's really sustainable. I mean, we heard a lot about Rivian losing $33,000 per RT1. The Mach-E for Ford, they're losing about $30,000 per car. But I just can't imagine how this could be sustainable. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'll have to read that after. But in any event, that's very eye-opening. All right, Sharif, I've heard lots of talk on the show about missing your intended levels. Doesn't TradingView have price alert features? Absolutely. I've got price alerts features on my my platform as well. It's just a matter of putting them in. I don't know if there is one on P-Pro 8, which is what we use here. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't employed it. I'm assuming there probably is. On my side charts, though, I just right-click on the chart, and then there's a price alert feature and putting it in. So I don't really have an issue with that. Not sure who you're referring to be quite honest. But yeah, in any event, we do have it. Dan McIsaac, most of these movers are shorts finally covering. I don't know about that, Dan. I don't know about that. I mean, we talked about historically the weakness of Q3 and especially September in specific. If you take a 100-year sample size, 50-year sample size, whatever it is, September is the only month where there is more than a 50% chance it will be negative. Think about that, right? The only month of the 12. And then when you do a more recent analysis, and you look say starting from the pandemic, we've had retracements in August, September, October, in almost all of them. So I gotta tell you, I think it's a seasonality thing. Whatever the reason may be for that seasonality, that could be up for debate. I've heard many different theories. Some of them even say tax loss harvesting in Q3, which we know would be more of a Q4 thing. In any event, whatever the reason is, it seems to be definitely the statisticians agree that the quants or whatever are probably going to tell you the same thing with respect to that. All right, let's get to the current price action right now. Stressla living up to its name here, Dara, as it comes back into that 267 level. Not quite there yet.
He's stressing you out?
Always.
He's stressing?
Yeah, 267.31 right now. We're long 77, so we've given up quite a bit on this 268.94 HOD currently. But the future curling a little bit here with a 15.383.5 high coming back into 69s or so. So we'll see if we get a second wind off the future and on Tesla in general. Nimit mentioning Tupperware. Haven't traded that one in a bit. I never really imagined I'd be trading Tupperware.
Yeah, that's why.
I use Tupperware.
Yeah, it's so many funny. When I started, I was amazed at so many things I didn't realize were people names. Tupperware, Weight Watchers, it's nuts.
Yeah, legit. TUP, guys, having itself a decent day, 33% to the good today. I'm going to look real quick, see if there's anything on the blotter for Tupperware. Yes, there is. Okay, Tupperware Brands Corp. Gudis decision to resign is not due to any disagreement with the company or board. I'm assuming this Gudis individual is the executive vice chair. Yes, executive vice chair Gudis. That's a sick name, I'll tell you that.
That's wild,
there.
yeah.
I love that. Richard Gudis.
Rolls off the tongue, yeah.
We're mean.
I don't dislike it.
I like it.
It's like Gouda. It reminds me of the sheep.
Yeah. That's exactly what came to my mind. Tupperware Brands. Actually, this is from October 6th. Richard Gudis, executive vice chair, informed the company of his intention to resign. Tupperware Brands on October 5th. Units entered into Fifth Amendment to the credit agreement. That's not usually a good sign. Tupperware Brands now expects its quarterly report on Form 10Q from quarter ended September 30th, 2023 will also be delayed. Not a good sign. Tupperware Brands amendment extends deadline for delivery of the company's annual audited financial statements for full year December 31st, 2022 to November 1st, 2023. Okay. Whatever reason, we're running here, Mr. Gudis. And we got a $1.64 high. It's been a nice stair step up, good upward channel with higher highs and higher lows. Shout out to all my technicians. Look at this. It's textbook higher highs, higher lows, upper upward channel. You don't really have the breakout in these upward channels, but you have that nice sustained move. And if you're a better trader than me, which is probably most of you, you're probably getting, you know, more ads on the dips here. That's something that I've really struggled with over the years, getting ads on the dips. Got an ad today on Tesla, but it looks like it's going to make me pay a Dara, as now we are knocking on the door of that 267, about to break.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to end this one if it breaks.
Season.
As always, baby, as always.
Yeah.
So keeping my eye on Stressla here, up still on the day, 2.85.
Nice, yeah. I mean, we're trying to get a fill on Meta. I noticed some chat mentions of Meta in the chat, some whispers. And I like the dip action we have. We're trying to get a dip right now. We're circling around that 323 area, noticing some support around 323.10. That's where we're trying to get set up. Let's see if we get filled. In the meantime, NVIDIA is making me regret getting into NVIDIA. No, I'm joking. Not yet. Yeah, we got in like, I mean, I think we arguably got in a skosh too high here. We got in like, what, like 460, 165. We're circling around 460, 130 right now, but I'm not going to give up hope yet. I did buy because I saw a dip play. We can always, you know what I mean? Like we might need to cut some of our losses here, but in the meantime, I'm going to wait. I'm going to let him circle. I'm going to let him cycle, let him, you know, work out his frustrations, and then we'll decide what we do here with Mr. NVIDIA, because, you know, patience is a virtue, as cliched as that is, and it's a big thing with trading as well. That was my bigger issue earlier when I first started, is like the second you notice, like the second I notice a bit of a downward movement, I would like freak out and I try to end the trade. And that's not necessarily like sustainable. You know what I mean? That's not necessarily a good time, because it's like, you know, then it can cycle upwards and then you lose out on some potential trades. So sometimes, you know, if you notice a pattern, you get into it for a reason, be patient.
Agree.
So yeah, so that is the vibe with NVIDIA right now. In the meantime, Meta, it looks like Meta went to the party without us. I think Meta left us at home sitting on the front doorstep. So we're gonna check in on Meta in a bit, but it looks like doesn't look like we're necessarily getting our fill on Meta. Oops, whoops, it happens. Let's take a look at, I'm seeing some Disney mentions. I'm gonna get to Disney in a moment, but first I want to mention Palantir, because some other people were talking about how Palantir is super slow to get going. I can testify to that, and that's why I got out. Because yeah, and again, this is a patience issue. So Palantir, I got in because I was noticing, although now these dark wicks are these dark pools, are kind of, you know, ruining it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the 10-minute, you can see it a bit better. But we were playing around VWAP, so that's why I got in where we got in. Don't hate where we got in. But we couldn't really sustain that, so we were kind of cycling a little bit lower. I got out, I lost like 5 cents per share, so it's not hideous. It is what it is. But yeah, I think the thing with Palantir is it requires a level of patience that perhaps I do not have yet. And you know what, we'll work on it, but for right now, yeah, we took a slight L on Palantir. I do relate to everybody saying that it requires
What's your patience like in real life?
In real life, it depends.
Like, legitimately, be honest about this.
Well, it depends on the context. Like I will say I'm the type of person where I like to be very early for everything. So I feel like I move very quickly in my life, and so I think I would like the universe to move as quickly as I do. Fair. If that answers your question. I think like I can have patience, but like for things like, for example, like, you know, Starbucks, I pre-order because I don't want to have to wait. You know what I mean? Like for like Starbucks, like any like coffee stuff, I have no patience. I'm like, I would like to get in and get out. I walk very quickly, so slow. I feel like it's like immediate things I don't have much patience for. Longer term, I have patience. After,
I like that.
You know, that would be my answer. And because I think trading is generally, like, you know, we day trade, right? By definition of the name, by its nature, it is a bit more short term, right? So I like to be able to get in and get out of trades. What would you say for yourself for patience? It's
a bit of both. It's kind of like you. I don't have like that immediate need for speed. Like I don't, I don't pre-order my drinks. I don't mind waiting in line. That's me like 90% of the time. Okay. The 10% will be like, I'll be frustrated with the world and hate everyone, right? Yeah. And at that time, I'll want like, you know, quick moves. But in general, I am willing to wait things out. And that's for the short term and the long term as well. I think, you know, especially with trading, I think trading brings out your natural instinctive characteristics, right? Yes. Yeah. You know, you can try to hide those day in and day out with people, but I think trading kind of keeps you super honest with who you really are. All right, guys, we're going to have to get off this cycle babble for a second here and talk about the fact that I am 13 pennies from my entry on TSLA. This one's coming all the way in, baby. into breaking 266. So I'm going to cut this. If it comes into 77, it's doing a bit of a dance at 267 right now. I'm talking about 77, the penny, not the dollar. It's trying to hold 67, but it's, you know, there's a clear area of support for me on the chart at 267, but Tesla's never been one to hold areas at strict levels or just general areas. I've taken a lot off the table. 80% is off the table already, 20% left in this trade. I was really hoping, pardon me, to get that 269 break. It looks like I may not get that on the day. So anyway, if it comes in to 266.77, it's gone Zeno. We're going to cut this trade, and then we're going to look for another one. And I'm sure there will be other ones in play, no question about it, but we'll keep an eye on that. Mark Molman, is it leg day today? No, sirree, Bob. It was leg day yesterday. And if you know me, I break my leg day into once, twice, OB thrice, 3 times a week. 1 day quads, 1 day glutes, 1 day hams. Yesterday was a hamstring day. There was a plethora of deadlifts done, by the way. My lower back singing. But here's the trick for you guys that have lower back issues when you do deadlifts. Mix core in with it. And by that, I'm talking about do abdominals with it. So I was doing a superset with my deadlifts for abdominals, and that kind of helps out balance your body. And I don't feel as much pressure on my erector spinae group when I do abdominals or obliques or some combination thereof. Just make sure you're doing a core workout. And then I did hamstring curls. And then I did good mornings. And good mornings always light up my lower back. No question about that. I went heavy on that one too, by the way. And I supersetted my good mornings with barbell calf raises, because who doesn't want to have bigger calves? You know what I mean? So right. Go on a tangent. Yes, Ramin. All right. Ramin, by the way, did a deadlift competition too.
I think I heard like someone talking about this one. That's crazy. I mean, go Ramin. That's awesome.
And she got kicked out of Planet Fitness for doing that, right? So shout out to Ramin on the 1s and 2s and her deadlift competition, baby. Gym update. Now let's do some football update also. The Green Bay Packers lost. I can say that loud because Sean's not here. Right, I asked him this morning, I'm like, oh, I got to get out of Tesla, by the way. It's going to break my entry. I didn't watch the game last night because I went to sleep early, being the good boy that I am. And I'm like, Sean, who won yesterday? He's like, we should have won. We gave up the ball, this and that, horse collar tackle. And anyway, he was displeased, as was I, and as will Neil when he comes here tomorrow, because his Bills lost in London as well. So, you know, it's been a tough week for all of us. But mine was made a little bit better, skosh better, by the fact that the Arsenal beat City in London. So that really kind of buoyed my weekend, Adara.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we're still watching this little meta. It seems like we're not catching the meta train. But, you know, we can watch, we can wave through the window. No, I'm joking. It's a sad time, and we're sad. No, we're fine. We're just waiting to get into meta, hopefully. In the meantime, let's check out NVIDIA, which is, like, leaving without us, but in a bad way.
I'm out.
It's in the, congrats. Yeah, we're trying to plot an exit, at least for half our shares, to NVIDIA, because I was really hoping it would pick up some steam. It is showing a skosh of support around 461, but it's not giving me like tons and tons of confidence here. Like, I'm looking at the lows here. And you know, we are seeing general like strength with the, oh my God, what's it called? The NASDAQ, those NQs. You know, that could be of note. Someone's mentioning Rivian could be a place. I'm going to check that in a minute. We did just get filled on Meta also at 323.70. So yeah, so we'll see. We're keeping an eye on everything, but it looks like NVIDIA, I'm going to try to offload about half my shares here. So we're going to deal with that. And I will be checking our friend RIVN in a moment, because it looks like that could be of note. Let's pass it over to RIVN. Yes, Alex Davis, Rivian 1940 may be a play again. Let's look. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, this definitely is. I'm going to wait for that 1940 to hit before we get in, because I don't want to get in too high. But this is looking like it's of interest to me. I'm not a hater. I do not hate it. Also, update: we did get out half our shares of NVIDIA at that 460 one, just to kind of cut our losses there a little bit. We're doing okay though. We're still doing fine. You know, it is what it is. Like I said, you know, when I'm noticing stress, we try to get out half our shares. But yeah, Rivian looks like it is a potential play, at least for me, around, yeah, like I said, that 1940, seeing what it does with the dip. With VWAP here, AMD, I'm seeing AMD and AMC, AMD and AMC,
I
to
love
quote
it.
Sharif. So let's check AMD first, AMD. Okay. Yeah, this could be very much a dip play. I'm gonna switch to look at a couple different charts here. Yeah, this could be a moment. I wanna get like a better sense of the movement, but I definitely am not disliking AMD right now. People are saying AMC could hit 10. Okay, I am enjoying. Or like not hit 10, but like, get close to 10 here. I am absolutely noticing this VWAP play. We're gonna wait and see before we jump in, but we have our eyes on AMC. All eyes on me, all eyes on AMC. No, I'm joking. Let's look at also, there was another one here. Amazon. Chris, Amazon relative strength for the first time in forever. Okay, Amazon. Oh, yeah, okay, Amazon is like, switch charts here. Yeah, we're seeing some nice movement. Like, we're just doing baby dips, swoops up. Yeah, if we get a bit more of a dip here, we might buy that dip. I do not dislike what I'm seeing. Amazon could be a potential play. But yeah, I mean, I know, yes, I've been like trading the mega caps lately in general, but honestly, a lot of these mega cap stocks look like decent plays right now. And I also want to put my eyes on Mr. Microsoft, because we have not looked at him in a while, at least for the big cap names, right? Okay, so Microsoft is interesting. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not seeing a huge, I like to have a better sense of like a pattern, you know what I mean? But if I were to jump in, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. It's doing something around the VWAP. I'm not quite sure what, but it's doing something around the VWAP. So I will keep my eye on Microsoft. But in terms, yeah, I don't know. There just seems to be like a lot of crazy candle wicks here. Let's see if there is a story.
What are you looking for? Softy?
Microsoft, yeah.
Okay, so Softy, nothing today.
Okay,
believe.
yeah, I was gonna, because I couldn't find anything. But yeah, I mean, like, the movement on the chart is weird, and if we're not finding a specific story, then I don't know if it would be a move for me personally.
Yeah, nothing today, except the headline that we had yesterday on Softy, but nothing today. All right, guys, SPCB, 181%. Shout out to Reliable for alerting me that this one just was about to break that $1 area. It certainly did. It did $1.07. Oh, baby. Can this one stay above the dollar area? This is one of those ones where, you're going to have a lot of people punching in short to try to get this one down from the dollar area. And then you're going to have, some longs looking to take the $1 break. There's, dumb people like me who used to filter their scanner by a minimum of $1. I've since evolved and now filter it by 85 pennies. That way I can kind of get the jump on these $1 breakers. But here we go, $1.08 SPCB running big boy on the day. I'm probably not going to involve myself here. I got to tell you the truth. It's a little extended for me, and let's see. All right, let's go to the hourly. Let's figure out our situation here. Nope, nothing there on the hourly. We're going to have to look at the daily. All right, when's the last time we were above in buck, first and foremost? We got to go all the way back to August 1st, and then we had a big boy day, July 31st. Last day of the month, we got to $1.54. But look at this. This is what I mean when it's an intraday play. When you have such a huge move and the majority of the candle is a wick and only like 1/16 of the candle is the body. Look at that. I mean, the body, you can't even really fit my cursor on the body. It's so thin on this bad boy. So, these ones are intraday plays. Be careful with them. It is a downward channel. I mean, you don't need to be a super technician to see that. There was a 1-to-10 split back in November, late November of last year. It didn't help much, and they've been huadunking ever since. Something tells me they probably got a letter from the NASDAQ alerting them that they may not be on for very long. I think this one is SPCB. This is the Israeli company, right? Yeah, it is. So. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Israel-based gold provider. So this is a digital technology company. So this one might be a multi-day play because this war ain't going to be short. I can tell you that. This is going to be a prolonged campaign in the Gaza Strip, and so we could have this one running for multiple days. Earlier on, I would have told you this is a one-hit wonder. You got a decent day on the 31st, on the 30th, or the 28th, pardon me, which was a Friday, and then you got a continuation on the 31st on a Monday, and then you gave it all back on the subsequent Tuesday on the 1st of the month. But this might be a little bit different. We'll have to wait and see. But the 5-minute chart looks good. It's an incremental step up. This is the downward channel that we were talking about earlier on. I charted this, and yeah, it absolutely did its own thing, which is what small caps do. You had the eventual breakout. It didn't make its way down, and then basically the buy signal would have been here somewhere, right around there, when it didn't make its move down, and it decidedly broke through the upward channel. So yeah, we'll wait and see what we can get on this. Maybe a dip into one to defend one. I think your stop should definitely be that 92, 93 area. Bit of a top there before the break of one. So SPCE definitely on watch now. Shout out to Reliable Rudy for alerting me to that one. But it's really been about the big caps today, Adara. As you've been trading them, I've been trading them, and it's been a big boy day.
Big cap day, big cap season. Yeah, I mean, we're still in NVIDIA right now. We got out half our shares in NVIDIA, as you can see here. We are still, we're still halfway in NVIDIA. We got in, like I said, potentially a skosh too high, almost definitely a skosh too high. We're going to see, though. I'm not giving up hope just yet, although I will admit my dreams are slowly dying in my friend NVIDIA. But you know what? You have to stay positive, right? Like, we had a good day earlier. Someone's asking, yeah, I still trade sim. I am still trading simulation right now. I just saw that in the chat. But I mean, you know what? Like, I'm still very new. That's why I'm still trading simulation.
And you're not taking, like, clown trades. You're, like, legitimately.
Yeah, like, I like to actually... I like patterns. I find math and numbers and stuff really interesting. So I like to look at the analytics side of trading and see how the news is impacting the charts. But yeah, so I mean, although, yeah, NVIDIA is currently making me sad face. Let's look at Meta, which I'm also in. And for a second, I thought we might have had a shot at Meta. Hence, I mean, other than me getting it in the first place. But now it's looking like that was, oh yeah, we just swooped down on Meta. We might get out of Meta. I don't love Meta. Yeah, we got it around this level because I was like, I thought we were maybe swooping up a bit. Looks like maybe we're not. We're getting a little stressed out here at our friend Meta. Meta's the new stresslet. No, I'm joking. But yeah, we'll see what it does at 323 because we might be shaking in our boots just a tad around that point. Tesla mentioning VWAP. J Money is saying, let's look because we know I like looking at our friend Tesla Bessel Stressla. Okay, let's zoom out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we were in, I forgot I was in Tesla earlier. I was in Tesla earlier. This is, when Sharif was in.
Yeah.
I accidentally got out too early, meant to take out half my shares and took out all my shares. But you know what? It is what it is. Yeah, we're going to see what happens with Tesla around VWAP, but it's up on my side chart. We're absolutely keeping an eye on it because if I can get in on a Tesla move up, I will.
Absolutely.
I will. Yeah,
yep.
How are you doing?
So I got into CGC, nice. And there's a reason for this one. We know there's a news headline today with the EU, and this is what I saw on the chart. A bit of a reversal candle here, a hammer candle that I liked. So some exhaustion selling. This is breaking my rule, though. I got to be quite frank about it, of not taking it's not really a small cap gapper du jour. CGC's, it's a well-known name, but it is a penny stock nonetheless. It is below VWAP, and that's why it breaks my rule. But I like this hammer candle here, looking for a possible, move up, possibly into VWAP. We'll see what we get. We'll give this one a try on CGC. The L is going to be the break of 73 pennies. And so, got to let you know that up front. Now, Nimit wanted me to look over the side charts that we brought in earlier. Chief among them was the big boy mover, SMX. It's given up the ghost. It's no longer longable for me. The shorts are absolutely in control at the moment, at least for the moment. This is going to have to get above VWAP at that 3.25 for me to get interested in a long on SMX. You heard Adara talk multiple times about Rivian.
Yeah.
It is, still decent on the day, 4%, nothing to sneeze at, but wasn't able to break that $20 area. And it's been, quite frankly, putting in lower highs here, crest. Even though it looked like, there was a double bottom here, which you could have printed on because it did end up making a new high. This chart's everywhere. There doesn't seem to be any coherence in this chart at the moment. look for maybe some support at that 1945, 1950. That's where we found it earlier. I'm not interested in a trade on Rivian at the moment. Billy though, Chinese ADR, very strong on the day. The strongest of the ADRs, no question about that. Up, what is it? Up 9.29%. Well, actually, DQ, the solar name, I don't even know how to say this. DAQO, New Energy is up a big boy as well, 9.43, and JKS. So the solar Chinese names are up big. Jinko Solar up 8.13. So Billy not looking like it's in the lead anymore, but still above VWAP. The only thing is, though, making lower highs now. And if we break that 1450, that'll probably be a lower low. VWAP on my chart, 1446. Keep your eye on that. Square getting some love for Goldman Sachs today, and it's moving up big, over 5% at the highs, 46.54. Having trouble really getting going, though, the last little while. It was one big symphony of green candles on my 5-minute chart, and since then it's been retracing or consolidative, just a smidge above that $46 area. We're at 46.23 or so at the moment. Chart looks like it's lagging, to be honest. SPCB just finished going over this one. Big move up through the dollar, $1.09 the high. If you're interested in getting long here, I mean, personally, my style is not to chase these $1 breakers, but to possibly get a dip trade off $1, see if it can hold it. If it doesn't hold it, I'm looking possibly at that 93 cent, 92.5 cent area as you're out. That was a consolidation top here from earlier, and CGC I already talked about in that at the moment, looking for that continuation on Canopy Growth. Shout out to the Canadian company. Yeah, so we're going to show some love here for CGC. Moving up big through that, the liquidity is a little sparse. There we go. Now we get the fill on CGC. Oh, baby. Did we get that 75 break? We got that 75 touch. We're looking for this hammer candle, this hammer reversal candle to really manifest into something big here. Looking for that 75 break. We got that 74.20. You're going to have to size up large here on the shares to make any real money, to be quite honest with you, because the notional move ain't going to be that much. You're not going to really be flying through $1 today. At least I don't feel it, to be quite honest with you. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Anything interesting? Meta dumping, apparently, according to one person. Yes. 323 we're dancing at. We were at 324 and 2/3 Adara. So retracing on Meta. Meta's been uber strong. Katina, man, can you believe this, bro? Last Thursday, I was trading this at $300 on that triple bottom, and now we broke 324.66. The Katina man says the Katina man says we are up 4% on the NQ from the Friday bottom, baby. On both markets. There you go. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, and non-farm payrolls came in way higher, almost double what was expected by the street. I wonder who this street is, by the way. No, I mean, we're kidding, of course. It's a collection of analysts. Usually Refinitiv does that, but Refinitiv is no longer a thing. It's a London stock exchange group. They bought Refinitiv, and they take analysts' opinion. The street was looking for something like 177,000 new jobs added, and we got like almost 330 or something like that. So just a smidge below double, and the market tanked on that number when it came out at 830, and then for whatever reason, it just got bought up and up and up. And then if you can have a look at the chart on Friday, what a day it was. In any event, Adara, in CGC, nothing else. Out of the Tesla trade, here's a look at Tesla. This was my exit, 266.77, the exact area at which I got in. Happy that I got out there because it made its way all the way down to 266.55. I think it was my friend Renata in the chat that said Tesla broke the moving average. It looks like a short, and she was saying it's something around like 260 or something. I hope you took that, Renata, because that would have been a good short buy on you. But right now, it looks like we are bouncing off Adara's favorite indicator, VWAP, 265.43. We got the bounce there.
Yeah, we're trying to get in Tesla right now. I mean, when I say we, I mean me. I'm trying to get in on Tesla right now. I noticed this VWAP play. I'm noticing, this kind of dip, this candle here. We're going to try to get it around that like 266, 266.20 area. We're going to see what happens. In the meantime, we got out of NVIDIA because, I mean, I'll just show what happened with NVIDIA because it's sad, but we need to talk about it. Yeah, so this was rough. I mean, we still like net positive on NVIDIA because we had that trade earlier. But yeah, so basically I got in like way too early in NVIDIA, and then I got out half my shares here at this 461.10 level, got out the rest like 460.50, I want to say. It was not great. Now we're kind of moving upwards. Honestly, it was way too high for me to get in to begin with. But yeah, in the meantime, we are in, we got into Tesla. We're also still in Meta. We got out half our shares in Meta, and we're trying to dump the rest because Meta is making me sad at this current juncture. This is a 10-minute. Let's look at the 5 and the 3-minute here. Yeah, so what I was hoping for was kind of a dip play, like to fly up here to have a nice swoop. But then what happened was I got in, again, like we probably got in a little too high. And then I should have gotten out a little bit earlier. So we did get out half at, I want to say that 323.10. I'm just going to check here. Yeah, we got out half at 323.10. So that happened. That's where we got, half our stuff out. It looks like we maybe should have gotten everything out at that level because we're now continuing to blow, or not to blow, to blow through, I guess, that 323 level. We're having a bit of a moment here. So yeah, we shall see what we shall see. With Meta. I don't want to give up just yet, though, but because we're half out. I've minimized the stress a little bit. It looks like Tesla also is having a little bit of a swoop from where we got in, so we're gonna go back to Tesla before we stress over at Meta. Okay, yeah. So we got in Tesla at 266.20. Now we're at 266.60. We're just gonna let him run for a little bit and see what happens. I'm happy with this right now. I like Tesla around the VWAP. I like Tesla period if there's some movement. But yeah, so I'm okay with this. I'm happy. It is a good time. In the meantime, I also want to mention Pep because some people were like, "Oh, I was in Pepsi. I got out of Pepsi. We didn't lose anything on Pepsi. I just, we did get out." Okay, yeah. So I got out a little too early. Like I said, I need to work on the patience because I would have been $1 in the money had I stayed. But yeah, for me, Pepsi was like an in and out type vibe. And honestly, if I had seen it get to this point and not gone any higher, I might have stressed out as well to begin with. I might have gotten out less. So you know what? You win some, you lose some. You live and you learn. We're just, I guess, spouting cliches at this point, or at least I am. Oops. But yeah, look at Pepsi go. If you're still in the Pep squad, if you're still Team Pepsi, part of the Pep rally, congrats to you because this looks like a gorgeous swoop up. Looks like a beautiful trade. Emergency Netflix. Randy is saying in the chat. Let's look at NFLX. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. So Netflix. Apologies to anyone who's in Netflix right now. Sympathies, best wishes. Yeah. So we had. I need to find the news on Netflix because this is one to watch. Reportedly, access free mobile plan in Kenya. I don't think that could be it, but yeah, we have this this is the 5-minute chart. We have this red candle down about 12:30ish, right? We're just kind of starting that down. We went down VWAP, and instead of having, it looks like we were maybe poised for a swoop. I want to switch different charts now. We're looking at the 3-minute. Yeah, it looks like we could have had a swoosh up, and then we kind of flew back down. Have you heard anything on Tesla? Or sorry, not Tesla, Netflix today?
Netflix, let's have a look.
Because I couldn't find anything, and it is, as someone is saying in the chat, it is tripping out.
It is. Netflix reportedly access free mobile plans in Kenya.
I saw that.
That's not going to be it. Looking here, what is this? EU legislation on big tech funding 5G rollout likely in the commission. What does that have to do with Netflix? EU telecoms operators say Alphabet, Netflix should bear some of the costs because they make up a huge part of the internet traffic. That ain't it. No, nothing here on Netflix. Let's see, yesterday, anything coming in late in the day on NFLX? No, not really. Yeah, nothing really to report on Netflix, but it's decidedly red in a day that is very green. We're down 0.4. The NQ is up 1.2, so it's very much counter trend on Netflix. Nothing to account for that at the moment. We'll keep our eyes open, see if anything comes in. All right, CGC guys. Involved in this bad boy. We've had a couple of wicks up into 75. Oh, baby, look at that move back down. I got to be careful here. 73 pennies has to be my out. That's the bottom end of the trough. We got a couple of nice prints, and we were waiting here at 75 for another one. And then Huadunk comes in a big 1-minute red candle. We break 73, and I'm out of this trade, guys. still in the majority of it, so this will be an L. Let's see if it makes its way down or we're going to get bought up here. The reason I got into this one, a nice hammer candle off a big move down, looking for some relief buying. Yeah, that's a worrisome sign there on CGC. We're long 74s. We're printing now 73.7. So fractionally out of the money, but that's just the way it works on these ones. Report half of subscription projected, says Computeronet? I don't know how to say your name. But yeah, I'm not seeing that actually on my blotter. Do you mind sending me the link to that? By the way, I just like to have a look. But that is interesting if that is a new item there. Keeping an eye on some of these other names that we had on the day. Nothing really doing here except Square. Square has been very strong, and it's been maintaining its strength. You know, really did a bit of a dance there with 46 at times, got to 46.90, but looks like the bulls are in control. This one again, up above 46.25, high a day 46.54, but definitely having trouble after that big move up at that 46.30. Several wicks into 46.30, all of them were rejected, so keep your eye out for that level coming in. Should it break, I'd love to know about it. And then there goes SPCB. Its moment in the sun above $1 came to a halting end as it got to that dreaded $1.13 number. No, 13 not an unlucky number for me because my mom is born on the 13th. Shout out to my mama. But now it's below $1 a Dara, even though just marginally below $1, not able to stay above $1 now. This is what I was talking about earlier, maybe a long off here and then a 93 exit. So we'll have to wait and see how that one does, but just hoping my CGC trade here doesn't stop me out. We're gonna get out if this breaks 73, guys.
Fabulous. Yeah. So we got out of the rest of Meta, and we're gonna own up to our mistakes, and we're gonna talk about Meta, because yeah. So as I kind of mentioned, I was trying to play this swoop up, got in a little too high, and then we were kind of playing at going higher for the first little time I was in here. Then we took a massive swoop down, got out half my position at 323.10, got out the rest at 323.80, or 322.80, sorry. No, 323.80 would have been a win. So, but no, we did not, alas. It is what it is. We learn, we grow. I will say, yeah, I mean, I'm going to look at other charts on this too. Yeah, we are seeing, I guess, like, it could have swooped up, and we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if it's something I would jump in on again today, just because, once burned, twice shy. We had a bit of that loss.
Like that.
We have, we've got our friend Tesla. So Tesla's slightly down from where we got it. I mean, like 5 cents. But we were up on Tesla. Now it looks like we're maybe dipping. We should have maybe gotten in closer to that VWAP. But alas, either way, I will keep an eye on Mr. Tesla, Stresla, Besla for now, because I would like to see what he does from this point. I also want to look at AMC, because we're hearing AMC flying above that 10 mark. So we're going to look at AMC. Yeah, so I mean, this was definitely, it's interesting around the VWAP here. We're going to zoom out. We're going to, oh yeah, okay, so yeah, we had some nice VWAP play flying here. Let's see, go to the people in AMC. Amazing, this is gorgeous. And I'm also going to look at Coke as well. We did look at the Pep squad. We looked at Pepsi, a couple minutes earlier. Let's take a look at, okay, Coke was also, there's like some nice VWAP movement starting around like that 11:30 area. Had a nice like swoosh up. And like, so with Coke, what I was mentioning earlier is it seems to be mirroring what's happening with Pepsi on Pepsi's earnings. It's also having like that nice little follow through, also swooping. I'm seeing Farius in the chat, EA, Need for Speed. I had my eye on Electronic Arts as well this morning. So we're gonna look at EA. Okay. We're up like 3.13% in the day. We have some nice, some dip kind of style patterns happening here. Some play around the VWAP, kind of, we jumped, baby dip, swooping up. I don't love like the daily volume here, like we're under 1 million, which is not a great time. And then the spread is like 5 cents. It's not great, it's not terrible. I don't think I would get in, but it is interesting to look at. And I think like chart wise, it makes sense. The volume would be a little bit much for me. I also this is earlier, I just thought of this. I saw someone mentioning CART earlier in the chat, so I'm going to see what's happening with CART. I'm not seeing any news on Instacart. We have I think it's the Birkenstock IPO tomorrow, is what I've heard. So that'll be, IPO season might Oh, okay. Hello, cart. Hello, cart. Volume is just under 2 mil. We're seeing, some obvious kind of like dip patterns happening here. Like, we kind of flew up around here. Like, it's like gets near the VWAP and then it flies. This is the 10-minute also. Let's switch like the 5 to take a couple looks here. And then we flew around here as well. It'll be interesting to see if it has this high. But I mean, the price action, like the book isn't moving very much. We're like pretty slow on the book. 1 cent spread, so not like 1-2 cent spread, not horrific. Volume not terrible, but yeah, not a massive fan of CART at this time. In the meantime, it looks like Tesla is gaining some traction. It looks like we're heading towards that 267. I'm gonna flash back towards Tesla briefly. Yeah, so I mean, we're at 260. We're cycling around the 266.70, 266.60. This could be a level of note. I would like to see what it does at that 267 to kind of see what we're doing here. But I like the idea of a Tesla long right now, especially as we kind of had that dip towards VWAP, and now we're seeing a swoop back up.
Yeah, all right. Brendo's sending me in the chat the Netflix confirmation there that they missed, baby. Ad sales and ad-supported subscriber numbers were roughly half of what staffers had initially projected internally for 2023. One of the people said, shout out to, who was telling me that in the chat, Computranet or whatever. I'm going to have to get this name right. Computranet? Computranet. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, telling me that he heard it on Benzinga Squawk. Thank you for that. And yeah, definitely leading the way down now, 0.47. Big red candle coming in for NFLX there on the, this is the 1 minute chart on Netflix. We were trading at 385 all the way down to 381.88. Getting a bit of a bounce back now into that 384 area, but this could be just a dead cat bounce and we could start trading lower. We were talking about this being their kind of bread and butter as they try to develop their ad business. Really if they're, there's a finite amount of subs, whether worldwide or North America or whatever, but you could definitely make up for that through ads, and that they were saying that they were a little disappointed with the ad-supported tier. That, after the password crackdown, password sharing crackdown, the majority of the people actually signed up for non-password, non-ad tiered accounts. And that came much to management's chagrin because they were looking at getting those ad dollars, right? So we'll see. We'll see how that one pans out. A couple of trades, failed trades that I should tell you about here real quick. Tried to take that dip off $1 on SPCB. Risked very little, 6 pennies from 102 into 96. Didn't work out. If it didn't hold $1, I want no part of it. So that's the end of that trade. And the other failed trade, no, Tesla was amazing. This one,
Tesla, yeah.
No, the Tesla was good. Oh yeah, I replaced it with Square. This is the bad other trade, despite the fact we were able to get some out here. This CGC, this hammer candle, was quite bamboozling. It was a hammer candle for a little bit, and it gave you a little bit of a bounce, but continues lower, and it broke 73 cents. So that's the out for me. We'll continue to keep an eye on that one, but it looks like it's a decided downtrend now on CGC, giving up the ghost. This was like up over 12%. Now it's about half of where it was, 6 1/3 on CGC. So I'm going to watch Square instead. I'm going to have to put the 5 minute though on Square. There we go. Square continuing to be real strong, but I was saying earlier that $46.30 area looked like it might have some resistance there. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Tesla trade that's paying the bills really on the day, still not setting up for another long as we kind of find a bit of a top on these markets. Tesla coming back down into VWAP over here. This would have been a nice bounce trade, but didn't have that. And now it's finding resistance at that 267 area. Can't really take it for the moment. We'll wait for Tesla to set up in some other way. Keeping my eye on some of these other big cappers, not much doing. I saw NVIDIA get like another breath of fresh air through that 461. It's at 461.5. It retraced a little bit off the highs today. NVDA 462.39 came back down, broke that 460.5, almost touching 461, but now a couple of green candles on the 5 minute chart, bringing it back right up into that 462 territory. We'll have to watch and see if NVIDIA can continue to add to the day's gaze. nothing for me at the moment. We're kind of in a bit of a dead zone, 2:45 or so. Slowest, I would say, time of the day at the moment. 1 o'clock, a lot of the traders come back from lunch, this, that, and the other. But right now, we are in the midst of the lunchtime hour. Not much happening, at least on my chart. Stan McIsaac, take the 110 long on AMD. Let's have a look at AMD. 109.86. Current price action, and the high of day 109.94. I like it, Dan. I mean, like, look, man, I don't know if I take this right now because the volume is like, look at this. The volume is definitely dropping off from the morning's high. You have the outlying candle over here at 1140, but for the most part, we're making lower highs on the volume chart. Wait for this to pick back up, perhaps maybe more around power hour. Whether or not it gives you the opportunity at the time, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what when the last time we were at 110 was, and that takes us all the way back to September 6th. So over a month ago now, between, I want to say, where is this? September 5th and the 6th, we had a bit of a dalliance there with the 110 level, which was
I love that.
Which was short-lived, though. To be honest with you, Adara, we broke down on the 7th and weren't able to continue that 110 break. Let's look at the daily here on AMD. Yeah, the July highs, or the June highs in this case, it didn't actually make the high in July. The June highs there took us to 133. It's been lower highs since then. But if we were able to stay above this 110, we could break through this kind of cresting area and start making newer highs. Didn't spend all that much time on the daily chart. Sub 100, it got to about $95 and change there. A couple of prints below, but then it looks like it got bought up quite quickly. Yeah, AMD is yeah, that's like, this is a tough one here. We're at 109.99 now. We're about to break 110 on AMD. This is a very interesting level that we're at here. I mean, I wonder what happens here. I'm probably not going to participate in this. 2.88. There goes 110, and there goes the squeeze. 110.12 HOD on AMD. That's a lot of acronyms. I'm sorry. Can we stay above the 110 level, though? The bulls look like they're in control. We could probably break 3% today on AMD. Good look. I'm going to stay on the sidelines on this one. I feel like I'm catching it too late, but this one has been on a lot of people's radars early on. Maybe we can get rid of GMM here, this IPO, and put our friend AMD and keep an eye on AMD to see what it's up to on the day. 110 broken for the moment, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, it is AMD season for sure. I'm in Tesla right now. We're trying to get out of Tesla. The reason I haven't left yet is because I do notice we have some kind of strength around that 266.20 area, which is where I got in. We'll kind of cycle below. We'll get back up. I would like to, I'm trying to get out at least half my shares, probably around that 266.50, 60 area, because we are able to kind of hit that, and then we kind of fall back a bit. So, I mean, all eyes on Tesla for me, at least right now, just trying to get out of this trade. In the meantime, it looks like NVIDIA has finally swooped up. I got out just because it was getting a little bit too low for my liking, at least from where I got in it. But yeah, I mean, it looks like this was actually the dip in NVIDIA and not where I bought it for obvious reasons. Now we have this gorgeous move upwards. So shout out to the NVIDIA longs. This is awesome. I'm also going to look at Coke because I'm seeing some stuff about KO in Le Chat. Okay.
Did you say Le Chat?
Le Chat, yeah. I mean, I guess it's the cat in French, so maybe that was a mistake. But the chat. Here we are. Coke kind of looks like a dip move, right? And also this is cool. This 5-minute chart, we're seeing green wick after green wick after green wick, right? Now we're kind of seeing a little bit of an up here. Let's see. We're gonna see how this goes. Yeah, it's looking like I'm going to have to get out of Tesla because that dipped below 266, but I'm going to deal with that in a moment. It's fine. I'm also going to look at Pepsi now, too, now that we've looked at its Coke. Okay. See, the Pepsi long is still strong. Pepsi long is still going well. Yeah, it looks like we had kind of another dip play and then another swoop back up. It'll be interesting to see, it looks like we touched that we've hit that 265, but it'd be interesting to see what it does beyond 265. It's definitely trading off of those, the Q3 earnings. So yeah, Pepsi definitely of note right now. Yeah. Shout out to the people who are still in Team Pep, still in the Pep squad. I did depart, but we made some stuff on it, so I'm good. I'm also, let's take a look as well at look at Disney, because I saw some mention of Disney earlier. Disney was trading up yesterday. We had a lot of Disney strength. Yeah, Disney's at like 85 right now, the 85-ish level. Okay, so yeah, we are seeing some dips. So dip, higher, lower high, high, lower high. Like, this is definitely interesting. I want to see what it does here, though, if it continues to break lower, because that was the same thing with AMC, where it was like, I'll wait to see if we go lower or if we go higher. We ended up going lower. I mean, now AMC has obviously rallied back, and we're actually going to check AMC now. But yeah, not 100% sure. Okay, so yeah, AMC still looks, honestly, like, you know, if you play around that VWAP, you might be okay with AMC. Like I said, I do keep my eye on AMC, and definitely on Friday, 100% we are trading AMC because of the Taylor Swift movie and the Swiftie power. But yeah, so yeah, that's AMC. In the meantime, we're probably going to try to exit Mr. Stressla because I am getting Stressla. But yeah,
I hear you.
How are we doing?
I want to look at Pep for Mr. Oleg. Shout out to Oleg in the chat. Having a look, he's long 165. He wants to know if he can see 170. So starting off with a daily chart, Oleg, 170, a clear level of resistance. It's the breakdown area. We found initial support there. You'll see on the 27th, 28th, and then on the 29th as well. We did a bit of a dance at that 170 level. And then on the 2nd and 3rd, former area of support became resistance. It was as good as we could do. We ended up closing lower at 168 or so. So if we're able to retrace, and this is definitely a reversal candle, this one here on the 6th, looks like, you know, it's a topping tail candle. Sorry, not topping tail. It's a doji candle, pardon me, with a lot of volume. Despite the fact that it closed red, it's way off its lows. In fact, it's closer to its highs, and then it's followed by 2 green candles. So looking like it could be a bit of a reversal candle at the moment. Now, can you see 170? I would say if we make it back up, I'd be cashing out just a smidge below 170 because of the obvious resistance that we had at that level in the preceding couple of weeks. So it would be great if you could see 170. And here's the thing, you know, this is a big money name, right? You're going to see a lot of big money adjust their positions now in this stock in the subsequent days after they report it. So we saw that they beat on the top and bottom line. That's first and foremost. The issue is the consumer changing their preferences? That's number one. We saw the hit piece that came out against Coke a couple of weeks ago from the Bear Cave. If you want to go have a read, just go to the Bear Cave.
That was fascinating, yeah.
Yeah, and have a read through that. That basically says, you know, a lot of these snack, soft drink companies are going to get left behind as a result of the new wave of weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy, or whatever,
Wegovy, I think.
Wegovy.
Still something like that.
Something like that. You know what I mean. And so that was the basically the thesis of that article. Then you have some other people saying, no, these guys, you know, they're just going to adjust. And that's what we saw today when Pepsi reported. We saw Quaker Oats had fantastic results. Okay, they grew in North America, where Pepsi soft drink sales actually dropped in North America. We saw Gatorade, their sports drinks, get a boost also in North America. If you're using North America as kind of the guide for what the rest of the world is going to do. So, you know, I have a feeling that these guys are going to adjust. If there is a change in consumer preference, consumer taste, they're just not going to lay down, man. You know what I mean? So I like this name, and I think that, you know, you're going to see some big money positioning in this name in the subsequent days. Why does that matter? Because if you're going to swing this into 170, that may buoy your case, because you're going to have hedge funds adding a market on open, market on close. You know the drill. So keep your eye on this name. I like it if you're going to hold it for a while. I don't know if we see 170 today, though. That's the thing. That's just my little 2 cents on that. Hope it helps. All right, let's see what else we got here. We're moving back up on the future, baby. And it looks like you got that hold on your Tesla at VWAP yet again. Who is calling me? I'm displeased with people calling me while I'm at work. That I want to say, what was that? 265.5 Are you? Yeah, good for you.
Thank
You're doing
you.
that.
Yeah.
So nice bounce there on Tesla at VWAP, and a big boost up for some of these big cap names as the future moves up too. Nvidia at day's highs. Oh, baby.
Yeah, we got out of NVIDIA too early, but we also got into NVIDIA too early and too high. So you know what you got to do? You have to be honest. You have to call it like you see it. We took the L on NVIDIA. That's okay. Congrats to the people still in NVIDIA. That's awesome. Currently, I am in Tesla. I would love to see what it does. We're actually still kind of seeing this 266, 20-ish area as an area of support. That's kind of where I got in over here. So we've been here for like a while, actually. These are 5-minute candles. I did not realize how long I had just been sitting and waiting patiently for my child Tesla, Mr. Besla Stressla.
You don't want to zoom out a little bit to get a better picture?
Yeah, sorry, I'll zoom.
Action?
I'll zoom here.
There you go.
I'll look at the 10-minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we could kind of be headed a bit lower. I thought we were going to get more of a bounce up, which is why I got in where I did. But, we still could be kind of bouncing off VWAP, so we're going to be patient. We're gonna see what happens. We shall wait and see. Also, yeah, I'm hearing two Bidens about to speak at 1 p.m. I know we also have a Fed speaking at 1 p.m. So I would like to get out of Tesla before 1 p.m., especially as we're already noticing kind of a drop. Like we just dropped like 20 cents here. So I'm getting a little bit scared. A little shaking on my boots here. We're gonna see it, but now it's running back up. So I'm gonna let Mr. Stressla run for a moment here. And let's look at NVIDIA for the people in NVIDIA, because shout out to that NVIDIA long. This was gorgeous. Although yeah, so let's see. We'll see, like if I know I heard some people in the chat mentioning 465 NVIDIA, so that'll be really interesting to see if it hits that. Like it's been running. Yesterday it ran. We were earlier. I was in it earlier when it ran earlier today. So I mean, like NVIDIA's definitely, it has strength, it has movement, it's got something behind it. And then also, like I said, chip names in general have been stronger just because of what's going on with Mobileye, with the conflicts and the tensions right now in the Middle East. So it's kind of been dropping back, allowing some of these other chip names to step forward. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, though, I would like to get out. I would not like to be in any trades when we have that Biden and Fed speak hit. So we're already seeing a move down. So I'm going to try to exit Tesla. I'm getting a little bit stressful right now with my Tesla trade.
I tried to get into Netflix there at 382. There was no liquidity, and it just dropped $1.
Oh my God.
I feel absolutely unlucky there. I really tried to get in right here before the drop. Thanks, Dan McIsaac, bringing that to my attention. Netflix is absolutely tanking there. Flat bottom break off that dead cat bounce. It made a 382 low initially, bounced back 384.5, and then Huadunk went the dynamite. And now we're knocking on the door of 380, baby. This could come in fast and it could come in furious. Very counter market move. 1.27 to the downside was more. It was like 1.33 there. It goes again. Dang, I missed that. The liquidity, though, on this is tough. The spread is 50 cents at times. So it's a tough one there. I tried to get filled. I don't want to chase this, though. 380 coming up. This could fall a lot more. An observation I've made is Netflix, it doesn't always move with the market, and when it trends, it really does trend, and it goes for a while. So maybe the move is not done at the moment, but I'd rather have it on a dead cat bounce up. For example, somewhere around 382, right? That was the earlier support level. Probably acts as a level of resistance should you curl back up into that. So rather than chasing it through 380, which it looks like it's about to break, I may want to wait for a dead cat bounce into 382. But Netflix showing all sorts of weakness, 1.5% now in the red on the bad news that they're not getting the subs for their ad tier nearly as much as they wanted. I went on a rant about that. I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to talk about it again. But yeah, they're looking to generate revenue from their ad tier, right? If you have a non-ad tier subs, that's a finite amount of money that you're making per month. Whereas if you have, X amount of people watching, the more they watch, the more ads that are showing, the more money that's obviously being generated. So that's what they've been wanting to do, and they've been talking about growing their ad business for a while. All right, so I missed the boat right there on that flat bottom break at 382 on NFLX, and there goes 380 on Netflix. Now we have broken that level, 379, 82, 79s were just showing up a second ago. Netflix is tanking here, Katina, man. This one making a big move down, 1.5%. This could be bad for Netflix, I think, for the next little while. It could be a multi-day down move here, and we could easily see 2.5% today on this name. We're already seeing 1.5%. We'll keep an eye on Netflix. I didn't get it. It's just I'm disappointed in myself. I should have been quicker on that. But shout out to Dan McIsaac for pointing that out to me there. Yeah, tried to short Netflix, didn't get filled. Short Diz on Sympathy, says I don't know how to say your name. Computranet, okay, whatever. I know, brother, I missed it too. I suck as well, so it's just not you. But he's taken Disney in Sympathy on that. So keep your eye on that. Not a bad move by you on that. I like that move. Taking care of business. Well, I will rant. The price is way too high. They are at a point now they have to keep raising and raising rates to keep investors happy. It will bankrupt them in the end. You're not wrong. They're raising rates in Canada. I mooch off my parents' Netflix, and my dad was complaining to me the other day that he got an email saying that it's going to be more expensive, and despite the fact that it's like $1 or $2, and he's just mad at the principle of it, and he's looking at canceling. To which I responded, Dad, no, please, no, Dad. I need the Netflix, right? No, I'm kidding. I didn't say it in much that fashion. But there it goes, man. As I make jokes, as other people are taking profits on NFLX, we're about to break 379 here, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, RIP Tesla, RIP Tesla, RIP Tesla. We're below 264. I've been trying to get out. I already got out half my shares. Now it's dipped even lower. I wanted out before Biden and the Fed hit the stage, or not the stage, the metaphorical stage. They started talking. My dreams are dying as I watch my sometimes friend Tesla have a moment here. We're gonna try to adjust. I just want to get out. I mean, we can get back in later. I don't love that we took an L on this, but I just cannot be in it as we continue to flush below that 265 as we have the Fed speech. This is not a moment that I'm loving. Tesla, what are you doing to me? What is happening now? Yeah, so I'm just talking to my Tesla trade. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, we'll look at some other stuff as the Fed speak happens, because this is absolutely, we're going to have some stuff of note here. I think some stuff moving as we hear, we have Fed speak and we have Biden chatting. So those will both be, I think, things that could potentially move the market. The Fed speech is at 1, I believe. I'm just going to pull up to see who it is. I believe it's Waller at 1 and Kashkari at 3. Give me a moment here to confirm that. Yeah, so we have Waller at 1 and Kashkari at 3. Thanks. So there we go on that. Polly T is saying market might end red. Yeah, that seems like that could be a possibility. No. We are flushing right now. I would like to hope it's October. It looks like Saturday's October right now. I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, because we were doing really well. The market was so green this morning. I was doing the sector watch in the earlier part of the day. Also, update, we got out of Tesla. We got the rest out at, I think, what is this, 264.95 kind of area. Obviously, we took a bit of an L on that trade, but we're still net positive on Tesla because of the earlier trade. I just shouldn't have gotten in where I got in. That was my bad. I shouldn't have gotten in also, although I guess I got in earlier than I thought I did, but kind of close to the Fed speak, knowing I didn't want to be in any trades at 1. But let's see how the big cap is reacting to our friend, until all the speeches, to everything that's happening here. I
want to mention quickly here, we had a 3-year note auction right at 1 that got 2 out of 3 bulls in importance on investing.com. The previous was 4.660. This time around, 5.360. Yields continue to rise, guys, even on the shorter dated notes here. A 3-year auction that came in at 1 o'clock. I don't know what the consensus was for that, but the actual was 5.360. We had a 6-month bill and a 3-month bill at 11:30, both of which came, one of them came in below, so 5.320 on the 6. Previous to that, it was 5.340, so marginally lower. The 3-month bill came in at 5.340. Before that, it was 5.345. So that comes in a smidge lower as well. But those are only 1 out of 3 bulls in importance. The 3-year note, more important, that came in far above the last print there. I don't know when the last time we had a 3-year note auction was, but in any event, that one probably not good for the markets. And yeah, I was talking about this earlier. Mary Daly gave an interview, and she's going to speak today, by the way, at 6 o'clock after market hours. But Mary Daly, the president of the San Francisco Fed, basically said, you know, the bond market may be doing their job for them by keeping real rates high, and they may not need to raise rates. So, you know, the market liked a little bit of that dovish talk, especially because we've been hearing a lot from Papa Powell about one more 25 bit rate hike. So we'll have to wait and see what's happening, Katina, man. Apple is absolutely tanking, and so is the overall market. The entire NQ just actually flattened down. I wonder if that has anything to do with the 3-year note auction. We'll keep an eye out here, Adara, as this news develops.
Yeah, so in the meantime, I have Pep up, and it looks like Pepsi is still kind of holding on. I mean, at least right now, because, you know, we had like this candle just turned red, also it was green. It looks like, I mean, now we're dipping a bit lower as I say that. But the general pattern in Pepsi up to this point has been nice, you know, buying the dips, getting in, getting out. Let's also, I want to, you know, we have Pepsi. I want to look at Coke as well. That one was also, they were kind of trading in tandem there. Oh, Coke took a bit more of a drop. So they had kind of similar patterns up until this point. And then Coke has kind of had a flush downside. Yeah, I'm seeing, wow. Everything is just these red I'm going to pull up Microsoft because I think it's pretty stark on Microsoft. Okay. So this 5-minute candle on Microsoft is like telling us a story. The top of this one is just above 330. Bottom of this candle is 328, just below 329. So this is like a $1 drop here in this candle. Yeah, very happy. I've decided kind of not to be in anything around this 1 p.m. area because I don't know if it's reacting to Fed speak and the Biden speak or what's happening. But this is just a scary market to be in. I mean, like, I think probably all of the kind of bigger caps, just I have in my side chart, are struggling right now, but I think Microsoft is probably like the starkest representation that we have here. Let's look at Google. I want to look at Google because Google has like, at least on the daily or the 1 minute, we have like a couple. Yeah, so Google actually could be a VWAP play, but I want to wait and see a little bit more what it does here before I get in, especially what with the 1 p.m. happening. The 1 p.m., you know, the Fed speak and what's going on with Biden. But I like the concept of what's happening around Google, and I'm keeping it up on my side chart just in case, because this could be a very nice VWAP play, but not one that I would necessarily want to get in at the given time. I
just want to update for the reason we're tanking. All right, guys, it is most likely due to the expansion of the war in the Middle East. New belligerents here being added to the fray. It's not something what we really get into on the show. Just to give you an idea, it is war-related, and Biden is set to speak soon, so we'll see if we get a bounce off that. Not really holding my breath on that. But yeah, war-related news, and this is kind of what we have to deal with because this is the nature of the beast. Geopolitical tensions are going to influence markets whether you think they're directly related or not. So new participants joining this war, and that is probably not going to spell a whole lot of green candles, at least for the moment. All right, let's talk a little bit about Netflix. Sorry to interrupt you, Derek.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, I had to update people
I understand,
on that.
Absolutely.
All right, so here is the look, because Netflix is in an absolute tank city right now. Where the hell is my Netflix chart, bro? All right, well, we're going to load it again. No worries. Netflix broke 380 like it was nobody's dang business. What a move down on NFLX. I mean, the whole market's moving down, but Netflix extra droppy. If that is, read all about it, says Katina Mandroppy.
I like that.
Right? 382 was where I was kind of hoping to get a dead cat bounce off. Looks like that was a pipe dream as it's one red candle after another to the downside. 377 broke, a few green candles showing up here. Something tells me this is probably another, micro dead cat bounce, and we're just going to get, another move down as the future just broke below 15.3, decidedly now 15.283. Nvidia tanking, Apple tanking, Amazon, everything. I'll have to read all the Mega 7 to you, the Magnificent 7, but big moves down now on all of them, minus 2.18 here on NFLX. We'll keep an eye on that. It is Tank City. What isn't Tank City, though, are these small cap gappers. SPCB marches to the beat of its own drum. It doesn't worry about a war. What war? It's doing its own thing over here, up 166%. Reliable Rudy told me a minute ago in the chat, he's like, this might be chance number 2 for you to get in on SPCB. We have a bit of a double bottom possibly here at that 92, 93 penny area. Maybe, just maybe, I'll set up a resting order here for a long, just a skosh above that 98 penny area for another $1 test. We already had a failed $1 break. We got to about $1.13, and then Huadunk went to dynamite, and there's the L on that trade. Tried to take that 102 long, got out 96 just for a 6 penny loser on SPCB. Maybe we'll try our hand at this one again.
Yeah, so I have another big capper that just took a giant dive here is Apple. A lot of these, it's interesting too, a lot of these are moving like they're just flying below this VWAP. Yeah, Apple, I mean, doesn't show any signs of slowing down in terms of the downward movement. There is one of these mega caps that seems to be showing a little bit of recovery, and that's actually Google. So as I said, Google kind of hit the VWAP and then started trading up a little bit. Like, I'm still not going to get in this yet, just because, I saw someone in the chat mention, catalysts over levels. And this, I definitely agree, especially because we do have 2 kind of speeches and potential big news happening around that 1 p.m. time. But that being said, I do like the concept of what's happening with Google in terms of this movement. So I am keeping an eye on it. But other than that, yeah, it looks like a lot of these larger cap stocks are struggling to kind of get out of here, get out of that negative place, fly back up. I mean, Google's still positive on the day, too. Google's still up 0.3. I want to look at NVIDIA as well, because that was another one that took a nice dive. Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, again, like, it's kind of hard to get a sense of, like, true movement here. We did fly down. We'll see if they can kind of regain that momentum. But it's at 459.29 right now, which is, I think, kind of significant, given we were above that 460 for a while. Like, I want to say from, like, 11:30-ish until now. So, I mean, this is significant. We'll have to see what it kind of does when it tests that 460. But, yeah, I think all these big caps are struggling right now. So, I think it's worth a look at the small caps. It isn't necessarily a small cap, but another one I wanted to look at on news earlier today just to kind of see how it's doing. Check in on it now as the market kind of figures out what it wants to do for the rest of the day. We have Estee Lauder. So, Goldman had maintained a buy, but they lowered the price target to 185. So I wanted to look at Estee Lauder. So we're slightly positive on the day. Yeah, this is not. We took a bit of, we kind of flew down here. The spread also does not appeal to me. It's like 10 cents. Volume is almost, not a million. We're at 700,000. I want to take a look, just kind of see how it's doing, because it was one that I had my eye on. But it looks like we were okay from, if you got in an open, this wasn't bad, but we kind of, at 11:40, we just had a swoop down, and I don't think, the overall market move is helping Estee Lauder at all. But that was one that I did want to take a look at on the news. Carvana tanking nicely. Phil Will in the chat. Let's look at Carvana. CVNA. This is right. Okay, yeah. I mean, so this one was interesting. So at 9:30, we had like some kind of movement upwards up until that 11:10, and now we've taken kind of a steady. First, we were having like these, swoop, a little bit of a dip up, or a little bit of a swoop up, and then we were dipping down. From like 12:30, we've just been flying lower. I guess this would have been probably a cool short to be in for those who were in it. I want to see what kind of news we have on CVNA, if anything. Not seeing anything right now, but yeah, this one has definitely had a nice steady tank here. Also, Elf Beauty is a good trader according to Mark Wagner. Let's look at that. The tag is ELF. Perfect. Okay. Look at that. Okay. So this one is up about 1.5% in the day. Okay. This was like some gorgeous movement up around 10. I would like to see what it does around VWAP. I'd like to see if it has a news catalyst. But the general idea, like the movement here, I do like the concept of. So we got upgraded from hold to buy on Friday from Jefferies. Highly doubt that's what's moving it now. But yeah, just something I wanted to thank you, Mark, in the chat. This is really interesting. Definitely worth looking at least for me. This is one I'll keep an eye on. How are you doing over here?
Yeah, printed a couple of nice shorts there on Netflix. Got a couple of outs through the 378 break. It's doing a bit of a dance here with that 378 at the moment. We'll see how this one does. But everything is in a full state of retreating here on the future and on these big cap names. So we'll keep an eye on that. This SPCB trade not working out. This breaks 91 pennies. That'll be the end of this one for me. Got long 96 cents here, looking for that bounce on this name. It's not really doing. This double bottom looks like it was quite bamboozling. So we're trying these small caps again, but it is a bit of a tougher trade. But the one that's really printing right now is NFLX, as everything is huadunking to the downside. Microsoft is at day's lows. It gave up the entire move. 327.82 was just printed on Microsoft. Tesla about to break 263. Google 138.5. Amazon's coming in on that 129. Meta is $4 plus off the highs now, about to break 320. Everything is absolutely huadunking here. Apple as well, 178 and a third. Everything in a full straight of retreat. 458 now coming in for NVIDIA off that 462.5 high. Yeah, it's basically a big boy move down. Keeping an eye on the TV to see if there's any news. Yeah, nothing quite yet. We're expecting Joe Biden to speak any minute. We'll see what that brings when and if it does happen. There we go. We get another print on the NFLX short. This one moving down nicely, but looking for that 377 touch, Adara. That's where we kind of found support last time. This is a bit of a dead cat bounce. But second time, not always as good of a charm as the first dead cat bounce. This would be the first over here. Off the initial news, you got to move back up off 382 into 384. And, you know, Huadunk went the dynamite after that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looking for a possible bounce in this market. You know, it could come, and I don't want to be caught on the wrong side of this NFLX trade. Back to SPCB. Like 2 pennies out of the money as we're at 95 pennies right now, not doing much. Looking for that $1 test again. This one not as influenced as much by the overall market as some of these big cappers will be. So trying our hand at that. But, you know, Netflix putting in a higher low, so concerning me. I may want to cut this one. Breaking news, the Katina man is shorting everything and their mother's cousin, says JB. Who you been talking to, Katina man? Because people seem to know what you're doing over there. What's the news? We talked about that. It's the war in Israel and in the Middle East. It's expanded. And if you want to do your own homework on that, go ahead and just news site. We don't talk a whole lot of politics on this show, Adara. And for good reason. We don't want to be polarizing. Yeah. So we're going to keep our eye on that. And keep my eye on this SPCB trade here, Adara, as this one now flat on it again, break even, looking for that move into 1.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the Netflix trade. That is awesome.
Thank you.
I mean, that was a really good, got in on the movement. I still have my eye on my friend Google. Google, shout out to Obi. We're below VWAP. I'm really interested in seeing what it does around VWAP, but like I said, I'm still hesitant to enter at this point. I'm a little scared to court Google at this moment just because I would like with the news going on right now, I don't know if I want to go on a first date just yet. No, I'm joking. But we are keeping an eye on Google like 100% serious because I do like the concept of what's happening at VWAP. I just want a better sense with, the news stories going on before I do, dip my pinky and step into the ring here. But yeah, the movement on Google is very nice, headed towards VWAP. Looks like we could be swooshing up. The other mega caps are a little less pleasing to my eyes. I want to look at Meta because I haven't looked at Meta in a bit, and we were briefly in Meta before the tank. Obviously, I'm happy I got it when I did, though. Yeah, I mean, Meta, I'm going to check. Let's try like a 10-minute on Meta. Yeah, so Meta, we took a nice swoop down with the rest of the market. I'm just trying to some different charts, kind of see what the movement is. Yeah, it looks like Meta's kind of having a hard time getting any momentum. Like we'll kind of go up, go down, fly up. I mean, I would wait to see on Meta, even though we are kind of below VWAP, but we have less of that kind of semi-consistent, chartable, for lack of better term, movement that we kind of are seeing with Google. Let's see. Swift ran out of popcorn, I'm seeing in the chat, so I wonder if this is an AMC. I want to look at AMC. Okay, AMC just kind of flew above VWAP. AMC honestly has still been steady with movement. I don't know. I would like to wait for like a better opportunity. And like I said, I'm kind of hesitant to enter, period. As we see, you know, what with the news happening, I would like to get a better sense of that calming down. And then you can kind of have a better sense of what's moving just because like the market's moving or what's moving more just with this news happening, right? Another one that I've seen some mentions of it holding steadily is Boeing. So we're going to look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah, Boeing does not really have seemed to react to the rest of the market. Like this is a 5-minute chart. You know, we're kind of continuing.
Well,
like,
it's probably a military play.
That's probably true too. You're
Yeah.
right. So it's probably that's what's happening
LMT, all these other ones, RTX,
Anything like flight, yeah.
anything military is going to
No, you're right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, we took a, like, you know, we're literally just kind of seeing a baby dip swoop kind of movement down, flying back up. We're seeing higher highs. Yeah, Boeing could definitely be a dip by play for myself. Going to keep an eye on that. I also want to mention, because Sharif was just mentioning, and this is a very good point that I should have thought of, the defense and military names. So let's look at Palantir, which I was in earlier. Oh, Palantir is kind of taking a bit more of a dip down with the rest of the market, but admittedly not as much so, obviously, as like those mega caps, which were hit quite hard. We'll have to see. We're kind of seeing a bit of a green candle forming here, so we'll see what it kind of does from there at the 5-minute. Let's check. Yeah, on 3-minute, let's check my 10-minute, kind of see what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, again, like with a lot of these, I want to wait and see kind of what it does at VWAP and what the rest of the market does, how things are reacting to news before I jump in. But yeah, absolutely, this is a name I did want to check because we also had that catalyst with the $250 million Army contract announced this morning and with the general defense news as the tension in the Middle East continues. How are the Netflix short and the SPCE long?
Good. Just printed on the SPCB long, but you know, we could get a rejection off one here, and that looks like what we're doing. Couple of prints there to de-risk through 99 and 1. I have some layered at every level, 101, 102, but we're getting a rejection, no question about it, at that $1 level. It doesn't mean where, you know, the trade is done. Keeping my eye on that and hoping it doesn't absolutely huadunk on me. But I want to probably look at my Netflix trade here. We're out of the majority of the position, but we are finding a bit of a bounce on this market. And if Netflix is going to participate in that, I don't want any of that smoke. So we're currently flat on the trade. It looks like it may go up on me. Are you long? The Katina man is taking the bounce. He's long. What are you long? He's long Meta, Rivian, and Stresla at all the bounces there.
At 50.
And Google at 138.50. So if you're following the Katina man, he's hitting the money button. That's what he's doing. And he's getting all excited over there. About 40 minutes or so till his show starts. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this bounce, hoping that it's just a quick dead cat bounce. But we shall see. As I'm keep my looking at the TV, make sure nothing's going on. Back to SPCB. I'm flipping between the two. I realize that, and I'm sorry. Keeping my eye here. I don't have a stop in place for this one, hence why I'm keeping my eyes peeled on it. We're having trouble breaking through one, even though we did break, and we almost filled at that 101. I don't think we're done this trade yet. It's printing higher highs, higher lows on SPCB, but this could be a bamboozling trade. We know how these ones are, the small cap gappers du jour. They can turn on you in a heartbeat, and it's done it before. It'll do it again. We're now green on the name as a result of these nice trades that we've got. Through that $1 break, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, back to NFLX as it comes back down, and we hit the bang as we break 378 again. We're going to wait for some more, Adara. We're still about out of half the position now, looking to wet our beak with some other ones into the 377 area. We'll see if we get it.
Congrats on the Netflix trade. Go Netflix. Going down here. I am in Google. I did get into Google below the VWAP. We're kind of trying to get higher here, so I'm going to wait and see what he does at this VWAP level. But, you know, I don't have any regrets yet. just, jumping in trades, seeing what happens. We did have the movement here. We're kind of seeing a general hopeful bounce up in the market, which is why we got in when we did. And, worst case scenario, we hop out, but we're going to stay in and let Google run for a little bit, just as gauche. Let's look at Tesla, because I've seen some Tesla mentions in the chat. Okay, yeah, so Tesla could be a play towards VWAP, but I want to wait and get a little bit more sense of where it's kind of moving before I personally hop in. But we know I like a good Tesla long. We know I like the VWAP play. If those two factors are in play, there's no reason for me, at least in my mind, not to jump in on Tesla. But I would like to see a better sense of generally where the market's going before I get in on Tesla. With Google, I felt a little bit more confident about the overall movement, which is why I got in where I did. Rivian is being mentioned as well in the chat here. So let's take a look at RIVN. Oh, Rivian is having some gorgeous just pattern. We have a lot of VWAPs, some swoops around here. Yeah, this could be one to get in on. I keep talking about getting into Rivian, and I'm not actually getting into Rivian. I think it's because I think with a lot of these kind of trades where, we have a bit of a smaller, the price is a little bit lower, right? I think with the mega caps, I feel, and maybe this is a fallacy thing. Fallacy thing, sorry, not phallus, oh my gosh. I just kind of get a little bit nervous. What with the, biases, I get a little bit nervous around these ones that are a little bit lower in price. I like to kind of have a bit better sense of movement. And I'm not super patient with some of these trades, as I mentioned. So we're going to take a look here. We might get in, we might not. Honestly, I probably won't. I think I've been kind of enjoying the mega caps right now. So let's look at I want to look at AMC as well here. Okay, yeah, AMC is kind of flew off that VWAP. AMC honestly has not been, doesn't seem like it was super bothered by the overall market jump. We had a little baby, swoop up here, took a baby dip, kind of continued to fly. We're still continuing that VWAP play. Seems to be of note. In the meantime, I'm going to reflect back on my Google briefly. It looks like it's still kind of slightly above the level we got in at. Oh, now it's kind of going higher. So we're going to stay in Google as he flies above VWAP, hoping for the best. How go your trades?
They're okay. Netflix is now break even. We got a couple of fills there, but now we're right at that 378.50 where I'm in. This one feeling a little bit unsure, but it is quite consolidated. But it's creating higher lows, and that's the thing. Especially, it looks like that 378. Every time we dip below it, buyers are stepping up and they're propping this one up. So I'm going to have to be careful with this one. Okay, out of the majority of the position now, but I'm going to have to get out of it as it really tested that 379. So I'm going to take a little bit of an L there, about a 50 penny loser on that top. This one is just too, for me. So out of that position, still a winner though on NFLX. Being patient with the other one though, SPCB, looking for that $1 break. A couple of outs, layering my outs on this one because I have a feeling it's not going to spend all that much time at these levels. It usually just breaks them and then retreats real quick. So we had a 99 break. We had a 1 break where we're finding resistance is at 101 level. And I'm looking at the book, and there's really nothing reflected too much here on the size on the book. So I feel like it is a bit of an iceberg seller at that level, but I haven't been staring at it too much as I've been keeping my eye on Netflix and SPCB. Now that I'm focused on this one, we'll see if we get that break here. Now we're at 101 now. So now look at this. There's not enough size on this book here to stop us from going at 101, especially with the size that moved up from it. So something tells me there's an iceberg at 101. We'll see if we eat through the size. New size coming in now onto the book at 101. Looking for a break here. I've layered 3 different orders at 101, 102, 103, and 105. So we'll see if we get that break. But a lot of resistance at the $1-ish area. We'll see if we get that move up. Netflix, though, as I see on my side screen here, $379.20. It would have been $1 out of where I got in. Happy I got out of it where I did. All right, let's get some chat issues here. The Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Thanks very much, my friend. Took 64 cents in profit on AMZN 130 put scalp with a gorilla. That's a big boy move. pumped for you on that one. The Katina man is printing, it looks like, over there. So he hits a series of bangs, and there he is running off with a bag full of money. Or what was that? What was that you hit over there? The wheelbarrow. I was like, why? It was too quick. I couldn't see it.
He was just running with the wheelbarrow.
Yeah, he's taking off with our money.
With it.
He's taking off with our money over there. Reliable Rudy. Think it takes the high of day, in my opinion. Of course, all right, Reliable, shout out to you. Don't overthink it at 101. I have to read the book. That's probably what the whole thing is about. Say that again?
If you were patient, 320 came again.
You're talking about Meta.
Yeah.
Meta.
I think that was the best one.
The Katina man said, if you exercise your patience, you look at 320 level, it was an absolute hold, and you're $1.50 in the money. So that's what that look is there. We're getting a nice little bounce here at the VWAP area on the NQ December contract. I'll bring in the slide chart. We'll talk about this one real quick. It was one simple... What's going on over there? I like it. I was watching the TV as he was stroking the hairs on his chinny chin chin there. I like that. What position are you in now? Oh, was that the new position? Oh, that was a new position alert, man. You just, come on. He's a hot fire alert. It's got a dual use, baby. But yeah, the market is finding a bit of a bounce here, man. No question about it. This VWAP area 15,275 looking like it's getting a hold. We got all the way down into 15,255, and now we're 30 points above that. So the big boy sell-off out of the bad news, the sad news in the Middle East, getting bought up again. And October, at least for the moment, is up or is back. 0.68 now. We are green on the NQ December contract, but by no means are we at highs. Stressla up $2 now off the, no, not $2, $1.50 off the lows. 263 is where it dipped into, now 264 and a quarter. Good move, good trade, Katina man.
Yeah, I'm in Google right now, which is, I think Sean mentioned being in Google. I'm also in Google. I took out half my position at 138.80 just to kind of, relieve a bit of my stress. But I'm going to hope and pray we get to 139. It looks like we could. I like where I got in on this below the VWAP. I'm not hating on it. We're happy. We're thriving. We're hoping for 139 and above. I just took out half just because, like I've kind of mentioned, sometimes when, when I'm a little bit stressed out, it just kind of helps to take out half of it. Did I take out all of it? Maybe I took out all of it. No, I'm still half in. I'm good. We're still half in. I just wanted to make sure there. A little bit worried for a second there. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's having trouble hitting that 139, but I'm going to wait just because we did have the momentum off VWAP, and we're not seeing like kind of huge retracements below that 138.80 level. So keeping an eye out, hoping, let's see how that goes. I also want to look at GM and Ford because I have seen some mentions in here about the UAW strike. I'm going to grab my news on that. I'm just in the chat here. I saw some news. Oh, yeah, GM has like this nice swoop up above the VWAP. I'm going to zoom out in this. Yeah, so we were kind of, we took, like, it dipped with the rest of the market, it looks like, but then it had like a nice swoosh up here. Let's find that, I'm going to find that UAW news. So, let me see here. Yeah, I think it just, I know Unifor, there's some in Canada that was mentioned. I'm also going to look at Ford. I'm trying to find out, have you seen anything with the UAW? And because I saw some mention in the chat, I'm trying to find the specific news on
really
that.
Not that important lately because of all this war stuff. Canada Unifor reaches tentative agreement with GM.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's probably what that is.
So that came in not that long ago, Dara, about 127. So yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what I saw in the chat then. Yeah. Thank you. Because GM is like having a nice time here around when that news would have come. We had a nice little swoop. So keeping an eye on Mr. GM. Ford, I want to look at Ford, the Ford chart now, just because, again, we also have that UAW in general move. Yeah, so, I mean, we'll see. Like, it dipped with the rest of the market. I'd like to see what it does approaching VWAP. Not 100% sure, not 100% confident. Don't know if I would get in. That being said, the volume on this for the day is like 16 million. So, I mean, go for it. And, like, earlier in the day, you would have had some nice like, longs or mediums, as I was saying yesterday, like little longs, play off the VWAP. It seems like the VWAP was like a point of interest here earlier in the day. But yeah, I'm not really sure what Ford's doing at this moment, at this point. GM, of the two of them, especially with the Unifor news, looks like a surer bet at this time. I also want to look at Micron. Someone was mentioning Micron, and like I said, chip names are definitely on the mind with the Mobileye, with Mobileye and the Middle East tensions that has been of note. Yeah, so Micron had a nice steep crash though. Let's see what it does from here. I would not get in at this point. Quite frankly, I want to see if there's any specific Micron news. Yeah, it's just, again, the headline on how Mobileye dropping is a good opportunity for, this is just from Benzinga, how the Mobileye drop could be a good opportunity for other chip names. No specific news on Micron. That being said, I'm liking the 5-minute candles I'm seeing. So it could be of note. How are you still in Netflix? And
yeah, I got back into Netflix
Nice.
at that 379.44. Looking for a possible profit taker here at that 379 area. We'll see how this one does. As I was looking for that 380 as a level of resistance, break even on the trade right now. We'll see how this one does, but this is the one that concerns me. SPCB breaking down. If this breaks this level right here, I'm going to use the flatten key and get out of it, because that would be a new low through the break of this trough. This one definitely finding resistance at 101. I'm not going to give this any more room. Already had to get out of it initially. I don't want to give any of the profits back. Already out of the money, about 2 pennies at the moment, but it's holding this 94 area. It seems like there is a buyer around this area. This is where we troughed out earlier on the name, so we'll keep an eye on that. But the bigger trade for me at the moment, Netflix, looking for that 379 break as we find a bit of a retracement right now on the future, looking to see if I can capitalize on that Netflix, on that retracement on Netflix. It's already weak on the day. So looking about like I'm 1 or 2 pennies away from getting filled. 379.03 here on the bid. The bid is wide, the spread is wide between the bid and the ask, and there we go. We bounce right back up. So we're going to have to be patient on this one. SPCB still not giving me a reason to get out. 94 pennies hasn't broken, but we definitely rejected off that 101. So a little concerned about that. And yeah, Netflix coming right back into that 380. If it breaks above 380, I've already got my stop and going to get out of this one. And then I will have given my profits back on this one because it was a positive name. So we'll keep an eye on NFLX as it continues to print off the bad news headline that it got earlier today, that its ad-supported tier is not seeing as many signups as they had once hoped, and they basically want more people to use the ad-supported tier because they're going to make advertising dollars off them. So that's a look there, and not much else doing. Let's see what the chat is up to. Quite frankly, it's done. Okay, we'll keep looking there, see what else is being talked about. Abdulkareem Wahidi saying BA so strong. Yeah, we were talking about that, how Boeing likely a war play here because of its involvement in fighter jets and a lot of other things. I think they also make air defense, like surface-to-air missiles and stuff like that. I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah, Boeing up decidedly here, 2.88. We've seen a lot of these other names like Lockheed Martin as well, up nicely. I don't know if it's up on the day. 2.9 for Lockheed Martin. Let's see what Raytheon is doing here. RTX, not much for RTX. That's the RTX Corp, sorry. It's not doing a whole lot, up 0.42. So we'll keep an eye on these names. Not much else to report on. Flat on Netflix for the moment, and about a penny out of the money on SPCB. Hasn't broke 94.
Yeah, so we are waiting for Google to slowly turn towards that 139. It looks like it could be a possibility. We keep hitting that 138.90, and then we get a little shy and we pull back. But I am hoping and praying. We're still half a position in here. I think we could hit 139 at which point I'd like to kind of see where it goes from there. But I am holding out hope. I'm holding out for a hero. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. My eye is still on Google, as is my half of my position. But yeah, so I want to look at some of these other mega cap names. I want to look at NVDA. Because okay. We have a bit of a dip here. We have some movement up. I would rather kind of see like a, a steady direction before I hop back in NVIDIA, because I did hop in way too early and way too high around here. And as we saw, we did have a bit of a loss there. But it looks like NVIDIA is, gunning towards that 460. And I think if it looks like it's probably going to hit 460. What I've noticed with NVIDIA too, maybe more than some of the other large caps, is once that one takes off, it takes off. So it could still be one to watch. And I'm not saying I wouldn't throw my hat back in the ring. We will keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, it looks like Google is dancing with 139. Oh, that is not Google. That is not Google. We're going to pull up that chart. My apologies. My bad. Yeah, Google has hit 139. And then it kind of retreated back a little bit, but we're going to wait kind of for it to fly over that 139. Very happy I'm still half my shares into the trade, because this is looking to shape up quite nicely. I don't think I'd stay in super long, just because, high of the day is 139.72. We'll see if we break that. But I definitely would like to let Google run for a little bit at least, because it does, it broke that 139, which I wasn't sure of. Now that I know that it's broken that 139 again here, I would like to keep my eye out for Mr. Google and stay in this position, see what he does from here on out. I also want to mention AMC, because I saw some mention of AMC in the chat, and I have been keeping my eye on AMC all day. Yeah, so AMC honestly has still kind of, like Boeing, although Boeing makes more sense, we had the specificity of the war play. AMC, other than the general Taylor Swift hubbub, it doesn't seem like there's much happening. I know I heard something about the writer's strike officially being ratified, like they've officially set a deal. That could be what's going on with AMC. I'd like to look at Warner Brothers and Paramount as well here, all of these kind of streaming and film names. Okay, yeah, Warner Brothers has had like some VWAP play, and honestly, volume like 17 mil, 1 cent spread, not a bad chart, in my opinion. I'd like to kind of wait for a dip to kind of decide what my move would be here. But yeah, like I'll see if there's any specific news on WBD over here. So UBS maintained neutral and lowered its target price. I don't know if that would necessarily be the move, but it is moving, that's for sure. Let's look at Paramount and Disney. Paramount's up 4% for the day. So yeah, I feel like these names have to be moving potentially on that official, the official ratification, because they'd announced that the strike had kind of ended. Now it's officially, it's in writing, it's signed, sealed, and delivered. Yeah, no, not seeing much on Paramount beyond a deal with Roku for one of its shows, which I don't think would move it up 4%. And then Disney, we're at... Someone
was taking a Disney short off the Netflix short, but I think
it looks like, yeah, I think they move different ways, it looks like, yeah. This was kind of a VWAP play, a bit of a long. Yeah, this one's definitely, like, you could have bought in the baby dip, had this nice swoop up. It's definitely in play. It is moving, but the volume on this is oddly less than some, like Warner Brothers, less than Paramount, where volume is 4.45 for the day. In terms of news, JP Morgan maintained overweight and lowered the price target to 120 for DIS. How goes the Netflix short?
Yeah, still break even on the trade, actually like about 15 pennies out of the money at the moment, but that's not what really concerns me. I'm keeping my eye on that 380 level. If it breaks, I've got about like a 15 penny buffer above 380. If it breaks there, then that's it. I'm going to get out of that trade, because 380 has been acting as a level of resistance on this move back up. And if it breaks, then the trade, in my opinion, is no longer valid. Got a profit taker at that 379 level, but it's very consolidative at the moment between 379 and 380, as the market doesn't really know if it wants to break above 15.3. It's at 15.291, coming into 15.3, finding some resistance. We've had a few green candles here show up on the NQ, but nothing really taking us into the highs. I think we are waiting for Joe Biden to make that speech. He's late. And Brendo keeping me apprised of when he'll be on, and we'll definitely bring that to you when he does come on. Now, a lot of people saying, he should have made the speech before. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what he says and if it's market moving. All right, back to SPCB in the money, a couple of pennies, not even a couple of pennies, fractions of a penny on this as we're long 97s, 97.06 showing up here on the ask. Looking for that 101 break. Reliable Rudy in the chat telling me, look, man, I don't see the buyers are backing out of this position. Nothing showing on my 15-minute chart showing that the liquidity really drying up, and then it's time to bail on this position. So I tend to agree with that, Reliable, especially the fact that we got that 94 hold and didn't make a newer low. Seems like it's still in play for the moment. We're going to try to exercise some patience on that. Back to Netflix. Now a little bit of in the money on this one as we were showing 36s here on the bid, short 44s, but we definitely need a 39 break. And I don't know if this one's going to give it to me as, we're very consolidative. And if we get anything bullish here, like a 15-3 break, this could blow through my stop at 380. So we're going to have to be very careful on this. Reliable saying SPCB still very light volume on this pullback. If it reclaims, buyers will excess selling, looking for a new high print in my opinion. Gotcha. Diego Pita. My mom wants to know what happened to ALXO. Is that one of your jams? ALXO? You like Axla, remember?
I have a beef with Axla. Axla and I have an interesting relationship. But to be fair, I talk about Axla a lot, so I get where you get that idea.
ALXO, it's up 15.5% today. I mean, it had its moment in the sun looking like it was earlier. Let's have a look at ALXO. Where is that side chart? There it is. All right. Well, ALXO's had multiple days in the sun. It started really on October 2nd, and put that ALXO, there we go. This is the daily chart on ALXO. Its moment in the sun again, October 2nd, had another huge day on the 3rd, getting up into that $12 area, but only closing at 730. So very much, a candle of indecision. I hate these candles where you get huge moves and then you close near the low or in the middle of the body. October 4th, a red day, and then we've had 4 green days since that time, and we have a 989 high on the day. It's a multi-day runner. There's no question about that. On the day, we closed out at 820 yesterday. Best we could do is 989 right now. But again, it's up 15 2/3%. So if you're looking for a swing play, this one has given you multiple opportunities, but you're going to have to be patient and accept the amount of volatility that you're going to get on this name. What does this guy do? ALX Oncology Holdings, clinical stage immuno-oncology company, focus on helping patients fight cancer by developing a pipeline of product candidates based on protein engineering and oncology led by cluster of differentiation. 47 blocker, way above my area and my scope of understanding, but it's a noble cause to be championing, no question about that. ALXO up nicely on the day. All right, back to NFLX here. This one looks like, it's doing a dance, man, between 379 and 380, not resolving one way or another. It's very consolidative at the moment. We're looking for a print. We're not getting it. Going to have to be patient. All right, back to SPCB coming into lows. Now, this is concerning here because this is a bit of a head and shoulders pattern where 94 area is kind of the stopgap to see if buyers are in control or sellers are in control. And if we break this, I'm going to end this trade. I don't want to give up too much on this name, but for the moment, 94 holding Adara.
Yeah, Google has been, I'm still in Google. That's the one I'm in right now. I was going to get on Tesla. Happy I didn't because the movement still seems a bit unsure. And even NVIDIA, I'll show the NVIDIA chart in a minute. But NVIDIA, I really thought was going to have a huge swoop up at 140, or 460. Sorry, what am I saying? 460. But it seems to be a bit slow going here. Google, though, is still running. We're still flying up above that VWAP. Really happy I got in where I did. Really happy I still have half my shares in here. We're probably going to try to get out around that 139.30 area because it looks like it's having a hard time, flying above that 139.2025. In the meantime, I want to talk about NVIDIA because I just mentioned NVIDIA. So we'll get into NVDA. Because my whole thing that I was saying here is I wanted to see what it did above that 460 because I find when NVIDIA takes off, it really takes off. In this case, it didn't really have the same strength. We were above 460 for a bit. Looks like we got to like 460.25-esque. Now we're kind of flying down here, having a bit of trouble holding on to that 460. that's potentially of note. But yeah, either way, I'm happy it didn't get back in. But I mean, Nvidia, like now it's running up again. So I mean, like I said, I tend to have a bit less patience for some of these like shorter term trades. I'd rather be able to kind of get in and get out, and especially, you know, we've got 13 minutes left on the Intraday. Midday, probably not something I would get into at this moment. Let's see what else. I'm trying to see what in the chat, what kind of movement we have going right now. Rivian happening. Let's look at RIV. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is like honestly just a very solid VWAP play through and through. Like we did see that dip, and this I think would have been around when the rest of the market was kind of tanking, what with the concerns around Biden and Fed's Waller. But yeah, we kind of flew back up here, and Rivian did have that news, what with the catalyst with UBS upgrading to buy, but down, taking their price target down from 26 to 24. So Rivian's trading on news. There's pattern, there's volume of almost 34 million on the day. So Rivian is absolutely, I think, still one to watch, and one that I'm a little bit kicking myself for not getting into. I keep flirting with the idea of Rivian, but I just can't commit. But congrats to everybody who has been in Rivian. This has been like such a trade, and this one has honestly been strong all day, even as the market, like Boeing, like AMC, it's kind of trading on its own timetable, on its own clock. How goes the Netflix?
Yeah, still in both. Not much doing on either. About 20 pennies out of the money. Here we go. 380 knocking on the door. If it triggers 15s, that'll be the end of the trade for me on NFLX. Here we go. 18s coming in. The bid not crossing though. Keep my eye on this one. Netflix all of a sudden finding all this strength, even though the future not really holding above 15.3. We're actually below it at the moment. Keeping my eye on NFLX, don't want to get shaken out and be a weak hand on this trade. But what I can continue to see are higher highs and higher lows, and that's not good for the trend following system. So watching this one and a little bit worried about it. SPCB not making me feel much better either. It's dancing at that 94, and every time it comes into 94, there's a buyer, but still it's a little concerning. So watching these ones go. Don't really have much to add on them. About 11 minutes left on the show, and I'm going to probably cut most of these trades wherever they may lie. Biden still not speaking. He's late as usual. No, we're keeping an eye on the TV. People waiting for Joe Biden to speak. I think that will have an effect on these markets one way or another because he has not spoken about the issue quite yet. So. Not getting stopped out yet on Netflix, about 40 pennies, 40 pennies out of the money on NFLX as it's down 1.5%, finding definite support at that 377 area. Got a nice bounce off that area, and it's been trending up ever since. They reported midday with respect to their ad tier and its relative weakness, how they haven't been having as many people sign up for the ad tier as they had expected. Right back down now into flat on NFLX, or like 15 pennies out of the money. Nothing to speak of. SPCB still very much consolidative at this 94 level, but we're making lower highs. This looking like a flat bottom break here. If it breaks through 94. You have the trough at 101, then you get the crest at 101. You get a subsequent crest at 97 and change. And then for the moment, 96.5 is the top of this crest. Even though we're not out of the money by that much, 2 pennies, you know, it just doesn't look like it's going to go my way. Neither does Netflix at the moment, as it's dancing with 38 again. This one, I guess, you know, people buying it on intraday strength, and there's the end of the Netflix trade. So we give back what we made on that first one, and now, actually, I think this one might be a loser. Let's see. Yes, this one officially a loser. We're in the red on NFLX at the moment. I hate this stock. I'm never trading it again. It is very spready, so you have to be very careful with it. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. And in any event, we're going to keep our eye on this SPCB. See if we can get that move back up into the $1 area.
Yeah, so we got out of Google, and I'll kind of show that in a minute. Happy with where I got out. Overall, happy with the trade. But in the meantime, I want to show Meta, because this was a gorgeous dip buy around, I did not get in on it, but just, you know, showing the movement. Gorgeous dip buy around 115-ish. Continue to, like, fly this around 320. We're around, like, what, like 322.80-ish now, so that would have been a really great play to get in on. I think Sean mentioned getting in a meta at that level, so congrats. This is awesome, gorgeous movement. I'm going to address Google, so we got out half our shares here. The reason I got out where I did, admittedly probably early to get out half of them, but I was noticing a little bit of resistance, a little bit of trouble getting above that 138.80 at that point, so I took out half my shares there. Happy I kept the rest, though, because we got out at 139.25. Because I was noticing we'd kind of get to 129.30 or 139.30, and then we kind of dip down a little bit. Decided this was the time to get out. Happy I got out when I did too, because it looks like we're continuing to flush and cycle a little bit lower. And also, with the midday coming to an end, kind of trying to wrap up the trades. But very happy with this Google trade. No regrets, no disappointments. In the meantime, it looks like Nvidia just took a massive flush to the downside. So I would like to look at that. Had that on my side chart here. So we're going to pull this up. Yeah, so I mean, we looked like we were kind of
freaking kidding me,
flying upwards, and now Nvidia just kind of, flew down here. This was a bit of a swoop down. Yeah, I mean, it's not a gorgeous time. We'll have to see what it does around VWAP, but yeah, I think Amazon also took a bit of a red candle here, but yeah, I mean, it's quite a stark move down with Nvidia. I also want to look at MSFT. Oh, this is the wrong Microsoft. Let me get an MSFT NQ. But yeah, so because a lot of the Microsoft was one of those ones that was hit super hard when we took. Okay, so Microsoft is kind of stutter stepping to the upside actually, but I mean I think it would be a slow step down given how much of a fall we saw at one, especially compared to some of those other big cap names. Microsoft did take quite a hit. I'm going to see if there's any other news on that because I know we were checking earlier and we had some stuff yesterday. Yeah, nothing I'm really seeing today with Microsoft, but I mean, it looks like a nice stutter step to the upside, maybe, recovering, retracing from when we flew down here at 1. Let's also, I want to look at AMC as well, see how he's doing. AMC. I mean, still kind of marching to the beat of its own drum. We're seeing some movement here. We didn't really get a higher high here. I want to look at the 10-minute and get a better sense. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're kind of momentum slowing a little bit, but yeah, I mean, these VWAP plays earlier were just beauteous. They were majestic. Any nice word you want to insert here. Like AMC has absolutely kind of been doing its own thing, much like Boeing, which I'll pull up right now, kind of not responding to the rest of the market. Although Boeing, I guess, was a war play, so it kind of was in its own way. Yeah, thank you, Sheree, for bringing that up to me. But yeah, I mean, Boeing is still up. Boeing is like, baby dip, kind of flying here. And earlier, we had some very clear movement. So yeah, shout out to Boeing, shout out to AMC. We have some stocks just kind of moving on their own here, even as the rest of the market is a skosh hard to read.
Yeah, a bit really bamboozling here on Netflix. Look at this. We get stopped out through the break of 380, and then it dips $1 in 1 second there. That's quite frustrating, but that's the way this stock trades. It can move dollars at a time, and it did over here. So we'll just have to take it as we are. And then I had actually a stop order that actually triggered long. So I ended up making a little bit of money back as it bounced up, but that's, that's kind of by accident, and that's bad trade management on my part. You got to do some housekeeping here and make sure you clean up your stop orders. In this case, I got quite lucky and made a little bit of money on it. But yeah, you really shouldn't rely on that. And then back to SPCB. How many times are we going to knock on the door of this 94 penny area? Look how many times we've held off this area. This looks like it's going to be a flat bottom break extraordinaire. Right, but for whatever reason, we're buying off that 94 general area. We got up to 98, shorts initiated again, and we got more momentum to the downside. So, yeah, we're going to cut this trade real soon once the show is over. But yeah, long 97s, waiting for a couple of breaks here through one. Looks like we may not get it. What is Reliable saying here? I get if you stop out here, different entries always plays a factor. For my entry, I can uphold to 90 level. Yeah, that's fine. Not a big deal. We already took a couple of profit takers out, and I'm not going to put it on you. I really need to be making the decisions on my own trades, and I didn't enter it because you showed me that it was getting near that 1, which I liked. I thought maybe another retest of 1. In this case, Doesn't look like it's going to work out at the moment. Let's look at the big caps and what they're doing because they're all finding some support right now. But I would say to you, this market is probably holding on in a holding pattern, waiting for Joe Biden to make his speech because we are not really able to get above and stay above 15.3 off that retracement into 15.255. Right back into 15.3 right at the moment. We get into that 50-period moving average on the 5, and then we kind of dip a little bit. Keeping my eye on anything that could be coming in there from the White House. Nothing yet. With respect to these big cappers, I would say that Meta looks to be the strongest of the bunch at the moment. We know Tesla's up actually more percentage-wise, and so is NVIDIA. But that bounce off 320 on Meta was absolute money, and now you're probably printing $2.73 there. If you took that long. All right, I got to get out of this SPCB trade as it breaks down below 94. So that 94 level ends up giving up the ghost. And watch, now it'll break through $1 because that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to force everybody out through the bamboozlement and then shoot this one right back up through $1. But I could not care less as we made the money on Tesla today, and I am running out of patience and mental capital. Honestly, if I wasn't on the show, I wouldn't have been trading from like 12:30 onwards. But we got to. It's part of the job, and that's the way it is around here. Nothing else really going on the side. Reliable $1 break is interesting. Yeah, I see that. What else we got over here? Biden pump in 2 minutes, says Oleg. Yeah, you never know exactly what you're going to get with that guy once he wakes up from the nap. I mean, we'll all find out at that time. But for now, we're going to have to be patient and find out what Joe Biden will have to say. And there goes SPCB. That flat bottom break ended up absolutely manifesting. I hope Reliable, you're doing some good trade management on this one because you said something about 90 pennies, and now we have broken below that 90 penny area. We're about 88.5 or so, showing now 89s on my book. Let's flip back to Netflix. Oh, Lord. Yeah, this would have been a really good trade if I had held it. But again, yeah, the 380 break came. It was a quick wick, and now we're talking about a 378 print. It's tough. Tough. Very, very frustrating. Yeah, I got shaken out of that. You didn't want to be the weak hand, but you got to draw the line somewhere, right? So Netflix continuing to make its way down, as with SPCB. Let's see what these other ones are doing. Tesla, we had the good trade on that one earlier on. It is decidedly below VWAP. That 265 level has given up the ghost. That was where VWAP is on my chart. Now we're below 264 at the moment, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But we are now overtime, 2 o'clock. Fine. All right, guys, we're going to see you tomorrow. You will be on half day because Neil will be back tomorrow. So OB will be on with me at 11 o'clock. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey, guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here as we get going into the final couple hours of what has been very kind of back and